நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිබිදාස
ඇඩ්මෝරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Talking about the pre-test era, people consider you as one of the finest batsmen produced by the country, and a lot of them talk about the under 69 that you made in a first-class match against India at the SSC. If you can recall that knock?
Yes, why not? I think it was one of my better knocks, I would say, if not the best. We, on the final day, it was a 4-day unofficial test match. On the final day, we were 5 wickets down, I think, and we still had to wipe off something like 120 runs or so to avert an innings defeat. So it was quite an uphill task for us when we started the day, but I was able to hang in there, and as the day progressed, able to collect some runs which enable us to overhaul the deficit and set India a target of 80 runs in the second innings, which they made for the loss of 4 wickets. Quite an achievement.
But it's almost over. They ain't gonna let it pull me under.
Well, a very good morning to you and a warm welcome to the St. Peter's College grounds here in Bambalapidia for the Singer Under-19 cricket match. St. Peter's playing host to St. Sebastian's College from Moratuwa. Two good cricketing schools here going to battle it out in the next 2 days. Today and tomorrow, I'm sure it's going to be some entertaining cricket. And of course, big names in both lineups for these two schools. They have had a good start to the season so far, and I'm sure we will have a good game of cricket. We have the pitch report ready down in the center. With the pitch report is Oshada.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. We are live here at the St. Peter's College ground here in Bambalapidia, and it's all set for this traditional encounter between St. Sebastian College versus the home team St. Peter's College. So let's have a look at the strip where we are supposed to play this match. And as its first look, you can see it's a very hard pitch, so almost like a concrete patch. So winning the toss, if you can bowl first and get some wickets in the early overs by the fast bowlers, so it might swing a little bit for the fast bowlers, and overall conditions, it's a very good batting pitch. So unless you take that opening breakthroughs, then it's going to be a batsman's paradise here at St. Peter's College ground. So win the toss, bowl first, get some early wickets. That's the key for any team who's going to win the toss. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Oshada. Good batting track predicted, and of course, I'm sure there will be some help for the bowlers earlier on in the day with the new ball. Certainly, there will be some bounce. The wicket looking very hard. A bit of a grass. I'm sure there will be some carry as well. And we will have the toss in a short while. Yes, down in the center is our colleague Megan with the two captains.
Welcome to the center, and it's all set for the toss here. I have two umpires, Mr. Rangana Prasanna and Pri Surendra with me, with the two captains here at the center. And Ranmit Jasina is with the coin, so Ranmit. Tail was the call, and that was a tail. So it's Nuanidu Fernando who wins the toss, and he has elected to bowl first. Nuwanidu? And Mali decision එක ගත්තේ ඇයි බෝල් කරන්න?
පොඩ්ඩක් ගාස් ගතිය වැඩි විකට් එකේ අපි හිතනවා දේවාන්තර ෆාස්ට් බෝල් කරලා මේකේ දව්වත් ගියේ කියලා ඊට පස්සේ තමයි බෝල් ගන්න තීරණය කරේ.
ස්තුතියි Nuwanidu. Let's have a chat with Ranmit Jayasena, the home captain. ඔයා ටොස් එක දෙන්න නම් මොනවද ගන්නේ?
අපි පන්දුවට පහර දෙන තමයි දැන් හිටියේ. ඒ කියන්නේ sort of tricky decision. හැබැයි අපි සෑමීමටපත් වෙනවා මේ ටොස් එක ගැන.
So that's the news from the center. St. Sebastian's College has won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Yes, thank you, Megan. That was Megan down with the two captains, Nuwandit Fernando, Ranmit Jayasena. A very good morning to Samir, who is joining me in the commentary box as we deal the two umpires in the center are Surendra and Ranganath Prasanga, ready to get this game underway. Good morning to you, Samir.
Very good morning, Ricky. Not so long trip for me to make it here, considering I live just across the road, but I am looking at the St. Sebastian boys. Quite a journey up north they've made into Colombo, from all the way from Moratua. As we take a look at the St. Peter's College card, Ranmit, the captain, in hot form from what we saw in the previous game. And of course, there are a couple of key names there. Of course, Santosh Gunatilaka, very well-known cricketer, under 19 for Sri Lanka. We saw him score a fantastic double century against Nalanda the other day. We were absolutely entertained when we brought that game live to you here on ThePapare.com. And as well as some good batsmen in there. Banuka gave him a good hand. In fact, Kanishka, one of their good spinners. And of course, Ruvin and Vanuja will add up to that bowling lineup of St. Peter's College.
Yes, the St. Sebastian's lineup as well, very strong. Nuwandit Fernando, the brother of Sri Lankan national Vishwa Fernando, leading this side this year. Some good players, experience. Sugit Piris is a very good player as well. Vinuja is out there. As we see the lineup, Bihanga has played a couple of years for St. Sebastian's, and yes, they have a good lineup. They have had a good start to the season. Cricketers from Morato always competitive and never give up, and I'm sure they are raring to go. We saw Megan with the captains at the toss. He had a difficult job out there. Samir, both captains very tall. We saw Megan had to reach out with the mic.
Absolutely, some muscle exercise for Megan over there. I'm sure now he's feeling all sore, and after reaching out to those captains high above him for speaking to them after. Anyway, speaking of the toss, Ricky, we looked at the pitch. As Oshata said, it was a concrete-looking patch, and I'm sure the fast bowlers of St. Sebastian's will be ready to go. And like Oshata very clearly said, I think wickets up front are very much key if they are to make some inroads in this St. Peter's College batting lineup. Make no mistake, this is a fantastic batting lineup. Banuka is in good form with Santosh Gunatilaka to come one down. He's also in red hot form. So these bowlers of St. Sebastian's have their work cut out. Have to be on the money from ball one, especially on a typical Sri Lankan pitch like this, where after a few overs, when the ball gets old and the batsmen are set, it's going to be very difficult for the spinners to then come in and make inroads. So the bowlers have their work cut out. The batsmen, on the other hand, will be looking to ward off that new ball challenge and try to stay in there for as long as possible.
Yes, we have the two opening batsmen. It's Banuka De Silva, the left-hander, with Dinit Anjula, also a left-hander. So the two left-handers in the center for St. Peter's. And I'm sure, like Samir said, early wickets is the key here. Some bounce definitely for the fast bowlers, a little bit of swing as well. That's the first ball coming up for the day. Just a touch wide outside the off stump by the Sebastian opening bowler. Yes, we had a game here last year, I remember. I think it was the semi-final, the limited over competition where Richmond took on St. Thomas's, and Richmond College trashed St. Thomas's. In fact, similar to this, a couple of early wickets for St. Thomas's, who were bowling first, but after that Dhananjay Lakshman from Richmond under-19 player scored a magnificent 100. It's a good batting track. The ball comes onto the bat well. Well, that's down the leg side. Polite inquiry by the wicket keeper.
Some early excitement there for the bowlers. Tashik Pereira getting some swing, but unfortunately not pitching it on the right lines and lengths that he would like to have. This time just flicking it off his hips, and the ball having a light touch on his thigh pad, moving it on to the keeper. So in order to get things right, St. Sebastian's from the word go, Tashik will have to be a bit more disciplined and land the balls in the right areas.
So that's probably the best out of the three he's bowled so far. On line, as Zamir said, on target, making the batsman play. Tashik, he'll have a tough job out here. Tashik Pereira. He played last year as well. He was impressive force, and Sebastian's bowled well in the big match too. Quite a talented cricketer.
This looks like a typical St. Peter's pitch, this one. Bowl first, try to get early wickets. As a batsman will say, look, let's just watch off the new ball here, and then there's lots of runs to be made in this pitch.
It's just short of a length that time by Tashik Pereira. Yes, a quick outfield as well. A few patches here and there, but certainly once you pick the gaps, there will be boundaries for the asking for the batsman.
Can be challenging on a ground like this, as you may have seen in the background. Quite a bit of activity going around outside the boundary lines. I wonder if the boys of this college are just prepping for their sports meet, which is coming up. I'm not sure how much it will impact the batsmen in the way they play their shots, because we've seen a couple of grounds that don't have side screens. This one does have. So if the St. Peter's batsmen are used to batting with that side screen at the back, the activity outside the boundary lines might be a bit challenging for them.
Yes, the side screen at one end, of course, looks very good. The other end a bit shorter. A lot of maintenance work or some construction work around the ground here at St. Peter's. New pavilions coming up as well. So it's certainly not going to be easy.
Right, so Dinit will take strike for the first time. As Banuka rotates it in the previous ball. The batsman edges it. Goes in between the second slip and gully fielder, was it, Ricky?
Yes, more towards the third slip, probably very close there, that gully. He's off the mark with a boundary, but certainly not in the fashion he would have wanted it to be. Good delivery, swinging away from the left-hander, playing at it, pushing at it, and it kept a bit low to that slip cordon, but he's lucky it didn't go to hand. He's off the mark. But the bowler will take some confidence out of that, Samir.
Absolutely. I like what I'm seeing from Tashik. He's pitching it up, not afraid to pitch it up and let the ball do some swinging and catch the edge of the batsman, just like it did in the previous ball. I think those kind of chances have to be taken.
A much better delivery to end the over. First over completed. It's a 6 without loss.
සතුට බෙදන නම ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම සැනසුම දෙන නම එය සිංහ නම මිහිර මවන නම පවස නිවන නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So that was quite an interesting first over. Got the outside edge once, beat the bat as well. Good lines bowled by Tashik. So we have Janishka Pereira, another right arm seamer, who is going to take the new ball from the opposite end.
Another Sri Lanka under-19 cricketer, Janishka Pereira. Good prospect. Bowls fast, bowls straight, and generally has the habit of picking up wickets. Those of you who have joined us on this live telecast on ThePapare.com, it's a joint production with Batsman.com. Wherever you are watching from, whichever part of the world, if you're a parent, if you're a friend, just a well-wisher, or just an old boy of one of these two schools, we just want to say you're welcome.
Yes, a warm welcome to all those viewers who are joining us on this production. As the next one pushed away on the offside. And as that run down to the boundary as well, we lost it a bit there, but it's 4 runs. Well, Banuka this time has picked up a boundary towards that third man region. Once again, was he in control? Did it get that outside edge? We'll have to wait and see.
It did seem like it hit the outside edge, but didn't carry to the slip fielder. In fact, it took a bounce way before the keeper, way before the slip fielders, and it bounced over the slip fielder's head. So lucky, I would say there, Banuka, but nevertheless, it's a boundary. So St. Peter's will be happy. Just 7 balls bowled in this match, and they've already gone off to a good start, 10 runs.
There's always runs behind the name, gives that bit of a confidence. That was slightly quicker down the leg side though, but you could see the bit of extra bounce generated by Chanishka, the wicketkeeper. Took it above his hips as well. So this is what he brings into this St. Sebastian's lineup, and like we welcome all our wishes, we would like to also wish ThePapare.com 10 years celebrating their 10th anniversary. It has been a superb journey for ThePapare.com. Samir started slowly and small, but they've grown over the years, become big. The #1 sports hub here in Sri Lanka, covering all sports. And what a production they bring, whatever sport, live from all over the country. And certainly it has been a great journey.
Absolutely. I mean, who would have thought 10 years ago when they started so small that today they'll be bringing live pictures of school cricket matches. You know, not just pictures, not just photos, but even live exclusive coverage of these kind of matches. And I think that bears testimony to the fact that amount of hard work these people at Papare.com have put, and obviously thanks to Batsman.com as well for joining hands with Papare and bringing these pictures to everyone. I mean, thanks to things like the internet, Ricky, in our playing days, forget about looking at live pictures, we would not be able to take a phone into the grounds to even take a selfie with a bat or a ball. So things have come a long way, and I think credit to Papare.com and their likes for having moved and evolved with the times and using these technologies for the good and for the greater cause of cricket and sport in general in Sri Lanka.
Yes, certainly. So we wish all those at ThePapare.com powered by Dialogue 10 years anniversary the best of luck and wishes for many more years to come. As the game progresses, it's 10 without loss at the moment. Second over, Janishka has bowled a steady over so far, changing his field around, getting that third man a touch wider. It's very fine. You see he's looking very energetic out there. Janishka raring to go, trying to pick up an early wicket.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what kind of approach he takes. You see, this time it's much fuller, although he tried to bowl a bounce a couple of balls ago. So it'll be interesting to see the kind of approach these fast bowlers will have. 2 overs completed, 10 for no loss.
So Tashik Pereira, in fact, continues. Dineth is pushing it on the offside, using all his height to get on top of that delivery. Bit of extra bounce, as we mentioned. This pitch very hard. Certainly, if you hit the deck hard, you're going to get some bounce.
Yeah, this time in much better control than it there. Off the back foot, just pushing it onto the offside. And getting a single. Quick one, that one. Good run after all.
So I see a lot of those kids in front of the side screen there, but I didn't see the batsman bother about it so far. Samir?
Yes, I mean, we were at the Nalanda College game. There was no side screens there, and I think the batsman had no problem, especially the likes of Santosh, who were just hammering the ball to every part of the ground. I don't think these boys are too troubled with these kind of things. I think all they want to do is just go out there, you know, hit the ball as hard as they can, and I think that's exactly what they want to do.
It's in excellent form, isn't it? Followed that double 100 with another 100, Santosh Gunatilaka. A few days ago, another 100 versus Lumbini, if I'm right. So he's in excellent prime form. We are looking forward to him back today. So Tashik Pereira once again, good area.
Looks like a good track, this one, to me, Ricky. The fast bowlers can actually bowl in the right areas. They've derived a couple of edges so far. Unfortunately, they haven't carried, so credit to the batsman for dealing with them so far well. But I'd like to see both these bowlers pitch it up front a little bit more and not be safe with that back of a length line. I'd like to see them pitch it up get the batsman to drive towards the offside. I mean, you might go for a run once in a while, few runs once in a while, but I think the chances of driving an edge are much more when you pitch it up front to the batsman.
Yes, and also Samir, I think the couple of deliveries they made the batsman drive, they got the outside edge, which went through that slip cordon. So I'm a touch surprised they're gone shorter probably because of they feel there's a bit of grass and the wicket is hard. We can generate some bounce. Sometimes these young bowlers get overawed when they see the pitch, isn't it, and get too excited and forget some of those basics. Sometimes I think that is very important. We'd love to see the ball much more fuller at the moment.
Absolutely, Ricky. I can totally relate. I mean, when you're a fast bowler, it's very tempting to keep pitching on that back of a length area, shorter deliveries, so that you know you're safe. You might not get a wicket, but you know you're not going to go for runs. The batsman is going to have a tough time trying to maneuver the ball around the field. But when you want to pitch it full, you're afraid that you might go for runs, so you don't have trust in your ability that the ball will swing, whether it's going to swing or not, whether it's going to pick up an edge or not. So really, it's about trusting yourself. Giving yourself a go, saying, listen, let me pitch it up and see what happens. And if you still think that there's no swing, maybe perhaps you can come back to that back of a length area and then keep continuing to push in those areas.
It's slightly fuller this time, but an easy single for Bhanuka. Just rotating the strike, rotating his wrist. Playing well, good understanding, the two left-handers. They've moved up to 13.
Yes, they've done well so far. I mean, they've not played any shots in anger or tried to manufacture shots, so to say. They've waited for the right deliveries to push it into the gaps and rotate the strike. Except for a couple of boundaries, we haven't seen much happening. So good from both the teams so far. As the game progresses, we'll see who has it in them to hold their nerve for long enough to try and be patient and persevere in trying to get wickets as far as the Sebs are concerned. And for the Peterites, it's about staying in there as long as possible. As we see, another quick single as the ball is pushed to the mid-wicket area. End of the over. St. Peter's College move on to 14 for no loss.
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So it's 14 without loss at the moment. Janishka, he's going to continue bowling round the wicket. The last delivery of his last over, he changed to round the wicket. It's continuing that angle.
Yeah, I like that approach from him. He bowled his first over, the first 5 balls of his first over, in fact, over the wicket, and didn't see much happening. So he's just changing things around and trying to see if he can derive some movement by coming around the wicket. Ideally, he'll be looking to pitch it on the middle and off stump line and take it away from the left-handed batsman. And if that happens, he'll get excited to see what he can do. This time down the leg side, flicked off his pads for an easy single. Then it crosses over. And the score moves on to 15 for St. Peter's College.
Because it has been a steady start, a couple of boundaries there through that slip cordon. But they managed to hang in there, the two left-handers. St. Sebastian's won the toss. To all of our viewers just joining us, electing to field first in this 2-day game, the Singer Under-19 schools cricket season. It's a traditional game, to traditional big cricket in schools. And St. Sebastian's, Samir, will want to improve this season. Last year, according to the stats we have, they finished in 13th place. St. Peter's were in 4th. So they'll, for St. Sebastian's, a school with such a big cricket in history, to finish that low in the rankings, they'll not be proud of that. So far, they're 3rd in their group. They're in Group D this year. St. Peter's are 4th in Group B. And both will be looking as the games progress to step up.
Yes, I was about to say they've done all right so far, being 3rd in the group right now. But I mean, it's too early to tell. It's only their 4th match that they're playing. Too early to tell in the tournament. But they'll want to continue being not being average per se, but trying to improve with every game as much as possible. As you see that bouncer from Janishka, way above the head. Ideally like to get it down around the shoulder level of the batsman. So yeah, St. Sebastians have done decently well so far, but they'll want to improve, as you said, as they go on. But I would say it's a bold call really this morning to have won the toss and fielded first on a hot day like this. I was just telling you before the commentary run, Vicky, that this ground tends to get very hot in the mornings, especially because the buildings and the construction sites that are going around here, the heat is unbelievable. I mean, it's very difficult. I've been here a couple of times, and I can tell you that in the daytime it gets very hot. So St. Sebastian captain making a very bold call, having to bowl first. He'll have to manage his bowl as well before they start feeling signs of fatigue.
Yes, so definitely it's going to be tough going. 4 overs have been completed. It's 16 without loss. So Tashik Pereira will continue. He's going to bowl his third over, the fifth for today. He's bowled wicket to wicket, bowled well within himself so far. He's a concentrated ball in that off stump line, coming over the wicket. His colleague going round the wicket, so both thinking differently. Another easy single. Dineth once again 6 of 6. He's look good. Bhanuka 8 of 19. They know they have the power players to come. Santosh Gunatilaka really on his home ground. If he gets going, it's going to be very, very dangerous. He's the key. A double 100 versus Anand at the Ananda College grounds. Followed it up with 100 versus Lumbini. Excellent prime form, and St. Peters have been in prime form overall in the last few games.
Yes, they played well against Ananda and Lumbini. Santosh Gunatilaka, like we said, we keep talking about him. He got a double century, followed up with another 100 against Lumbini. So he'll be raring to go on a pitch like this. That isn't offering much to the bowlers, to be honest.
Yes, and St. Peters beat the Naland in first innings as well. They beat the President's College by innings and 74 runs. St. Peters lost to Zaira on first innings. Now that was a key loss there, and it was a group game, so that was a big win for Zaira. Credit to them. Oh, that's out, is it? Oh! In, out, and finally the ball lands on the ground. That was not good fielding behind the stumps. The wicket-keeper and the slip fielder, I think they messed it up. Who will go for it? One was waiting for the other.
Zinith Anjula needs to go buy a lottery today, Ricky. He's been very lucky. Edged one in the first over, and this time flares at one outside the off stump. There was absolutely no shot there, and the first slip makes an absolute mockery of that ball. Tall lad him, could have easily taken that, grabbed that, but he's going to be saying a long sorry to the bowler for the rest of the day.
Yes, I think initially he was blinded by the wicket-keeper who went across him, but I thought maybe on his second and third attempt he could have held on to it. But that's a key moment in this game here. This time that's a good looking shot, a touch too full, and the batsman eases it away on the offside. They'll come back for 2 comfortable runs, well fielded inside that boundary. That will certainly help him. He's, like Samir said, had a dangerous life so far.
Yes, so they've made 2 chances, Ricky, so far, and I'm very interested in the way that's gone about. I mean, the first chance was when Janishka pitched it full and got the edge, and this time it was much shorter. He got the batsman to cut square and got the edge. So now I'm wondering which of the 2 approaches he's going to go for. Very interesting tussle. I've always had this interest in seeing how fast bowlers go about their business, and this is entertainment for me, to be very honest.
It's just short of a length. Comfortable. This time Dineth, yes, that earlier delivery too close for his to his body to play that cut shot, and that extra bounce certainly didn't help. That should have been taken first by the wicketkeeper probably. That was fairly straightforward, and then the slip. So certainly St. Sebastians will be disappointed. This is what they needed, early wickets. Just short of a length again. This time just drops his hands, lets it go through. It's at the end of the over. Yes, 5 overs completed, 19 without loss.
Thank you and welcome. It comes back to St. Peter's College grounds in Bambalapitiya. St. Peter's 19 without loss after 5 overs. St. Sebastian's won the toss and decided to put St. Peter's into bat. And we have the first bowling change. No, it's a continuation of bowling by Janishka, who has bowled 2 overs. Is bowling this 3rd over. And welcome to Ranjika. Ranjika is joining me at the commentary box now.
Good morning to you, Paulinus. Yes, fairly good start from St. Peter's College. There were some anxious moments, but they managed to survive those scares until now. Both these batsmen have been on form, especially Banuka, who has got some few half centuries under his name this season. Strong batting lineup, St. Peter's College, Paulinus, and they're in red hot form in the last 2 matches.
Yes, definitely. Santosh Kudatalaka got 252 against Ananda and followed it up with another century against Lumbini. And he also has another century to his credit during the season. So he's already 3 centuries and he's got 660 odd runs for St. Peter's. He will definitely be the mainstay of the Peterite batting. He got 123 against President's College. Got 252 against Ananda and 103 against Lumbini.
Yes, Sri Lanka 19 cap, Santosh Gunatilaka, captain of the team last year, playing his extra year this year and showing what he's actually capable of. Very elegant stroke maker at the top, and also backs up with his bowling as well. Good swing bowler, the ideal all-rounder you would like to have in your team. And when he's firing, it's a wonderful asset. I think even St. Joseph last year had Jehan Daniel, who was really good in both bat and bowl. And those kind of players are actually an asset for any team.
Yes, definitely. As captain, he captained the Peterite side last year quite well. I can remember the Josephine Peterite, he did a good job. And next delivery down the leg side.
That's the end of the over. 6 overs gone. St. Peter's College 20 for none.
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම සනසුමදන නම එය සිංහ නම මිහිර මවන නම පවස නිවන නම සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
set comes back. St. Peter's at 20 without loss after 6 overs. Bhanuka on 9 and Dinit on 8. Tashik to continue bowling. He's bowled 3 overs, given away 13 runs at the moment. And he'll be bowling to Bhanuka. Yes, we were talking about St. Peter's, Ranjika, but St. Sebastian's on the other hand also have done pretty well this season. They too have 2 centurions into their credit.
The likes of Nonido Fernando, Sri Lanka 19 cap, has been around the cricketing arena, school cricketing arena for a long time, and have done wonderfully well for St. Sebastian's College as Bhanuka drives that through the cover point region, and that goes to another boundary. Cheeky but safely maneuvered by Bhanuka. It was all along the ground, and he found the gap between the gully and the cover point fielder. Nicely guided there. The bowler would have thought that it was a chance, but it was all safe. It was right along the ground, and the ball runs away to the boundary. Another boundary for St. Peter's College.
So St. Peter's moves on to 24. So we're talking about Nuwanitha Fernando represent the Sri Lanka under 19 against the India under 19 team. And that's a shortish delivery. Goes straight to the wicketkeeper. No run. So 24 without loss. St. Peter's were in the 7th over. Bhanuka is on 13 and then it is on 8. One Tashik Pereira pitched up, driven nicely past cover point that goes towards the boundary for 4. 4 more to Bhanuka, takes him on to 17, and the Peterite score moves on to 28. 28 without loss St. Peter's after being put into bat by St. Sebastian's College.
If I'm not mistaken, that's about the 3rd or 4th boundary which ran down to that 3rd man region. So the edges are flying, but it's not running into any of the hands of the slip corn. So unfortunate for Tashik and Janishka. This time much better from Bhanuka. Right to the pitch of the ball and blocking that. 2 boundaries in this over for Bhanuka, who has raced to 17 of 27 deliveries. Has done the bulk of the scoring in this partnership. Healthy run rate as well for St. Peter's College in this early session, early first hour rather.
That one again, there's an appeal for a caught behind. But umpires on mode, so St. Peter's remain at 28 for no loss after 7 overs. Bhanuka on 17 and Dunit on 8. Welcome back to St. Peter's College grounds. These live pictures come to you from ThePapare.com in combination with Batsman.com. St. Peter's College 28 without loss after 7 overs. St. Sebastian's College won the toss and put St. Peter's into bat. And the Peterites have got on to a good start. 7 overs gone, 28 runs scored. When we were talking about the P-Trade batting, Ranjika, but their bowlers too, they have good spinners in Ruin Senviratna, Kanishka, Madhuvanta. They have a very, very balanced bowling attack.
Yes, I think over the past couple of years, St. Peters have had a good bunch of spinners, starting from Miflal, who got 100 wickets in his last season. And then even before him, it was Tanisha Virakon, the mystery spinner who has a lot in his armory. And talking beyond that, it was Julian De Silva, then Lakshan Rodrigo over the past years. So they have been producing a lot of good spinners who has done a bulk of the bowling for St. Peters College. And this year we have Kanishka Madhuvanta, who is a very, very accurate spinner. He's always on to you. You can see he's not a big spinner of the ball, but he keeps you always in the game. He bowls very tight and he's very accurate. He doesn't give away anything whatsoever for the batsman. So that's the key with Kanishka Madhuvanta. And like you said, Ruin also have showed us that he can penetrate the batsman, and two seamers as well, 2 or 3 rather, with Santosh Gunatilaka, of course, Shivan Pereira, who is a second-year colorsman, and then we have the fresher who missed out last year's one day, the Joe Pete 50 over due to injury, Tariq Sabur, left armer, who is also amongst the wickets this year. So things are looking good for St. Peters, but I'm not very sure whether they are reaching the peak at the right time, Paulinus.
Yes, that's right. They have 2 outright victories to their credit, 3 first innings won, and they have also lost 2 matches on first innings. So out of the 7 played this season, St. Peters have done quite well. Yes, so we're talking about the spinners, Ranjika. I can remember last year in the Josephine P-Trade, Madhuvanta, Ruin Senviratna, and there was another boy, Sachin Silva. They were the 3 spinners that was operating right throughout the game, most probably.
Yes, I forgot Sachin Silva, who is another very accurate bowler, off spinner. Did the bulk of the bowling last year.
Yes, St. Peters 29 without loss. We're in the 8th over. That's driven back to the bowler, no run. So that's the end of the 8th over. St. Peters 29 without loss. Banaka on 17 and Dinit on 8.
සතුට බෙදන නම ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම සැනසුම දෙන නම එය සිංහ නම මිහිර මවන නම පවස නිවන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාස.
St. Peters 29 without loss. So we're in the 9th over.
Looks like the seamers are just trying to get through this 10 over, mandatory 10 overs. This look like they're actually looking for wickets and just trying to contain the batsman. That's one thing I've noticed, Paulinus, this mandatory 10 overs. The seamers doesn't actually look to get wickets. They are just trying to contain and get through those 10 overs, especially the captains as well. They don't push for wickets. They are just trying to get through that 10 overs, and as soon as the 10 overs are over, they just go to their spinners.
But I thought Ranjika Tashik Pereira was a bit unfortunate when there was a chance given and it was dropped at first slip. That was of Banuka De Silva, I think. So that's down the leg side, pushes it towards mid-wicket area, gets a single. He moves on to 18 and the score to 30. Yes, definitely the spinners will do a lot of bowling in this heat. They will have to do because its paces will tire off very quickly. So St. Peter's 31 without loss. We're in the 9th over. Being put into bat by St. Sebastian's College.
Is adding to that point I made earlier. I think it's very rare you see a schoolboy seamer coming back for a second or a third spell. It's really hard to find that because captains tend to just depend on their spinners. They go to few other, I mean, let's say 3 spinners at least. If that doesn't work, only if they would go for a seamer or a change up. But other than that, it's all about spinners, and that's something very unfortunate, I think, for the seamers and for the experience that they're not actually exposed for long spells. So that's very unfortunate for the seamers here in Sri Lanka. It's all about the spinners who are doing the bulk of the bowling in school arena, and then they move on to the premier tier. Even there you get so many spinners bowling 30-40 overs, while the seamers only bowl about 10.
Exactly, Ranjika, because also the wickets do help the spinners a bit in Sri Lanka, especially in the Asian subcontinent. You see even at test level so many spinners bowling, and that is of course the wickets are, some of the wickets are prepared for spinners, so that will give an additional chance of the spinners to bowl during the day. So St. Peter's 31 without loss. One shortish delivery, tries to pull it, doesn't get hold of it. So that's the end of the 9th over. St. Peter's 31 without loss. Bhanuka De Silva is on 17 and Dinith is on 10. Come back live. St. Peter's are 31 without loss. We're in the 10th over. There's live pictures coming through ThePapare.com and batsman.com, who is doing a wonderful job here. Bhanuka is on 17 at the moment, and then it is on 10. St. Peter's 31 without loss. When we talk about St. Sebastian's College, Muratua, also they have produced so many good cricketers in the past. In fact, Dulip Mendes started his cricket at St. Sebastian's College. Then we had Susil Fernando, Roger Vijayasuriya, all of them representing Sri Lanka. And so many good cricketers coming through St. Sebastian's College, Muratua also, Ranjika.
Yes, and in the recent past, we saw Avishka Fernando, who made a single appearance in that sole ODI he played in Sri Lanka. This likes of Amila Poncho as well, who has been in the circuit for a long time. It's a lot of cricketers produced by St. Sebastian's College, a humble servant of Sri Lanka cricket. And what you can expect from St. Sebastian's, I think, that fight, their willingness to fight, and they are always in the game. They would give their all in whatever situation it is, and they've always known to be a silent giant in the school cricketing arena.
I think the last year they were the under-17 runners-up in the under-17 cricket tournament conducted by the Sri Lanka Schools Association. So St. Peter's 31 without loss, 10th over. Janis Pereira is bowling his 5th over. He has given away 7 runs.
Five dot balls in this over by Janishka. Rare feat in this and a bit of a hold up as well. A lot of students around the grounds due to the sports meet practices. It's very busy few months in schools as you come to an end of the 10th over. St. Peter's College 31 for none. So bowling change, first bowling change for the day. Another seamer, Yashan into the attack, replacing Tashik from the canal end.
So it's Yashan to continue. A new bowler brought in from the canal end. Yashan will be bowling to Banuka, who is on so first delivery down the leg side. Banuka is on 17 and Dinit is on 10. There you see the replay of that delivery wide down the leg side. The wicketkeeper even unable to get hold of it properly. That one pushed towards the mid-wicket area, gets a single. He moves on to 18 and the St. Peter's score moves on to 32.
A reminder for social media platforms in Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can follow, interact and engage with your number one sports sub, www.thepapare.com. All news, articles, photos, all the coverage in any sports that is happening in Sri Lanka, around Sri Lanka. And pointers, it's a very hectic week this week. We're bringing you live coverage of 2 matches, and your school also playing against the Royal College. You must be very eager to know what's going on there.
Yes, that's true. They're playing Royal College at Dali Road. In fact, last week St. Joseph's played St. Sebastian's just a couple of days ago, and St. Joseph's College beat St. Sebastian's on first innings.
A lot of history in that match as well between Royal College and St. Joseph's College. I think they've been playing for more than 100 years, that encounter.
That's true.
Pretty surprising that there is no trophy for that encounter still.
Is no trophy played for the Royal Josephine game, but there is so many other games where St. Joseph's played for trophies. St. Benedict's is one, Wesley College is another one, St. Anthony's College, and then again, of course, the Josephine Peteride for the founder of St. Peter's and the 4th rector of St. Joseph's College, Father Maurice Lagog Trophy. It's played for the Josephine Peteride.
And then the season open as well, so against St. Patrick's, there's a trophy for that as well, yeah?
In Jaffna, yes, that's true.
Coming back, Yashan looking in better control, overstepping in that occasion, but compared to the rest of the bowlers, has been in good control so far in this over. This time pitched up, wonderful bit of fielding there by the extra cover fielder, diving full length to his right hand side and gathering that ball was driven hard by Bhanuka.
South Ranchika, St. Sebastian, when they won the toss and put the beat rides in, they would have definitely wanted to have an early breakthrough, but they got the opportunity but still could not hold on to it. So now the Faces are looking for that breakthrough. St. Peter's, on the other hand, have got a good start with 34 runs, and that's down the leg side, flicked away towards fine leg. That's going towards the boundary. A fielder there fielding inside the boundary. Gets two more to him.
Spice, I think the ball just swinging away from the bowler to end the over. 11 overs gone. St. Peter's College 35 for none.
සතුට බෙදන නම ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම සනසුම දෙන නම එය සිංහ නම මිහිර මවන නම අවස නිවන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
St. Peter's 35 without loss after being put into bat. Lebanon was gone. Chansika Pereira is still continuing. He's bowling his 6th over. He's given away just 7 runs. Bowled quite well this morning.
Bhanuka De Silva, who is currently unbeaten on 18, is the second highest run scorer this season so far for St. Peter's College. 9 innings, 254 runs for him with 2 half centuries. And behind him is skipper Ranmit Jayasena, 251 runs with 350s under his name. And looking at the stats, when you look at Santosh Gunathilaka's stats, he's in a different league. Paulinus, 768 runs in 9 innings. Mainly due to that 252 he scored, and I'm sure his average must be staggering as well with that unbeaten 252. Things looking good, but my only concern is Paulinus, are they peaking at the right time?
Well, definitely yes, I would say, because you see, after the 252, he followed it up with another 100 against Lumbini. He has 400s to his credit for this season and 250s. Definitely he's a star in this Petra team this year, but of course we must not forget the skipper Ramnik Jayasena and then the spinners who've been doing a wonderful job for St. Peter's this season.
Yes, that previous delivery, Bhanuka was cramped for room and surprised by the pace as well. It's in an awkward position. Luckily for him, he didn't get any top edge. This time edged, but on the bounce to the first slip fielder. Very unfortunate, the Sebastian bowlers in this first hour.
There's a second or third time we see the edge being taken and it's going on the first bounce to the slip fielders. I think the slip fielders should think of coming a step or two forward, I think, because the ball is not carrying up to them.
Yes, very good observation actually from you, Paulinus. Has been happening for the last 10 overs, apart from that one catch that went into hand, just dropped. We'll come back to that after this over. 12 overs gone. St. Peter's College 36-0.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිපිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Sets it comes back. St. Peter's are 36 without loss. We are in the 13th over. Yashan is continuing bowling from the canal end. Bowled just 1 over and given away 3 runs. Banuka is on 19 and Dinit is on 11. Well, Ranchika, we were talking about the slip fielders. I think they should move up a bit because the ball is not carrying up to them. So they should make that adjustment as soon as possible.
Yes, there have been so many times that the edges have not carried to the slip con. These are little things that these young boys need to understand with time, I think. Especially having the likes of Nuni Fernando in the slip con, they should realize that the ball is not carrying. He has a lot of experience under his name, playing, I think, playing for the school in his 4th or 5th year in the first 11. Wavered once again from Yashan. I think he has got the length right, but his lines have been a bit wavered. The opening bowlers, however, were pretty short in their bowling, but Yashan, in the other hand, have been able to pitch the ball up, but haven't been able to control the swing.
This time Banuka puts it towards mid-wicket area. Squalik area gets a single. He moves on to 20 and the Peterite score goes on to 37. St. Peter's, after being put into bat at 37 without loss, we're in the 13th over. Next delivery nicely stroked away towards fine leg, gets a single. So that takes the Peterite total on to 38.
Once again drifting down, this time changing his angle. Yashan coming around the wicket, drifting into the pads of Banuka. Beg your pardon, that was Dinit Tanjula. This time short and wide, this crunched towards the cover boundary. The ball is running away. No, it's stopped inches away from the boundary line. 2 runs nevertheless for Banuka, looking good at the moment. And that comes to an end of 13th over. St. Peter's College 40 for none.
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුමදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So St. Peter's College at the moment 13 overs done, 44 dollars. They had a good start with the bat. These two opening batsmen, Banuka and Denip, having a good start for their team. And the fast bowlers, the pace bowlers of St. Sebastian College, struggling to get the length and the line correctly in these first few overs. They have a few chances, but the lucky as of the batsman from St. Peter's College got them through to this 13th over.
Yeah, sure. The two openers from St. Peter's College did struggle earlier in the early on in the day, but I think they have maneuvered the ball very well. They have used they didn't let St. Sebastian's College to pick wickets with the new ball. That was the key, because in this track, as you said earlier in the day with the pitch report, early wickets is a must, because it looks the batting paradise there.
Here's with lots of batting to come for St. Peter's College. Got some big names, Santosh Gunatilaka and
that good solid defense from Dini Tanjula there. And now he's finding the middle of the bat slowly and steadily. And just like you were telling, Santosh Gunatilaka, Ranmit Jayasena, big names to come. Leading run scorers of the tournament, entire tournament I should say, not just the St. Peter's College. Santosh Gunatilaka already has 768 runs, so close for the 1,000.
Well, yes,
and has a lot of games to come for Santosh Gunatilaka.
That he's going to be the first player to pass that 1,000 runs in this season.
We wish he will. And yes, Dinit Anjula did struggle a lot in the morning. And good hit, very good hit from Dinit Anjula. Short one from Chanishka takes it up and over that short square leg fielder.
So Dinit Gunatilaka finding confidence. He was struggling in the early overs, but right now with that short pitch delivery.
Dinit Anjula, what a hit. Beautiful to watch. Dinit Anjula there. A left-hander's delight.
Lots of confidence pouring from that shot from Dinit. Three more balls to go in this over. Already 4 runs from it. Chanishka,
Sri Lanka 19 player Chanishka,
and also the under-17 captain of Sebastian College, promising young player for both the Sebastian College and for the Sri Lanka as well. These young players cruising through the school teams and getting their chances, testing out their lucks in the youth teams.
I believe he can play for 2 more years in under 19. I believe that a good bouncer, and look at that carry and the takeoff from that surface. That's gonna be a handful for fast bowlers, but still it's gonna be in the batting friendly side.
Well, yes, if the day goes on, fast bowlers might lose their confidence, and the batsmen, well, it's a batting paradise as I mentioned earlier.
These two have done very good job to start the innings. What a hit that was! Just as I was telling, these two has done a very good job to see that new ball through. And when the likes of Gunatilaka and Jayasena comes into this, it's gonna be very difficult. And that's a boundary. Just full length delivery, glided it away from that slip fielder.
Once again, a chance was it, but 14 overs done, 49 for no loss.
අසනීපව සිට සුවය ලැබීමට අත්‍යවශ්‍ය ආජනීන් වලින් සපිරි මැලිබන් විටාජන් හොඳ ආරමුණකට සුවෙන් සිටින්නට.
Is at the moment 14 overs done, 49 for no loss. So we had few chances for the field, especially at the slip court. We've seen a drop catch as well. This was the last ball of the last over. There we go once again. But this time probably sliding down the ground, and
it was not a chance there, though. Oshada soft hands kept it along the ground, but nevertheless a risky shot to try.
As I guess the captain of Sebastian College, and he might think of getting the slip court a little bit closer, I guess, because the ball seems to be not carrying on.
And there's a change in the bowling, and right arm off spinner Nadira Fernando comes in. And Nadira is a treat to watch actually as an off spinner. Nadira has a very orthodox action, copybook stuff, a wonderful pivot, front foot pivot, and loops the ball and gives a lot of revs. The classic old school off spinner.
Well, as at the 14th over, they're going for their bowling change. Nadira, the off spinner, as you mentioned. Let's see if he can get the breakthrough for the team. At the moment, 49, 1 run short of the team half century. These two batsmen, Banuka and Dinit, doing very well down there in the middle. 26 and 16 respectively for the two batsmen. It was patient start, but whenever they got that opportunity to hand the ball out of the ground, they didn't hesitate to go for that shot and had some momentum to the innings. I think they've done very well here to get their team to a respectable start. This traditional encounter between Sebastian College, Moratuwa, and St. Peter's College.
So here is Nadira Fernando. Look at that. This is what I was mentioning. Wonderful pivot from this front foot and the tail leg following it.
Well, yes, as you mentioned, it's textbook stuff, and he's keeping all things simple. That's the key. You don't need to.
But he's got a shimmy jump there, but other than that, it's all copybook stuff from Nadira Fernando. Came across him 2 years back, and since then he's never failed to amuse me as an off spinner, because I like spinners who ball it with copybook old school stuff, because that's dying in the game today.
Well, we've seen some fancy actions and all those actions from the players, but these kind of bowlers keeping it old school and seems to be working right.
And
the way,
and it's about picking up wickets with this tradition, and among all the variations, here comes the regulation of spinner and picks up wickets, and that's what made Dilruwan Pereira all the more better when he took 50 wickets this year. I beg your pardon, the last year. And that's well swept by the left-hander there. Swept it fine. Banuka is in good form, and saw the ball drifting down leg stump and quickly onto the sweep.
In these kind of conditions, sweep seems to be the better option for batsmen. There we go.
Not entirely, but anything outside the off stump and anything outside the leg stump, it's always, there's no demons. You just can trust the wicket and sweep it. But just to counter the turn, I don't think they really have to go for that option.
Once again, 2 runs added to the total quickly, and while we were talking, 50 came up for St. Peter's College, and that's a good time without losing a wicket as well.
Now they are in a very good position. St. Peter's College, 56 for no loss, 14.5 overs, and most importantly, they have seen the new ball through.
Yes, that's going to be very vital at this stage for St. Peter's College. Getting that relief from the first few overs, but 15 overs done, 56 for no loss. Overs done, 56 now. There we go, the wagon wheel. Lots of shots down the fine leg and third man areas, in fact all the boundaries.
That tells the pace of this wicket. The greenery, and this bears witness for that pace of the wicket.
From the very first over itself, there were few chances that went through the slip cordon as well, and one dropped catches.
Not just the chances, it's also about the gliders which they managed to sneak through using the pace of the bowler. Tashik Pereira will take it off from Janishko Pereira, who's bowling from that end.
The vice captain of the team.
Tashik Pereira
had a promising start, a promising tournament so far, and has been able to make a breakthrough in this first session of this game. Let's see.
Yet to open the account. That has been the key for these two openers from St. Peter's College. Leave the ball very well. They left it, and
they're measuring the situation correctly, getting those good balls out of the way, and then those easy stuff. He's going for the shots and getting those singles, converting those singles into doubles, and getting those boundaries often. So that's been the key. That momentum has been the key for these two batsmen.
And the running between the wicket has also been good. They've been able to put pressure on the fielders and frustrate the bowlers by picking up singles every now and then.
Go leave away finally. Bowlers gliding towards that stump area, and the batsman Dinith making sure that he leaved it alone quite comfortably. Dinith playing the perfect supporting role at the moment. 16 of 32, and Banuka, he moves up to 30s, 32 for the loss of, I beg your pardon, 32 of 61 deliveries for him.
And I'll tell you, Dinith Anjula is opening the batting right. I think it's after under 13 cricket. It's now he is opening the batting, because he started cricket as an opener. I used to be my teammate at Lyceum International Schools. Then he moved to St. Peter's, and he was a prominent left-arm leg spinner in the growing days in under 15, under 17, and even first 11 cricket. He started as a left-arm leg spinner, though he started cricket as an opener under 13. But right now, again, going back to the norms and showing what he's got with the bat.
I think it's been the correct choice for his cricketing life, getting that opening batsman role.
He's always been a very technically sound opener, Dinith Anjula.
3 more balls remaining in this over, as the previous ball was declared as a wide from the umpire. This time once again down the leg side, and the wicket keeper is having a busy day behind the stumps. It's a force going down that leg side area, but he's done well to stop those balls.
They've been straying it either way. The two fast bowlers from St. Sebastian's College. That has been the issue. I was having a chat with their coach right in the break, and he was frustrated to see the balls being left for no good avail. Just left, and that's it. And he was very worried that the new ball is being not used properly, and right now they can't get it back till.
It's already 15, almost 16 overs done, yet they haven't lost a wicket, so kind of a frustrating start for Sebastian College. One more ball to go in this over, just a single off that wide delivery. Looking shot down the ground, but a dot ball to end the over. 16 overs done, 57 for no loss.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම සිංගනම මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහෙ බෙදන නම
ඒ සිංගනම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංග අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
A nutritional supplement enriched with arginine that is essential for fast recovery after an illness. Maliban Vitagen. Stay healthy for a good reason.
16 overs done, 57 for Nolos. Players getting some break. It's a very hot day here in Bambalapitia with a strong breeze. It's important for the players to stay hydrated.
First water break of the game and first tower done. And this is how the first tower has fared for St. Peter's College. Banuka, as usual, 32 of 61 deliveries and 16. Dino Tanjula giving a good hand. 57 for Nolos, most importantly for 16 overs. First 16 overs has been seen through.
This is important session for St. Peter's College. They haven't lost a wicket, so they're going on well at the bowling performances so far. Tashik and Janishka, the two fast bowlers, to start off the proceedings for Sebastian College, 6 and 7 overs respectively, and haven't been able to make a breakthrough. 57 for Nolos after 16 overs with the Banuka, and then the two openers still out there in the middle, battling through this first few overs. It's been a hard journey for them. In the first few overs, we had few chances. The catchers were dropped in the slip cordon, but things worked out in the St. Peter's way. But Sebastian College bowlers, with the spinner coming through, they got to make a breakthrough for the team. That is going to be very vital at this stage for the visiting team.
And it's also going to be very tricky to the two openers right now. It's from now on that they have to concentrate and rebuild the innings, because they've seen through 16 overs. It's about how they are going to bat for the next hour, next 16 overs till the next water break. They have to build up that mentality, because it's easy once you have settled down. Normally what the schoolboy cricketers do is just give it away. And, now it's about how they are going to capitalize this start they have got.
There's 57.5 century stand for the opening stand is always a boost for the batting team. So the important thing, as you mentioned, Megan, is to carry on with the momentum.
And now they have to plan the next 5 overs. Then after that, the next 5. Then, and as a major plan, they should have it just bat it till the next water break, which will bring it to a lunch. And with the likes of their batting, I mean, if they can bat another hour, that is going to put a lot of pressure on St. Sebastian's College, because early wickets was a key in this track, and certainly they have lost that chance. But it's about how St. Peter's are going to take it on from here, because we have seen enough and more turnovers in this game. This is a funny game, isn't it?
Well, yes, the important thing, as you mentioned once again, was to plan step by step. That's going to be the key for batting long in this kind of conditions. It's a batting friendly pitch, I should say, a batting paradise rather.
But that can carry you away. You can take things too lightly, and it's very hot out there. It's gonna get dry, and the wicket is gonna get slower. So you have to just adjust with the day. So that's the end of 17 overs, 58 for Nolos, St. Peter's College. So Tashik Pereira will continue. We are here at the St. Peter's grounds, Bambalapitiya, bringing to you live the traditional game. And this is the partnership, 58 runs partnership, a very, very vital one. Leaning into it lazily, Bhanuka. Outside the off-stump delivery coming slowly, but making sure there is enough contact.
The body is staying at front position and getting that bat through the ball. Bhanuka and Dinit, they've done very well here. The partnership of 59 of 104 deliveries. Once again, a good looking shot, and through the covers will be just a single, little bit of a lazy running between the wickets. You got to take those chances, you got to convert those singles into doubles, but nevertheless it's a single, and Tashik will be worried. He's bowling his 7th over, none for 26 for Tashik, the vice captain of Sebastian College. Bhanuka seems to be in a very good touch here. 34 of 66. He's middling the ball very well.
And it's a very humid day today to start off with, and they've got a canal right across the ground, and all those factors will add up to the humidity in the center. It's gonna be very hot. It's already hot.
There's construction sites all around the ground, so
the heat is gonna be trapped inside. This is the only vacant area to the whole surrounding, and in the heart of Colombo, Bambalapitiya.
It has been a tricky day for these players out there in the middle.
Massive constructions going around this ground. A wonderful pavilion is being built, and the media boxes are being rebuilt. So a busy day here at Bambalapitiya. A lot of people roaming around, a lot of kids and masters preparing for their sports meets, and in between all these distractions, the two has got to go on, and that was struck very well from Bhanuka. Made sure he hit it along the ground, and picked up another boundary for Bhanuka there.
Bhanuka moves up to 38 with a glorious shot down to that square area. That's a good looking shot. He knew exactly where the fielder was placed, and was able to derive that ball away from that fielder. He's moving on nicely. 38 of 69 deliveries for him, with one more ball to go in this over.
And these two batsmen are being very good against the short ones. We saw Dinit also pick up one short delivery from Janishka, beautifully up and over the short square leg fielder, and this time in complete control, Bhanuka.
Last ball of the over, and will be a single. Yes, it is a single to end the over. 18 overs done, which is College 65 for no loss.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Adhir is continuing his third over, none for 7. The promising off spinner, the orthodox off spinner from Sebastian College, and he's continuing his proceedings in his first spell.
Bhanuka has taken a lot of strike in this partnership, I should say. Oshida.
They've done the correct thing. Whenever you get that confidence, you get to take the control of this partnership, and these two batsmen, they have identified their roles. Dinit,
and that's what I was gonna get to. It's credits to Dinit. He's been able to maneuver the single and give the strike whenever is possible to Bhanuka, and Bhanuka has done the right thing, take the strike and go after the bowlers, and he's played the role, and he's the man in form right now, the second highest run scorer of the team. So it's about how to get him to strike and use him to the maximum.
Yes, they've identified their roles, and they're going according to a plan, these two batsmen. They're not just patting out there mindlessly, but they're playing according to a plan, and the plan seems to be working according to St. Peter's way.
Another dot ball, 5 dots in the over so far from Nadira. But they don't seem to be troubled with these dot balls. That is the most important thing about these two St. Peter's batsmen.
This is last ball of the over, one ball to go.
There you go, the single. So again, Bhanuka will keep strike, and that is the end of 19th over, 66 for no loss.
St. Peter's College put it back today by St. Sebastian, 66 for no wicket after 19 overs. Bhanuka on 40 and Dinith on 17. So change the bowling. Left arm leg spinner, Kalana coming on.
Yes, left arm spinners have become a mandatory ingredient in every fast bowling recipe, every bowling recipe for that matter. St. Sebastian's now unleashing their second spinner after having started off with other right arm spinner who has bowled with much control. It will be interesting to see how Kalana goes about this. Bhanuka and Dinith have settled well for St. Peter's. They've batted intelligently, so to say. Haven't played any shots in anger or any rash shots for that matter. Have gone about very well in their business, putting away the bad deliveries to boundaries and respecting the good balls. So interesting prospect here. Two spinners from the two ends. We'll see how St. Sebastian go about this.
Swept away nicely. To his backward square leg. Down to the boundary it goes and picked up just inside. He was talking about this pitch itself. I mean, St. Sebastian's, when they had a look at the pitch this morning, they thought that perhaps the quick bowlers will get some early wickets. But really this pitch has played very true. And one thing I've noticed is that the moment the ball hits the pitch, it starts to slow down. And if you bowl short, the ball will just stand up to be hit around the park.
Yes, Eric, you're quite right in pointing that out. In fact, I was just telling in my earlier commentary stint as well, it was quite a bold call by the St. Sebastian captain to have chosen to bowl first on a hot day on a pitch like this. I mean, we have to notice the grounds around here are surrounded by buildings, so it makes it extra hot with all the concrete around. So really has to back his fast bowlers to be putting in a lot of work this day.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because 2 years ago, when St. Sebastian's played St. Peter's here, they batted first and they lost outright. So this year, perhaps they thought, well, we'll bowl first.
Right, Eric. So you believe in the theory of going by your past performances or going by what you see in front of you?
Played uppishly, but straight towards deep mid-on. No, I don't believe in that, but don't forget that some of the coaching staff, they have these little things in their mind all the time.
Superstitions, Eric.
Yeah, superstitions, as you can call it. And that's what the coach told me a little while ago when I was talking to him, that I asked him, why did you want to field first on a super batting track here? There we are. Edged. And taken that slip this time. Went pretty low to the slip. But then St. Sebastian's pick up their first wicket. St. Peter's had a good start. That thin edge down towards slip, and it's all over.
Well, against the run of play, that one Bhanuka was looking very good out there in the middle. He's played some very solid shots from the time he's walked in, but suddenly out of nowhere tries to drive a full one and picks up the edge. And good catch there by the first slip. The slip fielders have had some trouble since morning. The ball has bounced over them or gone past them, but this time carries quite well to the first slip fielder, and he has no problem in picking that up. So finally, Sebastian pick up the first wicket of the day, and that will make them happy. And hopefully from here on, for their sake, they'll hope that they could go on and pick a couple more wickets before the lunch sets in. About an hour to go for that.
So Santosh comes out to bat, man in form at the moment.
Yes, he'll be ready to go. He must have seen the pitch this morning and licked his lips, Eric. He's been in red hot form, as you said. Scored a couple of brilliant knocks, a double century and a century against Lumbini. So he must have wanted to get out there. But it's a good thing he's here early and not just before lunch. So he has enough time to see the ball well, settle down, and go into lunch with a decent score to his name.
Yes, talking about the pitch once again. Well, a tinge of grass on this track, but it's bone dry, so there's no real advantage for the bowler itself, because sometimes you'll find the grass on the track, the groundsman or the curator leaves it on the track just to bind the pitch together.
Yes, I'm glad you said that, because I've always wondered why would they leave a little bit of grass there. But like you said, Sri Lankan pitches tend to crack early within the first 2 days, and that's probably why they leave that little bit of grass to sort of keep it together so that it doesn't become impossible to play on, as you say. And the spinners don't want to come in too early in the game so that we have a very quick result for that matter.
So single being taken. Yes, one of the reasons is that the pitchers start to powder up. That's when it becomes difficult for batsmen. The spinners start to dominate. The ball will shoot through. And there's the replay of that last wicket. Nicely flighted. There's the little edge. Nicely picked up by slip. Kept his eyes on the ball all the time. Talking about the slips, in fact, I think when the quick bowlers were in operation, the slips were standing far too deep. They should have the second slip up at least a couple of steps, because before the ball just dropping short of the slip cordon. And on a pitch like this, when you talk about the pitch, when it bounces on the track, it starts to slow down. You need to start thinking as to where your slips need to stand.
Good point, Eric. In fact, this is what makes the difference between good teams and great teams, doesn't it? I mean, these are college boys at the end of the day, and good teams are the ones that are proactive about these things and make those decisions early. Especially the captain himself has to be one who is constantly thinking, constantly making plans and looking around in his field. So it really takes, it's a matter of how much experience you have, what your coaches are telling you, how the communication lines are between the captain and the fielders. And I think you're dead right when you said that those slip fielders in the beginning should have been further up. And that would have been a different story today for St. Sebastian's had they had made that change.
Nice picked around for another single. Yes, a few points that I've noticed in this first hour and 50 minutes of play is St. Peter's 2. They've lacked in their running between the wickets when they should have picked up 2s and 3s. They settled for the 2 when the 3 runs was on. When they're going to take 2, they settled for a single. You need to be always looking for those extra runs. You've got to run that first run hard. Look for the second run. So I think they've lost about 10 runs so far because of poor running between the wickets.
Yes, as we saw, Santosh has gotten off the mark in this over. He's scored his single off his first delivery, and he'll take strike to Nadira. Fuller this time, almost on a Yorker length by the spinner. Santosh has no problem. I'm sure he's watching the ball like a football after all the time he spent in the middle in the last few games. But it's always nervous and tough when you come into the crease first time on any given day.
Take on the full, nicely driven the offside towards sweeper. Not the single on offer. He's talking about the captaincy. St. Sebastian's captain. And the 21st over is completed. St. Peter's 72 for 1.
Unanimous decision.
So there we are, 72 for 1 after 21 overs. St. Peter's put into bat today by St. Sebastian's down at Bambalapitia. The only man out was Banuka for 41. Dinit is on 20 and the new man is Santosh. He is on 9 extras. That's quite a few extras, in fact, in his first 21 overs.
Yes, Eric, you were going to talk about the St. Sebastian captaincy. Have you been impressed so far with the way he's made his changes and guided his troops so far?
Well, Noendra Fernando is a very experienced campaigner, represented Sri Lanka under 19 as well. And one of the reasons he's not a part of the under 19 squad at the moment against the Australian under 19 team is because it's over 19 now, but the rule for school cricket that you can play until September. So he's not a part of the team, but I've seen him play so many times for Sri Lanka under 19. He's impressed me with the bat. He's batted well. So he's an experienced campaigner. I think he knows a lot about this game. He reads the game well. But then sometimes you'll find that when it comes to big moments, you perhaps err a bit. And that's what he's done today. Kicking the slip fielders too far behind. Could have brought his second slip up a couple of steps. A few more catches would have gone for hand for sure.
Totally agree with you there, Eric. I think he should have been a bit more proactive with those field placements. Nevertheless, having said that, Santosh will take strike to Kalana. And it'll be interesting tussle here. Left arm spinner to an informed right hand tall batsman. Has to take a long stride forward in order to be able to defend on that front foot.
Another important point is that spinners need to try and give the ball a bit more, not to bowl too quick. When you start to bowl a bit too quick, trying to grab runs, that's when you drop it a bit short to get punished.
That's a big shot. Sorry, Eric, over that. A big shout there by the bowler, hitting him straight onto the pads, but I don't think that was going on to hit the stumps. Santosh probably opting for the sweep because he was more towards the leg side. Might be interesting to see the replay there, to see exactly what happened. This time Santosh much more solid in defence. Lets that trickle down to the point fielder. No runs. So St. Peter's have slowed down a little bit from the time that wicket has gone. Rightfully so. Might want to take some time again. Let the new batsman settle down and then start building a new partnership once again. Done well so far in the 22nd over. 72 for 1.
Yes, again, forward defensive plays on the onside. And that's where a good batsman starts to play himself in. He may have got a double 100 the previous week. But there's that appeal once again.
Apologies, that was supposed to be the appeal, but I think a slight glitch in the way that was brought to you, right? That's hit to the point fielder. Have they crossed over single? No, they haven't. Brings us to the end of the 22nd over. 72 for 1.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
72 for 1. Taken the full, driven on the offside, but straight to the fielder.
Right, so I think we're going to get the replay of the LBW shout in the last over. Let's try and see if we can bring that back. Nadira, in the meantime, will continue to his spinning counterpart on the other side. Himself as a left-arm spinner. Right, there you go. What do you make of that, Eric? Hitting the stumps? Thought it's closer than it looked in the beginning.
I think the strike was a bit too much for the umpire to rule in favour of the bowler. Yes, but having said that, Santosh himself would have realised that trying to play that sweep shot very early in his innings is not the best shot you can play. You've got to play yourself in, even though you got a double 100 the previous week. Nice flick to play. It's nice to play it.
This is exactly what both these batsmen will have to do. Play the ball to its merits, push them around in the gaps and keep crossing over for singles. There's no point in playing big shots now. It's a two-day game, remember. St. Peter's have had success with this kind of an approach. They haven't gone all guns blazing from the time they've come out to bat. They've been patient. They've built their innings. In fact, Santosh, even in that 252 not out, even though he scored it off 245 balls, it was towards the latter part of the innings that he got really aggressive. But when he first came into bat, he was very patient, very watchful, just like that, putting the balls into the gaps and collecting those runs. I think as a batsman, that's one thing you have to do. Instead of looking to score quickly, especially on this kind of a format, you need to work the hard yards and collect the runs, Eric.
Yes, that's a good strategy. Rotate the strike, pick up the singles, get your eye in, stand at the other end and take a look at what the bowler is doing. That's all part and parcel of the game.
Last ball of the over. Zenith will take strike and push that again once into the fielder's hand. Will they run for a single? Yes, they have gone for a quick single. That could have been very close, but a miscommunication there in the middle of the pitch. Santosh wanted it. Zenith, I think, took a start and then went back to his crease. So a bit of confusion brings us to the end of the 23rd over. St. Peter's going along quite nicely on 74 for 1.
Unanimous decision.
Right, so 74 for 1, St. Peter's are put into bat by St. Sebastian. This is day one of this two-day game. And let's take a look at that last delivery of that last over. There we are. Stop start. Santosh looking for the single down the track.
Yes,
I think a long way down the track. In fact, if the bowler was just playing the stumps, maybe Santosh should have been in deep, deep trouble.
Absolutely. I think the culprit there was then it took a start, indicated to his non-striker that he's going to go for a run. Santosh, naturally being a fast runner, took a few steps forward. Tall lad, remember. And suddenly, he could have been a victim of unfortunate circumstances there, but luckily for him, the fielder didn't return with the best of throws, as his bowler would have hoped. But Kalana has started well so far, 2 overs, and he's immediately picked up the wicket that St. Sebastian wanted so desperately. He'll bowl to Santosh, who's a man, once again, as we keep saying, on form. And he showed signs of that again, once again, pushing it to the leg side, to the fielder at mid-on, to cross over for a single or have they.
Yes, they picked up a single on that. See, these are little things that I think our coaches keep an eye on. Running between the wickets is so important. Grounding your bat, the basics of cricket. And sometimes we notice that at practices, they have these nets sessions. They don't have these running between the wicket sessions as well. That could also be one of the problems when you don't have an understanding with your partner.
Very true. I think that's one aspect of the game that a lot of smaller clubs, especially those in the Division 2 and Division 3 format, they really struggle with, because most of them are cricketers who are working full-time and they probably practice in the nets in the evenings and don't get exposure to open grounds like these where they can practice running between the wickets. And that is what I think it affects them in two ways. One is the way they run between the wickets, and another thing is the fitness levels of these cricketers. So I think credit to these schools who have taken up the challenge of ensuring that these boys are at the peak level of fitness, and that result that allows them to be good runners between the wickets. Kalana has bowled well so far. Very impressed with the way he's gone about, pitching it on the right spots. From the first ball he's bowled, and he's provided quite a good challenge to the batsman. Good left arm spinner. I like the way he comes about to the crease this time. Pushed it off his pads. Santosh Gunatilaka, beautifully placed shot there. He could have hit that anywhere on the leg side, but he chose to hit it right in the gap between the backward square leg fielder and the mid-wicket fielder. Beautifully hit. First boundary for Santosh.
Yes, fast outfield as well, so that helps. And when you pick the gap, certainly you will get value for your shots. So St. Peter's move on to 80 for 1.
Kalana will have to be careful here. The last thing he wants to do is allow Santosh a few loose deliveries and let him settle down. I'm sure they must have kept an eye on what has happened in the previous games, and the one man they want out early as possible is this man on your screen, Santosh Gunatilaka. So Kalana will have to be on the money. We have to think from the word go. Let's see how he responds after getting hit for that boundary. Eric, you wanted the flight, and I think Kalana has given that.
Yes, I think a better flight. So forced Santosh on the front foot and pushed out for a single. I always believe that the spinners, they must give the ball a bit more, not bowl too flat. And the moment you try and bowl flat and bowl a bit too short, that's when the batsman will take full advantage of you.
It's easy to err in line when you try to bowl flat, just like that one. This time it's much straighter, but like you said, it's easy to make errors when you try to bowl flat. We'll get back to that point. End of the 24th over, St. Peter's College, 81 for 1.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So 81 for 1, St. Peter's, put into bat today by St. Sebastian's. Santosh on 9, Dinth on 22.
There's Nadira will have to bowl well here. Kalana has done well so far. He's picked up the 1 wicket of Bhanuka. Nadira, his spinning partner, will have to think toe-to-toe with his spinning partner on the other end. So he'll have to bowl well, be disciplined. On the other hand, Santosh, who's scored some big runs this tournament, will try and wait as long as possible for those bad deliveries, the loose ones to come his way, so that he go about scoring another shot as well. And a perfect example of what a good batsman he is, Eric. In the last over, we saw that he scored a boundary, and immediately the next delivery, it was full, it was there to be hit, but he still just pushed it to the fielder and crossed over for a single. And that's a sign of a good thinking batsman, isn't it? You score a boundary, then get off the strike.
Yes, Santosh has plenty of experience as well, played for Sri Lanka under 19.
That mid-on fielder a little too deep. I mean, I don't see the point of having him there. If he's going to be hit hard, he's not going to be able to cover the boundary. And every time the ball pushes to him, it's going to be a single. So I'm not really sure what the captain is thinking, having that mid-on fielder right almost on the line on the 30th circle. Vinith, on the other hand, opening left-arm batsman, came alongside Bhanuka, has gone about very slowly, taken his time, but I think that was required of him while Bhanuka was going along at a rapid pace. Vinith has supported him well, has stood there. There you go. Once again, I made that point about the mid-on fielder being a little too deep. Once again, the batsman easily crossing over for a single. I mean, how rarely do you see a batsman hitting the ball straight to the fielder's hand and still being able to cross for a single? So this move by the captain baffles me, honestly.
Well, I think they're in two minds sometimes, thinking that if the bowler does flight it up and the batsman does use his feet, come down the track, loft it, perhaps have a chance of a catch.
And more on that, end of the 25th over. St. Peter's College 83 for 1.
So 83 for 1, St. Peter's in their first innings, put into bat by St. Sebastian's. Kalana 1 for 9 of his 3 overs, picked up the only wicket to fall so far. And Kalana not afraid to flight that ball from time to time. And on track that doesn't really give the spinners any assistance, you need to really mix it up, keep the batsman guessing.
Listen, he's done that well so far, Kalana. He's pitched it on the right areas of this pitch and trying to extract maximum advantage from a surface that isn't doing much for the bowlers so far, at least. It's been very friendly to the batsmen, as you said, Eric. Not sure what Sebastians were thinking when they decided to bowl first. They would have thought that they would have got some early wickets with their fast bowlers, but I thought the fast bowlers erred too much in line when they started. And now they'll have to depend on the spinners to prize something out of the first session, which has so far belonged to the prestigious Bambalapitia school.
So Sebastians are thinking of 2 years ago.
Absolutely. Superstitions, they still play a part of this big game. Sri Lanka, I mean, cricket has gone a long way in the world. It has developed, it has evolved, and it's quite crazy to see that still most of these cricketers and even coaches sometimes depending on superstitions and these kind of little things. Khan has bowled well so far. This is over. Third ball, and this time jumps forward. Then it has he chipped it back to the bowler. Has it been taken? Yes, it has. Beautiful catch there by Karana. Everything he's doing it perfectly well. He's bowled that well. Just like Eric said, he's flighted it. Invites Dinit to come forward and hit that. And Dinit, on the other hand, has just chipped it straight back to the bowler. Beautiful bowling that one.
Just look at that. I mean, nicely flighted. Batsman comes forward, drives on the up, and the catch, low catch, good reflex catch from the bowler himself. Dived at the right time, picked it up. Well, and Dinit's innings comes to end. 23 of 59 balls, and Peters lose their second wicket. And they would have wanted to go to lunch with just one wicket down, but the second wicket also now put pace the chances of perhaps getting another partnership going. And this is what good bowling is all about. When you start to flight it, you bowl the quicker one, keep the batsman thinking all the time, and that's what Dilip really did. He kept the batsman thinking, and of course the batsman paid the price. So Ranmit, the new man in, the left-hander.
Yes, St. Peter's captain walks in at the fall of the second wicket. These two, Santosh and Ranmit, had a mammoth partnership against Anand just 2 matches ago. Ranmit himself scored a superb 80, a very aggressive shot. There you go, Dinit. I mean, he spent a lot of time with his opening partner, Bhanuka de Silva, and he batted really well up until now. And he decided, well, I've spent enough time with Bhanuka in the middle, let me go spend some time with him in the pavilion as well.
Well, a lot of bottom hand in that shot as well. That's what really happened. Just scoop the ball up and use a lot of bottom hand. That really happens.
It'll be interesting to see Ranmit captain's approach here. He was very aggressive when he came on to bat against Ananda. I was there in the com box and it was a pleasure watching him bat. He was punishing every delivery almost that came his way. And this time in the spot of bother, St. Peter's College have lost 2 quick wickets just before, half an hour before lunch to go. It'll be interesting to see the kind of approach Ranmit goes about. He's a naturally aggressive batsman, but I think in partnership with Santosh, I'm sure he has enough experience to, what can I say, douse the fire that St. Sebastians have provided.
So 2 for 9, Kalana's figures, good figures. Last ball of his fourth over. So ends the over, and St. Peter's are 83 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
83 for 2, St. Peter's, put into bat today by St. Sebastian's at Bambalapitia.
Yes, these two batsmen going along quite nicely. As you see, Santosh cuts that off the back foot. Beautifully played shot there. That was honestly Nadira just gifting him and saying, hit me for a boundary, my friend.
Yes, too short, way too short outside the line of off stump. And to good batsman, you really don't bowl that type of length. That was a poor delivery off the back foot, effortless, picks the gap so well between point and extra cover.
His partner on the other end, Karan, has been bowling so well, and the last thing Nadira wants to do is bowl loose deliveries like that. And I love the new batsman to settle in. Santosh has already moved on to double figures, 14 of 19. These two batsmen, Santosh and Ranmit, have been among the top scorers for Peters this year. And the last thing St. Sebastians want to do is bowl more deliveries like that, and I love these two to settle in, because if they do, Sebastians are going to have a really long day. And right now, Nadire will have to really improve his lines and lengths. Perhaps have a chat with his partner on the other end, Kalana, ask him what he's doing right, get some advice. Don't be shy. And that's one thing that I've seen in school cricketers. They're always shy to ask and learn from their counterparts. And I think that's something that he'll have to do if he needs to improve his lines.
Flicked nicely. I like this field. They got the city point in for the new man. The bat pad man, as they say, on the offside. The slip and the leg slip as well. So putting pressure on the new batsman. That's what it's all about. But the bowlers have got to bowl a good line and length. You've got to bowl to your field. You can't bowl all over the place.
Yes, rightfully so. A very tight fielding setup for the new batsman, Ranmit Jayasen. They know what a dangerous batsman he can be. So they've really tightened things up, and I think that's the perfect way to go about it. This time, plus points to the Sebastian captain.
Yes, whenever you've got a new batsman coming in, put the pressure on him. The tails on the non-striker as well, when the pressure is exerted. Click a one.
Comfortably off the back foot. Ranmit Jayasena has no problem in defending that off. He's faced 5 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. So far bowled well by Nadira to keep him at bay. This time push towards the leg side brings us to the end of the 27th over with half an hour to go for lunch. St. Peter's going around nicely, 88 for 2.
St. Peter's 88 for 2 after 27 overs. The two senior players, Santosh Kunatalaka and Ranmit Jayasena at the wicket, captain, and the previous year's captain. This time Santosh Kunatalaka pushes it on the leg side. To square leg, gets a single, takes him on to 16. And St. Peter's 88 for 2. And welcome to Ricky Sims.
Yes, hi Paulinus, good to be back in the commentary box with you. It's been a while. And St. Peter's, yes, they progressed well, 89 for 2. And these two are their best batsmen by far, Santosh Gunatilaka and Ranmit Jayasena. And I'm sure they'll be looking to build up another good partnership.
Yes, definitely. These two batsmen have to guide St. Peter's through. St. Sebastian's College won the toss and put St. Peter's into bat. Got 2 vital wickets before lunch. Looking for the third in the next half an hour.
Yes, Kalana Sandeep has to pick up another run as bowler really well. The left arm spinner, he's varied his speed, he's varied his lines and lengths. You could see a couple of deliveries, he tends to give it more yaw, then he bowls the flatter delivery, and he's used his height well. Generally, you see a lot of spinners short in stature, and Kalana Sandeep has done extremely well to pick up those 2 vital wickets.
This time Sancho's going to let go off the back foot, pushes it towards the extra cover boundary. Deep fielder there gets a single. So takes him on to 17. Gunatilaka slow and steady building up. But I thought he was a bit lucky with that LPW decision, and then had a run out missed of him.
Yes, a couple of close calls. Luck has gone his way as well, but probably with the form he's in, that luck in favour of him as well. And these two players, very tall players, both Santosh Gunatilaka and Ranmit Jayasena, I think they're going to use their height really well. It won't be long before we see them coming down the track, using their feet to the spinners, targeting that curve corner, the mid-wicket region.
Yes, you see Ricky Kalana is definitely wearing the ball well, using his height and flighting it nicely, asking the batsman to come in and grab him.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
It's St. Peter's 91 for 2 at the moment. That's a new bowler coming in, Vinuja Ranasinghe.
Yes, Vinuja Ranasinghe, another left arm leggy. So they're changing things around. So far the left arm spinner at the other end has been successful, so they're going to the second one. Interesting to see how he goes. Won't be easy with the left hander out there as well.
Vinuja Ranasinghe has been among the wickets for St. Sebastian this season. He's got a couple of wickets, bowled well right throughout the season. And he'll be bowling to Santosh Gunatilaka, the man in form for St. Peter's. Santosh Gunatilaka had scored 700 odd runs this season with a double century to his credit. 252 to be exact. He was 252 not out against Ananda.
Yes, Vinuja Ranasinghe, 23 wickets, 4 for 12, his best in 9 games. Interestingly, so he's been their leading wicket taker so far. Well, what we'll all want to see at the end of the season is whether Santosh Gunatilaka will score 2,000 runs. He's just halfway there, 8 matches, 768 runs, and certainly possible at the end of the season. The form he is in.
It's definitely Ricky with a double 100 and then another 300s.
Yes,
scored.
400s in total, 2 half centuries. Scored 100 versus Lumbini following that double 100. And I'm sure he'll be looking to make maximum use of the form he's in this game as well, on a good batting track here. Home conditions.
Definitely will be looking to put up a good score in this game too.
Yes, and what I like about him, Paulinus, is he uses the crease really well. He uses his height. You could see when he goes down the track, full reach. But when he's short, he goes right back into his crease. Uses the depth of the crease really well. A good talent from his younger ages, was a good talent, a good product. So 29 overs are completed. It's a 91 for 2.
Nutritional supplement enriched with high protein that is essential for an active life. Melbourne Vitagen. Stay healthy for a good reason.
As it comes back, it's 91 for 2. There's live pictures coming from ThePapare.com in collaboration with Batsman.com. At St. Peter's College grounds here. St. Peter's 91 for 2 after being put into bat by St. Sebastian's College. Kalana Pereira to continue bowling, and he'll be bowling to the Petrites skipper Ranmit Jayasena, who comes down the wicket and hits it over long on. That's going towards the boundary. We very nicely fielded inside the boundary, so he gets.
Did they just run one?
I think yes, Jayasena was looking for the boundary, but they didn't run. They could have gone to the second run.
Yes, I think poor run in Paulinus between the wickets. We heard Eric mention it in his last commentary that he noticed that there would have been some additional runs if they run hard. Yes, certainly I think there was an opportunity for 2. You play it straight back over the bowler's head, always 2 runs. And poor run in between the 2 experienced players. But I mentioned in that last over that very soon we will see the batsmen using their feet and run with the Jayasena. Just did that. Sure, they're going to use their reach. play a lot down the ground.
Yes, on the other hand, Santosh also starts quietly, but is very capable of pushing the rate up when it's needed. We saw that in his 200 odd runs, he got from 248 deliveries, got a couple of sixes, 8 sixes, and 20 odd boundaries.
So tell us, Paulinus, how is your team doing down at Dali Road currently against Royal College?
Well, last I saw Royal were 53 for 2, and they had batted about 29 overs. That's a poor rate of scoring by Royal, but anyway, definitely Royal is a good side, and St. Joseph's also have done very well this season.
Yes, so Royal versus St. Joseph's at Dali Road. That too is coming to you live from ThePapare.com, batsman.com, joint production. You could watch those, log into any of the two websites and watch the live games in action. 2 games coming to you today and tomorrow here from Bambalapitiya and Dali Road. 4 good teams, 4 good cricketing schools in action of the Singha Under-19 cricket tournament.
That's turned around the corner by Ramnit towards the mid-wicket, gets a single. Ramnit moves on to 3, and that's St. Peter's 94 for 2, end of the 30th over. As it comes back, St. Peter's a 94 for 2 after being put into bat. Petra skipper Ramnit Jasena taking strike from Vinuja Ranasinghe.
Yeah, Vinuja Ranasinghe, the 2 left-arm spinners operating in tandem. Good to see how they operate to the Peter Wright captain, the left-hander. We have a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg.
That one pushed past mid-on, gets a single. He moves on to 4, and the Peter Wright score moves on to 95.
Yes, he's just knocking the singles, giving the strike back to Santosh Gunatilaka, who is the informed player, the dominating player. These 2 players have scored most of the runs in the last couple of seasons for St. Peter's. Even last year, they were the leading run scorers.
And this one, Santosh Gunatilaka cuts it towards extra cover point region, goes down towards the boundary, and he gets 2 there.
Well, the outfield is a bit slow at that part of the ground, currently behind the wicket-keeper's region, backward of point. But again, you could see he waited for it, took his time. Santosh Gunatilaka played it late. Could see a bit of rough patches out there, a bit of extra grass as well on the outfield, so touch slow.
Definitely, Ricky must be seeing the ball like a football with so many runs scored during the season.
Definitely. Certainly on top of his game, not only with the bat, with the ball as well. He was aggressive with the ball against Ananda. I watched his spell, did brilliantly. Quality all-rounder, good talent for the future for Sri Lanka cricket, definitely.
Captain St. Peter's last year had a very good season for St. Peter's.
Still be disappointed he didn't put that away. It was down the leg side. All he needed was a bit of bat and it would have gone for runs. Touch too full probably to play that sweep he was looking for. Didn't pick it. I think, yes, sorry Paulinus, what I was going to say is we'll come back to that. That's the last ball of the over. 31 completed, 97 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුමට සිංහ නම මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
ඒ සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
St. Peter's 97 for 2 after being put into bat. Well, 15 minutes more remaining for lunch. Most probably these two batsmen might try to play on till lunch. But whereas the Sebastianites will try to get their third wicket.
That's what I was going to mention in the last over, Paulinus. You could see they're taking their time. The two batsmen playing very comfortably, but very cautiously. Not trying too many fancy things, just knocking the singles around.
Well, that's Kalana Pereira who's bowling this over. When you talk about Kalana Pereira, I think, Ricky, there's another Kalana Pereira who's playing for St. Thomas's who's doing very well this season.
Yes, the left arm seamer. Sri Lankan under-19 cap as well. Kalana Pereira bowls quick left armers. For St. Thomas's, he's been the highlight. Has been the chief destroyer, picking up a lot of wickets. And St. Thomas's right on top at the moment.
He got some runs also, Ricky.
Very capable, comes down the order, can hit the big shots. Very talented, and another player, I mean, for future when it comes to fast bowling for Sri Lanka. Very strong, hard-working lad. So it's good to see each and every school has one or two players that are outstanding at the moment.
He's Kalana Pereira, the spinner of St. Sebastian's. 2 for 17 at the moment.
He looks a very young lad, and he's doing really well at the moment. Looks very neat, his shirt tucked in and short in stature. Reminds me of Sri Lankan left arm legend Rangana Herath on top of his mark when you see Kalana Pereira short and always trying to do something. Yes, he's bowled steadily. He's really bowled steadily and bowled very well at the moment, Jan Pereira. That's the end of the over, the 32nd over completed. It's 32 overs, 99 for 2. We see the school kids in the background there practicing for their sports meet, probably, which is coming up. Starts in the start of the year. The young lads, the juniors, trying out the javelin, is it? Not the javelin, but discus. A lot of activity around us, and that is good to see. They'll be watching the cricket as well. Santosh looking to play straight. You haven't seen him really play a rash shot so far in this innings. Nothing cross-batted. Just trying to drive towards long on, long off. Anything short, he has cut. Rather than that, he's just respected the bowlers. Oh, well, he's proven me wrong. Probably I said he's respecting the bowlers, Paulinus, but he's just come down the track, taken the bowler on the full, hit it wide of mid-on, diving fielder, but that went like a bullet to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's a nice shot. You see the replay there, tossed up, he lobs it over mid-on. That would have been a bit dicey one for the mid-on fielder.
Yes, but it's good to see as well. He played it straight, Paulinus. Didn't try to go cross-batted. That is good cricket. He saw it flighted. He knew he could get under it and hit it wide of that mid-on fielder. He's done just that. St. Peter's College, the old scoreboard. Good to see St. Peter's College, Colombo 4.
103 for 2, St. Peter's. We are in the 33rd over. A good raid by the St. Sebastian bowlers. Bowling the 33rd over. About 10 minutes remaining for lunch. Vinay Singer on his third over has given away 7 runs without taking a wicket. This one, Punatilaka just pushes it on the leg side, goes for a single, gets it easily. He moves on to 25 and the score to 104 for 2 after 33 overs.
වැයවෙන ශක්තිය නැවත ලබා දෙන සියලු පෝෂක සපිරි ශක්ති ජනක පානය Melbourne Vitagen හොඳ ආරමුණකට සුවෙන් සිටින්නට.
So 104 for 2, 33 overs. St. Peter's just picking up the singles, hitting the odd boundary. You could see a few boundaries straight down the ground, a few in the start of the innings through that slip cordon. The left arm spinner who has picked up 2 wickets, Kalana will continue.
Kalana Pereira has bowled 7 overs, given away 17 runs for 2 wickets. That's pushed nicely between mid-wicket and square leg towards the boundary. That's 4 more to Santos Kunatilaka. That was a lovely shot. He went off the back foot and flicked it nicely off the back foot towards mid-wicket for 4.
Yes, so look at the power in the wrist, Paulinus. Like you say, he went deep into his crease, just rolled his wrist over it, and a lot of bottom hand coming into play to get it wide of that field at square leg. But he's a really powerful, strong lad, and he's picked up 4 runs quite easily.
That boundary takes him on to 29. He's slowly getting into stride, Ricky.
Yes, the 29 has come unnoticed, isn't it? In the last couple of overs, he's hit 2 boundaries, but he's just worked the ball around. This is how he plays in the start of his innings. And once he gets going, he can play the big shots quite easily.
That one next delivery with a very straight bat drives it back to the bowler. No run. St. Peter's 108 for 2 after being put into bat.
So the bowler mustn't be too disappointed. Yes, he dropped that last one a touch short, but then it was a good shot. It was a good cricketing shot. You had to give the batsman credit. The placement absolutely perfect. He's done well, Kalana, so he should just continue bowling the way he has. See, that's very well bowled. Flighted. Brings Santosh out of his crease. He gets a single towards the mid-off, but good cricket all around. This is what you want to see.
Yes, definitely, Ricky. Kalana has been bowling well. I thought he's thinking a lot, flighting his delivery, pushing it fast at certain stages. He's what do you call a thinking bowler, I would say. He bowled very well.
It's again a good area. Good area. Just turning into the left-hander. There's nothing much in this wicket for the spinners. It's a good flat batting track so far. So you have to put in a lot of hard work. Hot, humid out there.
That's a flighted delivery. Jayasena comes and drives it towards mid-on, gets a single. So that takes him on to 7 and they score to 110 after 34 overs.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
It's 110 for 2 St. Peter's after being put into bat. Ranasinghe is continuing bowling from the canal end.
It's Vinuja Ranasinghe. Just into his 4th over so far. With approximately 5 minutes to go, 5 to 6 minutes to go, probably another over or 2. These two will be looking to just bat it out there. they'll be happy with what they are, 110, maybe 115 at lunch for the loss of 2 wickets.
Having a chat there means they want to just have one more over, most probably, taking a bit of time. Jasena, that's down the leg side.
Yes, Sebastians will be a touch disappointed. They probably would have wanted to have another wicket or 2 extra here after winning the toss and batting first. You need early wickets. Their fielding wasn't up to date. Their catching in particular, 2 drop chances.
That's another edge going between the wicketkeeper and the slip.
Well, was that the third one, Paulinus? We'll wait and see. The batsman has given it as runs. Did that carry? Now this is an interesting one. This is a vital moment. The captain just before lunch. Oh, straight to the slip fielder. He might say, I was blinded by the wicketkeeper. But those have to be taken. That is the understanding between the wicketkeeper and the slip. So far today, St. Peter's, St. Sebastian's, the understanding between the keeper and the slip fielder hasn't been there.
That was a definite chance, Ricky. I think that could have been taken at all because even the wicketkeeper moved away, allowing the slip to watch the ball and take it.
I think I should have caught it. This is not good at all. That was a big key wicket. I mean, you get the captain just before lunch and suddenly you see St. Peter's 111 for 3. That would have put a lot of pressure.
This one nicely driven by Gunatalaka towards extra cover. The sweep cover is there. That's a single to him. Takes him on to 31 and the score to 112 for 2 after 35 overs. St. Peter's 112 for 2 and we see a bowling change there. Nuanithu Fernando, the Sebastianite skipper, brings himself on just for most probably the last over before lunch.
Yes, probably the last over, just trying something different, the captain. Just outside that off stump. Nuanithu Fernando played for the Sri Lankan under-19s versus the Indian under-19s last year. Did really well with the bat in a couple of occasions. The one-days, scored runs. That was
right arm off spin. This one Gunatalaka pushes it towards mid-on, gets a single. St. Peter's 113 for 2.
Yes, that was the drop chances. Again, you could see miscommunication between the slip and the wicket keeper, and that was the last one again, the slip and the wicket keeper. Now that's something the coach will look at during the lunch break, have a word with the boys. He'll be disappointed. He should have had St. Peter's 3 or 4 wickets down at lunch. And you feel sorry for the bowlers. You know, they have to strive hard on a flat wicket. These conditions very hot, and you have to hold on to your catches.
Yes, definitely, Ricky, because it's warm and humid there at the center, and the bowlers are trying their hearts out. You got to hold to those catches. That's very important, and especially they won the toss and put the beat rights in. If they had had about 4 or 5 wickets by lunch, they would have been pretty happy.
Final delivery of this over. Will it be lunch after this? The 2 umpires will take a look at their watches. They'll pick up a run, knocked onto the onside by captain Ranmit Jayasena. So that's the end of the 36th over. It's 114 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So that's lunch. Umpires have said lunch. So St. Peter's 114 for 2 after 36 overs. after being put into bat by St. Sebastian's College Moratua.
Just as the players leave the field, they'll be looking forward to get into the dressing room, especially St. Sebastian's. It has been so hot out there. They'll be a touch disappointed with their fielding. They fought hard. The spinners have bowled well. They created the opportunities, both the left-arm spinners. Unfortunately, the slip fielder and wicketkeeper let them down.
You see the Pete White batting card. Tinu Tanjula was out for 23. Banuka De Silva was out for 41. Santosh Gunatilaka not out on 32. And Ramli Chasena not out on 9. They have 9 extras, 114 for 2 after 36 overs.
Yes, St. Sebastian strived hard. Tashik Pereira took the new ball. He was a touch expensive. Janishka just bowled the 7 overs as well for 16. They had the opportunities. Yashan just the 2 overs. But then the spinners have done most of the damage. Kalana outstanding, 2 for 23 of his 8 overs. Vinu Jaranasinghe should have had a wicket, 4 overs and none for 10. Just the 1 over before lunch for Nuvendindu Fernando. And 7 overs, none for 21 for Nadira. As we take a look at the wagon wheel.
And also Ricky, you notice 7 bowlers for St. Sebastian's tried. There we see a couple of boundaries in blue. St. Peter's 114 for 2. They got 12 boundaries. And
12 fours, Polners all around the wicket. Some are a bit streaky earlier on, but Santosh has played some good shots in between. And St. Peter's will be happy in the position they are at lunch. After being put into bat, they will be really happy just to lose the 2 wickets. St. Sebastian's won the toss earlier on, and then they created the opportunities. The fast bowlers, those streaky boundaries through that slip cordon. You could see a couple of them running very quickly. The outfield is pretty quick, and that was a chance they should have taken. Went low. Then a couple of good shots. The 2 opening batsmen, they played some good shots. Anjula and Banuka in between. Banuka especially was good with the pull and the sweep. Anything that was short, anything that was full went to the boundary. They picked their caps well and they played a good cricket. That was the first wicket to fall of Banuka De Silva. He played really well, and then soon after Anjula followed, caught and bowled, and the young bowler, he did really well, Kalan Sandeep, to pick up those 2 wickets. Santosh Gunatilaka started up slowly but surely, and then started playing some shots. That one was probably his best, down the ground for 4. He was strong off the back foot, whether on the offside, and that one using his wrist to pick up a boundary, unbeaten there with his captain Jai Singh. So 114 for 2 at lunch. St. Peter's after being put into bat versus St. Peter's at Bambalapitiya. 36 overs overall, 114 runs, 2 wickets as we said, and that's lunch here at the St. Peter's College grounds in Bambalapitiya. We will be back in approximately 40 minutes for the second session of play live on this joint production by thebatsman.com and papare.com. Till then, it's back over to our control room.
We'll conquer. Some days I can't move forward.
හිටියේ. නමුත් ඒ තරගේ උන් කැප් නායකත්වය ගත්තේ වෙන්කට රාගවන. මම හිතන්නේ මෙහිදී ගැටීමක් ඇති වී තිබුණා කණ්ඩායමේ යම් යම් හේතු නිසා. ඒක නිසා උන් කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමක් සිදු වුණේ නැtei කියලායි ආරංචි මාර්ග පැවසුවේ. ඉතින් මේත් ප්‍රධාන හේතුවක් වුණා අපිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නට. ඉතින් මේක මම හිතන්නේ කාට කාටත් කල්පනා කළ යුද්ධයක් කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට ක්‍රීඩා නොකරන කණ්ඩායමක් අනිවාර්යෙන් අන්ත පරාජයට ලක් වෙනවා කියන එක. මම හිතන්නේ වර්තමානයේදීත් ඒක බලපාන්නට හේතුවක් කියලා මම හිතන්නේ. නමුත් මේක පටන් ගැනීම තිබුණේ එතන මේ පටන් ගැනීම තිබුණේ 75 අපි ඕස්ට්‍රේලියානු වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කළානේ. ඒකෙන් තමයි ලෝකයේ දැනගත්තේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව කියන කණ්ඩායම යම්කිසි මට්ටමක ඉහළ මට්ටමක ඉන්නවා කියන්නේ. ඒක තමයි පටන් ගැනීම. ඉතින් ඒක පටන් ගැනීම ඒක ස්ථිර වුණා ඉන්දියානු සංචාරය සමග. ඉතින් ඒ අතරේදී අපේ තිබුණ ලොකුම බාධාව තිබුණේ මේ අපේ මොකද පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්ෂේත්‍රය ලෝකයේ තිබුණ හොඳම පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් ක්ෂේත්‍රය තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තිබුණේ. ඒ දවස්වල. ඒකම ඒ නිසාම අපේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් බිහිවීම සහ ඉදිරියට යෑම ගැන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. අපිට එකම ප්‍රශ්නේ තිබෙන බව දන්නවා ඇති. ඒ දවස්වල තිබුණා මේ ගැරන්ටි මනි කියලා මේ ටෙස්ට් කණ්ඩායම් රටකට එනකොට ඩොලර් මම හිතන්නේ 60000ද 70000ද 80000ද ගෙවන්නට ඕන. ඕක තමයි ප්‍රශ්න තිබුණේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට මෙතක මුදලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? මොකද ඒ දවස්වල පිටරට යන පුද්ගලයෙකුට දුන්නේ 3 pound 10 shillings කියන ප්‍රමාණය පමණයි ආණ්ඩුවෙන් දීලා තිබුණේ. ජයජයවර්ධන අපේ ඒ රජය පැවැත්වී ගාමිණීනායක ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ මේ മന്ത്രി කෙනෙක් ඇමති කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් ඒ ICC මීටමට ගාමිණී දිසානායක යෑමත් සභාපතිවලා යෑමත් අපේ වාසියට අපේ වාසනාවට හේතුවක් වුණා මේ ටෙස්ට් වගම ලැබෙන්නට පුළුවන් වෙනවා. මොකද එදා එතනට ගිහිල්ලා මේ මීටිමේදී ගාමිණීනායකට පුළුවන් වුණා ඉස්තිර කළා කියන්න මේ ගැරන්ටි මනි එක ගෙවන එක රජයට ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෙවෙයි කියන එක. රජය ගෙවනවා කියන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ කාරණා ටික ඔක්කොම එක හා සමාන එකට වැටුණාට පස්සේ තමයි උන්ට තීරණය කරන්න සිදුුනේ ලංකාවට මේ නොදී බෑ කියන දත්. මොකද ඒ වෙනකම් කිව්වේ මොකද්ද ලංකාවේ මුදල් තත්ත්වය අනුව මේක කල්දම තමයි හිටපු කතාවක්. ඒක තමයි නිදහසට කාරණාවක් කිව්වේ. ඉතින් ගාමිණීනායක එතනට ගිහිල්ලා ඒ දේ කිව්වම අනිවාර්යෙන් උන්ට ඒක නිදහසට කාරණාවක් හැටියට සලකන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ නැහැ.
Another product of Tamil unit is Chandika Aturusingh. Again, the same story. He wasn't even in the first 11 of school team, but by being at the club, he was chosen to represent Sri Lanka under 19, and is probably one of the top coaches at the moment.
Yes, again he came to us, and it was Mr. Depp who brought him to me and said, "This is a very poor boy. He was from one of the schools, I think, in the Vanathamulla area." And he said, "Can you help him?" He brought 1 or 2 boys and asked me to do what we can, and we took him in and we helped him. And then I think he went to Ananda, and but he didn't make the team there, I think. But he was selected for the Sri Lankan under 19 team or something like that. Then of course he came with me on the tour of 1991 and did reasonably well. And he did quite well in Test cricket thereafter, but really it is as a coach that he has shown. He has been exceptionally successful in Bangladesh, and I get the feeling he is doing the same in Sri Lanka.
මේ ලෝක කුසලාන ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න පන්දු රැකීම කොයිතරම් රුකුලක් වුණාද?
ඒක තමයි මම හිතන්නේ අපේ පන්දු රැකීම තමයි විශාල රුකුලක් උනේ. අපිට හොඳ ෆීල්ඩින් සයිඩ් එකක් හදාගන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක තමයි අපි මුලින්ම අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වුණේ මේ තරඟාවලියට ඉස්සෙල්ලා. මම හිතන්නේ අපි ඒකට අවුරුදු 2ක් විතර මහන්සි වුණා. මොකද අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වුණා අපිට පුළුවන් නම් රන්ස් 25ක් 30ක් නවත්තන්න. හොඳ කැච් එකක් අල්ලන්න, හොඳ රන් අවුට් එකක් ගන්න. ඒක අපිට බැටිං වලින් අපිට කවර් කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි අපි අපේ තිබ්බේ ගෝල් එක. ඒක මම හිතන්නේ දිගටම අපි පුදුම විදිහට අපි කොන්සන්ට්‍රේට් කරා ඒ කාලේ අපි හොඳ මේ ෆීල්ඩින් සයිඩ් එකක් වෙන්න. ඒක 96 ඒක තමයි අපිට දිනන්න ලොකුම සාධකයේ උනේ අපේ ෆීල්ඩින්.
අර්ජුන රණතුංග ගැන ගොඩක් දේවල් කතා කළා. මම එක දෙයක් අහන්න කැමතියි. මම අහලා තියෙනවා සිද්ධියක් බොම්බේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකක් මම හිතන්නේ සචින් තෙන්ඩුල්කර්ගේ උඩ පන්දුවක් ඔබ අතහැරියාම ඔබ යම්කිසි අපහසුතාවයකට මුහුණ පානවා කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් ඒ ගැන විස්තරයක් කරනවා නම්.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ අවස්ථාවක සිටින විට මා සචින් තෙන්ඩුල්කර්ගේ උඩ පන්දුවක් ඇතහැරුණා. ඇත්තටම හිතපු නැති අවස්ථාවක. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ අර්ජුන අය මගේ ළඟට ඇවිල්ලා කරට අත දාගෙන ඉතින් මට හොඳට සැලකුවා.
ඔබට පනිෂ්මන්ට් එකක් දුන්නා කියලා ආරංචි.
ඔව් පනිෂ්මන්ට් එකක් දුන්නා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 80000ක් විතර බලන් ඉඳි රෙක්ස් මේ පැති දෙක පන්දු යනකොට මම මේ පැත්තේ ෆයින් ලෙග් ඉන්නවා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අනිත් පැත්තේ පන්දු යන වේග පන්දු යනකොට මේ පැත්තටත් ෆයින් ලෙග් යනවා. ඉතින් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ මැදින් දුවනකොට මට මුළු ඒ හිටපු ප්‍රේක්ෂකයෝ 80000ම පුදුම කරදරයක් වුණේ. ඒගොල්ලන් කෑ ගහනවා. ඉතින් දන්නවනේ ඉන්දියාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනකොට
අන්තිමට රොෂාන් මානම ගිහිල්ලා නායකයාට පැවසුවා කරන්න එපයි කියලා.
ඇත්තටම පන්දු වාර 6ක් 7ක් විතර යනකොට තමයි රොෂාන් නායක ගිහිල්ලා කිව්වේ පුෂීව මේ නවත්තන්න මේ පැත්ත එක පැත්තකින් ගියාම ඇති කියලා.
අරවින්ද ඩිසිල්වා ගැන කතා කරපින්ද මම මේ ආන්නේ. කවුද ශ්‍රී ලංකා බී කරපු හොඳම පිතිකරුව? අරවින්ද ඩිසිල්වාද කුමාර සංගක්කාර?
මම එහෙම නම් වශයෙන් නේ. ඉතින් මගේ කාලේ මම දෙදෙනාත් එක්කම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මම හිතනවා ඒ අවස්ථාව දැන් ඒ ගහපු ක්‍රිකට් එකේ අවස්ථාව අරවින්දට තිබුණා නම් මම හිතනවා ඒ අරවින්දය තමයි මම හිතන්නේ කුමාර සංගක්කාරයෙන් හෙව්වත් කියයි අරවින්දය වගේ හිඩකෙක් කවදාවත් අපිට ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද අරවින්ද එයා ඒ ටිකෙන් තමයි එයා ඒක පෙන්වුවේ. එයා මම හිතන්නේ ව්‍යාපාර අතිනුත් ඉතාම ඉහළම හිටිය කෙනෙක් ඒ කාලෙත්. එයා ඒකත් පැත්තක දාලා ක්‍රිකට් එක තවත් කරා නම් එහෙම එයා ලේසියෙන්ම රන්ස් 10000ක් නෙවෙයි එයාට 20000ක් වුණත් ගහන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් තමයි අරවින්ද. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයාට තියෙන වෙලාව ක්‍රිකට් වල කාටවත් නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි දකිනවා එයාට ඕන වෙලාවක බැටිං ස්ටාන්ස් එක මාරු කරන්න පුළුවන්, බැට් ග්‍රිප් එක මාරු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඔයා කියන්න ඕන දෙයක් එයා ඒක දැන් කරලා දැන් ගහනවා. මේ හෙට මැච් එකේ ද ෆස්ට් ඉනින්ග්ස් ගහන බැටිං ග්‍රිප් එක නෙවෙයි එයා සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනින්ග්ස් එක ගහන්නේ. එයා බැටිං ස්ටාන්ස් එක මාරු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ ටැලන්ට් එකක් තියෙන කෙනෙක් මම දැකලා නැහැ.
බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
රැඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. Sukadasa at Moratua.
Yegama Mahinda Rajpaksa Kridangan.
Kilakku Mahana.
Sukadasa Indoor Stadium is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City Atugal Puravare.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොරණරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Talking about the pre-test era, people consider you as one of the finest batsmen produced by the country, and a lot of them talk about the 169 that you made in a first-class match against India at the SSC. If you can recall that knock?
Yes, why not? I think it was one of my better knocks, I would say, if not the best. We, on the final day, it was a 4-day unofficial test match. On the final day, we were 5 wickets down, I think, and we still had to wipe off something like 120 runs or so to avert an innings defeat. So it was quite an uphill task for us when we started the day, but I was able to hang in there, and as the day progressed, able to collect some runs which enable us to overhaul the deficit and set India a target of 80 runs in the second innings, which they made for the loss of 4 wickets. But from the position we were and the way we recovered, I think it was quite an achievement.
දැන් අපි දන්නවා දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවට ඒ වගේ සංචාර ගිය අනිත් කණ්ඩායම් එතකොට එංගලන්ත කණ්ඩායම ගත්තොත් බටහිර ඉන්දිය කොදේ කණ්ඩායම් වල ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගත්තොත් ඕස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගත්තොත් ඔවුන්ට සමානට හම් වෙන්නේ අවුරුදු 2ක 3ක 4ක වැඩි වුණොත් 5ක තහනමක්. නමුත් ඔබට තරම් අවුරුදු 25ක තහනමක් ලැබෙනවා.
ඔව් මං කිව්වා කලින් කිව්වා වගේ ප්‍රධාන පුද්ගලයෙක් හිටියනේ ඒ පුද්ගලයා උමනාවට මේ දේ උනේ. කියන්නේ අපිට මම කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 2ක් 3ක් දෙන්නේ කියන. නමුත් අපි ගිය සංචාරයට කර වැරද්දක් කළා නම් වැරද්ද මොන නිසා වැරද්දක්ද සිද්ධ වුනේ? අනිත් ඒ පරීක්ෂණයක් පවත්වලා දඬුවමක් දුන්නා නම් සාධාරණ. නමුත් අපිට පරීක්ෂණයක් පැවැත්වුවේ නැහැ නේ. අපි එහෙ ගිහිල්ලා එනකොට දඬුවම දීලා අවසානයේ අවුරුදු 25ක. 25 දඬුවම ක්‍රිකට් වලට පපල නෙවෙයිනේ. කෝච් කරන්නට බෑ, ක්‍රිකට් වල සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න බෑ. අපිට කියාවල් දෙන්න බෑ වුණානේ ගොඩක් කට්ටිය. ඉතින් මේ අවුරුදු 25 දුන්නේ මොන හේතුව නිසාද කියන. ඒ කියන්නේ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම පාලක මණ්ඩලයේ තමන්ගේ බලය තියාගෙන මේකට අභියෝගයක් නොවන පුද්ගලයෝ අයින් කරලා තියාගෙන තමයි අවුරුදු 25 දාලා තිබුණේ. ඉතින් ගාමිසානගේ මහත්තයා සභාපතිතුමා ඉඳලා අවුරුදු 8ක් ගියාට පස්සේ එතුමාම ඇවිල්ලා ඉඳන් කිව්වනේ දැන් මේ දඩුවම් වින්ද ඇන්ති. ඒකින්ද අයින් කරන්න කියලා. ඒ අයින් කරනකොටත් කණ්ඩායමේ අනිත් අයට අවුරුදු 8න් අයින් කළාට නායකයා කියලා මට තව අවුරුදු එකක් වැඩියෙන් දුන්නා. ඉතින් එහිදී පේනවා යම්කිසි සැලැස්මක් ඇතුව යම්කිසි කේන්තියකින් පරිපාලන සම්බන්ධ නොවි තියාගන්න උනවක් කියන. නමුත් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ අවසානයේදී මම පාලක මණ්ඩලයේ ඩිරෙක්ටර් ඔපරේෂන්ස් වුණා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ පුහුණු කරවලා හිටියා අවුරුදු දෙකමාර විතර කාලයක්. ඊළඟට ACC එකට ගියා. ඊළඟට ICC එකට ගියා. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් වල යම් කිසි දෙයක් දෙන්නට පුළුවන් පුද්ගලෙක් හැටියට එයාත් ඒ කටේ පිළිගත්තා. නමුත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට ඒ දේ අවශ්‍ය නැත්නම් මම පැනලා දෙන්න ඕනේ නැහැ නේ.
Mr. Shaft, I'd like to start off the conversation with an interesting topic that is going on at the moment. A lot of people tend to debate about who's the greatest Sri Lankan batsman. Some people tend to think that it's Kumar Sangakkara, while others tend to argue that it's Aravinda de Silva. You are from a different era altogether, and you would have played against and played with someone called Mahadevan Sathasivam, of whom Sir Gary Sobers said, the greatest batsman ever on earth. And Sir Frank Worrell told him, called him as the best batsman he had ever seen. What's your experiences of Mahadevan Sathasivam?
I tend to agree with those statements made by Frank Worrell and Gary Sobers, because particularly in the case of Frank Worrell, he played against Sathasivam when he scored 96 on a very bad wicket against, I think it was George Pope and Fred Freer, who were two of the top bowlers who did extremely well on poor conditions where you played on wet wickets. At that time, wickets were not covered, and you had no guards, you had no chest guards or thigh pads or elbow guards. And in spite of all that, Sathasivam scored a brilliant 96 when everybody else around him failed. And that is what made these people realize that he was a cut above the rest.
Is he the greatest among the Sri Lankan batsmen?
I think it's something more than that. I think if you look at his skill, his ability to play virtually any type of bowling, I don't think you'll find anybody else, or I have not seen anybody else who's able to do that. Certainly, Aravinda De Silva is a very great batsman. So is Sangakkara, and so is Mahela to some extent. But all of them played under totally different conditions. And the real test would be to see them batting in the same conditions that Sathasivam batted, as whether they would have done so well.
One thing I never forget is there was a dinner for us at Lord's before the match. And at that dinner, the speech Mr. Gamini Disanayake gave is something I'll never forget. And the guy who spoke after him, the chairman of the ECB chairman, was, I think, the chairman of British Airways or something like that, if I can remember right. And I still remember his opening lines were, to follow Mr. Gamini Disanayake is a very difficult act. So we were walking tall at the end of that dinner, and we felt really good. Yeah, he and Mr. Raja Mahendran, I think, did a huge amount for Sri Lanka cricket. I always say that, and we don't think of them enough. We don't think of them enough.
ඒ වගේම ශාන අර්ජුන රණතුංග දවසක් ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා මීට කලින් මට මැච් විනර්ස්ලා 10 දෙනෙක් අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. මට අශාන්ත තිලකරත්න වගේ තව ක්‍රීඩකින් 10 දෙනෙක් හිටියොත් මම ලෝකෙම ජය ගන්නවා කියලා. මොකද්ද මේ ඔබගේ තියෙන සුවිශේෂීභාවය?
අර්ජුන නෑ මං හිතන්නේ අර්ජුන අපිට දබලා දුන්න පුදුම නිදහසක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. හැබැයි නිදහස අපි අයතුරු ලෙස පාවිච්චි කරේ නැහැ. විශේෂයෙන් ක්‍රීඩා තරගයකට බහිනකොට අපි පොසිටිව් අපි පුළුවන් තරම් අපේ රට වෙනුවෙන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන තමයි අපි 11 දෙනා ඉස්සරහට ආවේ. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් අපි අර්ජුන අපි කරන විශාල විශ්වාසයක් තිබුණා. ඒ විශ්වාසය අපි කදාකත් කඩ කරේ නැහැ. ඒ අපිට දීලා තිබ්බ නිදහස අයතුරු පාවිච්චි කරේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒ කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් එකෙන් නැති අර්ජුන කියනවා ඇත්තේ.
බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිපදාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City Athugal Puravare
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
මොකද මේ කාපට් කතාව ලෝකුසානය අවසාන මාධර්ගයේ තියෙන දවසේ උදේ සිද්ධ වෙච්ච කාපට් කතාව.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම එදා උදේ කණ්ඩායම් දෙකටම ඒ ලෝකුසලානය තියලා මං හිතන්නේ පින්තූර ලබා ගන්න කණ්ඩායම් දෙකටම අවස්ථාව ලබා දුන්නා. මං හිතන්නේ ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඇත්තටම ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා කණ්ඩායම ඔක්කොම ලෝකුසලානය සමග පින්තූර ලබා ගන්න. ඉතින් අපි කරේ අපිට ඒක එච්චර හිතට ආවේ නෑ. මොකද්ද කරන්න ඕනේ? අපි ඒ හොටෙල් එකේම තියෙන කාපට් ෂොප් එකක් තිබ්බා. කාපට් අලෙවි කරන ෂොප් එකක්. ඉතින් අපේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඔක්කොම එතනට ගිහිල්ලා අපි කාපට් ලංකාවට ගෙනින භාගයෙන් කරන. ඉතින් ඒ වෙලේ මම හිතන්නේ අර්ජුන රණතුංගට මහත්මයාට කතා කරලා තිබ්බා කණ්ඩායමේ අරගෙන එන්න කියලා ඡායාරූප ලබා ගන්න ලෝකුසලානය සමග. නමුත් අර්ජුන රණතුංග මහත්මයා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී කිව්වා නෑ ඔක අපි ලංකාවට ගිහිල්ලාම ඡායාරූප ලබා ගන්නවා කියලා.
ඒ දුෂ්කර කාලය ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් මතක් කළොත් සරත්. මොකද අපි දන්නවා අදටත් පිට පළාත් වලින් බොහෝ ක්‍රීඩකීන් කොළඹට එනවා. ඔවුන් නොයෙකුත් ගැටලු වලට මුහුණ පානවා, ප්‍රශ්න වලට මුහුණ පානවා. සමහරක් වෙලාවට ඔබලා මුහුණ පාපු තරම් අමාරු නැතුව ඇති. ඔබ මේ මුල් කාලේදී මුහුණ පාපු ප්‍රශ්න ගැටලු දුක්ඛම් ගැටලු ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරන්න.
ඇත්තටම අපිට තිබුණා ගොඩාක් ප්‍රශ්න. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ කාලේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා කියන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් විතරක් බලපු නායකයෙක් නෙවෙයි. මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ නවාතැන් පහසුකම්, කෑම බීම මේ හැම දෙයක්ම බලන්න වුණා ඒ කාලේ හිටපු නායකයන්ට. මම හිතන්නේ විශේෂයෙන් ඒක අපි ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැටියට පිට පළාත් වලින් ආපු මම ප්‍රමෝදය, එරික් උපශාන්තද, උපුල් චන්දන, මම හිතන්නේ විශාල ක්‍රීඩකයෝ මුරලිදරන් මෙහෙම ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගත්තොත් අපිට ඉන්න නවාතැන් තිබිච්ච තැන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ නෙවෙයි ඒ කාලේ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ නායකයෝට මැදිහත් වෙලා අපේ පුහුණුවීම් කටයුතු වලට පවා එන්න අපිට වාහනයක් නැත්තම් ඒ පළාත් ඉඳලා එන කවුරු හරි ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් එක්ක අපිට පුහුණුවීම් කටයුතු වලට එන්න මම හිතන්නේ ලෑස්ති කරලා දෙනවා. ඒක තමයි ඒ කාලේ මම දැකපු හොඳම දේ. මොකද මම ගල්කිස්ස ඉන්න කාලේ අරවින්ද අයියා මාත් එක්ක එනවා. නැත්තම් රොෂාන් අයියා මාත් එක්ක එනවා. මම රාජගිරියේ ඉන්නව නම් රොයි ඩයස් අයියා රොයි මාව අරගෙන එනවා. ඒ වගේ චරිත් සේනානායක මාව අරන් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන උන්තර. ඒ වගකීම් බාර ගන්න ඒ විදිහට ලෑස්ති කරලා තිබුණා. කෑම බීම අතින් බල්ලා අපි අර්ජුනලා ගෙදර නවත්තලා තිබිලා ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට කෑම බීම දීලා තියාගෙන බලාගෙන තියෙනවා.
Sanath Jayasuriya was the player of the tournament. Is there something that you promised him that you will give him if he delivers?
Yes. So he was pinch hitting at that stage, and that was new. We were taking the world by storm, and I still remember we were flying to Faisalabad to play England, and he was seated next to me. And I was wearing a Longines watch, and he looked at it and said, "Why don't you, there's a Longines on sale, why don't you buy it for me?" So I looked at it and I said, "Okay, let's see. You bet 15 overs and I owe you the watch. But if you don't play 15 overs, you don't get the watch." So he said, "Fine, I'm going to bet 15 overs." So we go to the match, and he just killed the Brit. With the, those English bowlers didn't know where to bowl. But he batted only 12 point some overs, I think.
And still he got 88.
86 or 88 runs. And I still remember he came back straight to me and said, "Are you giving me?" I said, "No, you lost the bet. You didn't bat 15 overs. Why should I give you the watch?" And this went on for a while. But on the flight, I bought him the watch. So that was a special memory I have of that tour. He was just unbelievable. And we took the teams by storm. England didn't know what to do. But the beauty of that team was it was not a one-man show, Every single player you can think of in that 11 did something at some stage which was crucial towards winning that series. Roshan, Hashan, all the guys, right up to 11, did something special at some stage or other to play a fairly pivotal role in winning. Even against England, we had a little scare towards the end, but then I think Hashan and Roshan went and steadied the ship. Kumar Dharmasena was contributing tremendously. So it was one of those very special tours.
Prior to that 84 series, you were in England for the 1983 World Cup, and Sir Gary was the coach. What was he like as a mentor?
That was a memorable tour, He was something else. He was fabulous on and off the cricket field. He had the most amazing number of stories on cricket. Great sense of humor. And whenever we traveled from one county to another, he would just entertain us with stories in the vehicle. And his knowledge of wickets, I thought, was phenomenal.
Why do you say that?
Because I still remember we went to play one of these initial games on a rain-affected pitch. It was a not even a county game, we were playing a combined league team or something. And there was this rain-affected wicket. And he walked up to the middle and asked Dulip, and I remember I was also there, said, "What do you want to do?" So we said, "We want to field first because it looks so damp." And then he smiled and said,
"It ain't easy, but it's almost over."
Welcome back to all our viewers joining us through www.thepapare.com and batsman.com. We're giving you this joint production between batsman.com and papare.com. It's live match traditional encounter between St. Sebastian's College and St. Peter's College. St. Sebastian's College won the toss and elected to field first. Noni Fernando expected to get some wickets early on, but that wasn't the case when St. Peter's College got off to a good start. A half-century stand for the opening wicket, and then the two most experienced batsmen at the crease at the moment for St. Peter's College, Santosh Gunatilaka in prime form, and his captain Ranmit Jayasena at the other end. And I'm joined with Eric Gowder. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and well, the first session certainly belongs to St. Peter's, and That was an important decision by Fernando when he won the toss and invited St. Peter's to bat first. I thought that the decision could backfire on him because this track itself, they thought that because they saw some grass on the track, there will be some movement early on for the bowlers. It was not to be, and hard surface, no doubt, very dry, and the quick bowlers couldn't get anything out of it, just a bit of extra bounce in those first 10-12 overs. But after that, it just settled down very nicely and it's become a beautiful batting track. And St. Peter's have piled on the pressure, 114 for 2 at lunch after 36 overs. And certainly it's going to be a leather hunt for the Sebastianites unless they pick up some early wickets.
Here we go, the highlight package. The first wicket to fall, Banuka, and the second wicket, Dinit Anjula. The two openers falling after getting good starts. 41 for Banuka and 22 for Dinit. Banuka is also one of the top run getters for St. Peter's College this season. Second highest run scorer. And he batted brilliantly for his 40-41. Would be kicking himself, Eric, I think, for giving away his wicket.
Yes, in fact, the way he got out, I mean, a lot of bottom hand of the shot, hit the toe of the bat. The ball just ballooned for the bowler to take a return catch.
It will be Vinu Jaranasinghe to start off the proceedings from the canal end. Santosh, I beg your pardon, Ranmit Jayasena on strike, the left-hander. One of the tallest players going around the school circuit, Ranmit. A lot of construction going around, Eric. I think a lot of buildings coming up around this ground. Oh, that's a disappointing start.
Yes, playing across the line. First ball after lunch. Well, you've got to play yourself in after a 40-minute break. And having said that, the sun has gone behind the clouds. It's got a bit gloomy at the moment down here in Bambalapitiya.
Much better from Ranmit this time. Present in the full face of the bat. Yes, pleasant conditions at the moment for the players, especially the fielders. The sun is covered by the clouds. That's the first run of the session for Ranmit. Goes to 10 of 36 deliveries.
Yes, there we are. See that cloud cover over the grounds. In fact, when we stopped over for lunch, it was blazing hot with the sun beaming down. The last 10 or 12 minutes, the cloud cover has come over. I think there were some amendments to the rules made by Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association for this under-19 tournament. We'll come to that in this over. Nicely worked away. That's good running with the wickets. They need to pick up those twos. We didn't see that in the morning session because they were quite content with taking the single, didn't push for the second run. But of course, I'm sure that the batsmen now realize they must get a move on the scoreboard.
That's the end of the first over of the second session. 37 gone. St. Peter's College 117 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Tashik Pereira will start over from the rugby pavilion end. Scoreboard Rigaban starts off with a loosener, but straight to the extra cover fielder. Lucky there. He's been very expensive in this his earlier spell. There you go. Very unfortunate Dunmith not finding the gap in that occasion.
You're talking about the amendments to the rules for this under-19 tournament. And one of the rules is that if a fast bowler has bowled 5 overs and he comes off, then he cannot bowl for 20 minutes. It doesn't apply to the spinners, only for the quick bowlers. So if he bowls 5, 6 or 7 overs, he's got to take a break for at least 20 minutes. If he's bowled 4 overs, he could come on. In addition to that, if a side has lost 8 wickets, that rule does not apply. And if a team has scored 30 runs to win, also that rule does not apply of the fast bowler coming off and taking a 20-minute break. So those are the adjustments made to the rules. They're not MCC rules, they're just introduced by Sri Lanka Cricket. And of course, in conjunction with the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association for this season.
Any particular reason behind those changes?
Yes, I think they want to ensure that the quicker bowlers don't injure themselves, don't overbowl themselves sometimes. Don't forget, you're still under 19. Just coming around towards adulthood, so perhaps the body not strong enough to bowl those spells of 9-10 overs on the trot. And these may be the reasons that these have been introduced.
Yes, player fitness has been an issue for Sri Lanka cricket in the recent past. One name comes to my mind, Angelo Matthews has been one of the victims of not maintaining his fitness, not being looked after. That's I think that's the right way to put it, and very unfortunate that he has succumbed to many injuries in the recent past.
Well, now they say it's generic.
We've got to find a way to contain, a way to look after these players, Eric. I think even the fast bowlers, we have a good crop of new fast bowlers who are coming up, the likes of Lahiru Kumar, Dushmantha Chamira. We'll come back to that at the next over. 38 gone. St. Peter's College 118 for 2. To continue, yes, I was saying the likes of Lahiru Kumar, Dushmantha Chamira, and even Kasun Rajitha who's looked promising in their early stages of their careers. I think it's important that Sri Lanka cricket looks after these players.
Just coming back to these school games, we're talking about the amended rules just for these under-19 games. During the lunch break, I had the opportunity of taking a look at one of these new balls being used. And this ball will be used for all tournament matches by the schools participating in the tournament itself.
This time comes down the track and lifts it over the long mid-on field. First boundary of this session for Santosh. Stamping it authority now. I'm sure he must be seeing the ball like a football at the moment, Eric.
Yes, there we are. So down the track very quickly. Picked it up beautifully over the vacant mid-on region down towards long one for 4. When you're in sublime batting form, all you need to do is play it through the line, keep your concentration going, and there you are, the runs will flow. Just talking about the ball itself, well, my impression was that there's hardly any seam on that new ball, and it's varnished. There's no real paint on the ball, so difficult for bowlers to keep the shine on one side of the ball. So lots of quick bowlers, perhaps will bend their back, and there we are at the end of the over. So we'll come back after the over. 123 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Just talking about the ball itself, so there's no chance of getting reverse swing on this ball.
Just as we speak, there's a shape away from the left hand. Tashik getting some shape away from Ranmit Jayasena. There you go.
Yes, but too wide. It's not going to trouble any batsman at all. So it's really a heartbreaking effort from quick bowlers to try and get any movement of this ball.
Ranmit very watchful at the moment. Very contained, if that's right the word. 12 of just 46 deliveries, while his partner Santosh is ticking along nicely. 38 of 54 deliveries. St. Peter's College also maintaining a good healthy run rate, 3.13 at the moment. That's the edge. Is that gone to the fence? Yes, it has. No, it hasn't. Beg your pardon. I thought the umpire was gonna single a boundary, but another ball falling short of that slip cordon.
Yes, he said this morning that the slips are standing far too down. They need to bring that second slip at least up a couple of steps. That will carry it straight to that second slip fielder.
It's an easy 2 for Ranmit. Easily nudged away to the leg side, the vacant mid-wicket region.
Just talking about the ball, I mean, I think that you need to give, especially the quick bowlers, better balls to bowl with, because when you have a ball that doesn't have a pronounced seam, it doesn't keep the shine on too long, it's not really going to help a quicker bowler. It's not going to develop quicker bowlers. You need to have better balls as well to bowl with during school matches. This is the age to start.
This time another single taken by Santosh. Yes, and I think adding to the point you made regarding reverse swing, I think, Eric, the art of reverse swing is slowly fading away from cricket. You don't really see bowlers using reverse swing even in the international arena. It's really hard to find.
Yes, it'll be hard to find in the limited overs games. Don't forget you're using 2 new balls in a 50-over game. But in a test match, when you got to bowl, say, 90 overs with a ball, and if the fielding side can keep one end polished, the other end scruffed up, yes, you can. That's an art, really, to look after the ball. So you need your teammates to look after the ball. And that's the end of the over. St. Peter's are 126 for 2. There's the scoreboard, 126-2. St. Peter's College put it to bat today by St. Sebastian's. The batsman on 30 and 10. So that scoreboard in the batsman's favour will be changed every 10 runs. It doesn't work every single run.
Another edge falling short. This time played intently by Ranmit Jayasena. It's another easy single. That's the key, I think, for these two batsmen. It's not about scoring boundaries. It's about rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard moving.
Yes, when you got a left hand, right hand as well in the middle, it makes it even more difficult for bowlers. Another spinner, when you're bowling on these type of tracks, you need to vary your deliveries, vary your flight, because there's no turn of this track, in fact, for the spin bowlers. That's a nice loop. I love that loop. That's the loop that you need to bowl. You bring the batsman forward. If you're lucky to get a bat pad, you got that silly point in place. That's good thinking from the captain, Fernando's and Sebastian's, to keep that pressure on the batsman. Even though Santosh Guntilaka is on 38.
Some swept in front of square. Covered by the square leg fielder.
Yeah, sometimes you find shots of desperation. Santosh Guntilaka, he was tied down a couple of deliveries.
Easily dealt with by Ranmit to end the over. 41 gone. St. Peter's College 129 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Tashik Pereira into his third over in this spell. Oh, close leave there. I think the bounce saving Ranmit.
Well, Ranmit, I think, did well. You could leave that when you know where your off stump is. They always say a good batsman is judged by if he knows where his off stump is.
Yes, especially when it comes to facing the new ball or even facing the spinners, it's always important to know where your stumps are. Once again, movement for Tashik, but he's just not able to find the right spot, right line. There you go. Pitches and moves away. He needs to get more closer to the batsman.
Yes, when you bowl too far outside the line of off stump, you're not going to tempt the batsman, particularly if you've got experienced players who know how to protect their wicket, how to score runs. Oh, way down the leg side. Two outside the line of off stump, then outside the leg stump. That's poor bowling. And the sun has come out once again. But the dark cloud has moved away. And there you are. Wicket keeper does all the hard work, diving to his left and now to his right.
Always a very hard job to do behind the stumps. This time he swivels away to the fine leg region. Ranmit Jayasena ticking along nicely now. He was stuck for a while in the first session, but this second session he looks more comfortable, more relaxed, looking for those quick singles, taking those extra runs. It's a good partnership building up, Eric.
Yes, when you have a bowler who bowls outside the line of off stump, then down the leg side and bowls a short delivery, we're not putting any pressure on the batsman.
That's driven down the ground, and that will surely run to the boundary. What a shot from Santosh Gunatilaka. I think shot of the morning for me, Eric.
Yeah, that's why the timing was perfect. He just stood there, put the full face to the bat, got the timing right, just raced away on this very fast outfield. There we go. There's no stopping that because there's no mid-on, there's no long-on fielder in place. Easy pickings. And this is what happens when you bowl poorly.
Yes, surely Nunithu Fernando will be thinking of a change from this end. Very sensible. Smart batting from these two. And that there will be overthrows as well. And that will run down to the boundary. This is not what the doctor ordered for St. Sebastian College. Nevertheless, a very expensive over comes to an end. 42 gone. St. Peter's College 134 for 2.
There's the single being taken. The throw ricochets off the stumps. Well, there's nothing much you can do about that. So 5 runs to the batting side. That's what they got. And takes Santosh Gunatilaka on to 48 of 60 balls. Continuing his good form over the last couple of weeks. And there's the partnership, 56 of 98 balls between Gunatilaka and Jayasena. The contribution 38 from Santosh, and Ranmit has contributed 18.
Santosh being the dominant partner in this partnership. Only 2 runs away from yet another half century this season.
That's well bowled. Well bowled. In fact, he's got that silly point in place. Got nice loop as well going, so tempting Santosh Gunatilaka to come on the front foot. With the pull shot from outside the line of off stump.
Not the correct shot to that delivery, I believe. This is way outside the off stump, spinning away. He's trying to drag that to the leg side, looking for that single which is available on that leg side.
Yes, big gap on the leg side. There's no mid wicket in place. There's a deep mid wicket. So chances I can pick that boundary if he can beat that deep mid wicket. That must have been the thinking. Nicely played. Waited for that on the back foot. This is clever batting. And on these type of wickets, if you're prepared to play the waiting game, lots of runs to be scored. Crashed away on the onside to deep mid wicket.
Yes, I think, like you mentioned, if you're willing to be patient in these types of pitches, be patient enough to hang in there. There are a lot of runs on offer, and that will be the 54. Santosh Gunatilaka keeps going on, keeps pushing himself. Back-to-back centuries before this match and a half century in this one. What a player. 43 gone. St. Peter's College 142 42 for 2.
On the classy knock, 6 boundaries, strike rate of 77. Santosh Guntilaka. He's coming to his own in recent times. Don't forget he's represented Sri Lanka to 19 as well. So he's got loads of experience behind him. And there's the wagon wheel. Shots around the ground. Boundaries on the offside and the onside.
Yes, loads of experience under his belt. Has been around St. Peter's team for a long time. His brother also will be playing the under 17 this year. Under 17, under 15, I beg your pardon. He also pretty similar, Eric. He also opens batting, opens bowling. Very good, formidable all-rounder. He too will most probably will follow his elder brother and someday represent the first 11 team for St. Peter's College. Once again, look at that. Look at that shot. Stand and deliver. On the up. Just easing to that cover drive and finding the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Here we go.
Quality shot. Absolutely quality shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just waited on the timing of the shot. That was the key. Used the pace of the ball. Timed it beautifully.
That's a shot of a man who is in prime form at the moment. Santosh Gunatilaka, very confident. It's almost as if everything he touches turns to gold. This time on the other side. Similar delivery, but he manages to open the face of the bat and find the gap on the other side of the extra cover fielder. There you go. He's enjoying himself, Eric. This grin on his face. Can see this guy. There you go. This time on the other side. Back-to-back boundaries for Santosh Gunatilaka. This is just a treat to watch.
Well, short, gave the width as well. And all that Santosh Gunatilaka could do was to get back to ball. The gaps on the offside. So many gaps on the offside. There's nobody patrolling that sweeper cover boundary.
Scamper through for a single. .59 of 69 deliveries now, Santosh Gunatilaka. I think I'm going to stop talking about Santosh. I don't want to jinx it.
Well, he's been fortunate. He has been fed by Tashik, who's fed him some very poor deliveries. He made full use of them.
Ranmit Jayasena on the other end, playing a very sensible knock. Slowly ticking away. I think this must have been the discussion in the lunch break as well between the coaching staff, Maninda Varnapura head coach, and the rest of the coaching staff, Krishant Peris as well. Now the two old boys actually, who is coaching. Head coaching this St. Peter's outfit, must have told these two batsmen to make sure that they take those singles which are on offer, and that's exactly what they've been doing in this second session. 44 gone. St. Peter's College 152 for 2.
ජයවන ශක්තිය නැවත ලබා දෙන සියලු පෝෂක සපිරි ශක්ති ජනක පානය පැලිබන් විටාජන් හොඳ ආරමුණකට සුවෙන් සිටින්නට.
Right, let's take a look at some of these great shots that Santosh Gundeleka has played in this innings of 50. 9 not out. Nicely played on the back foot, forced it on the offside between point and extra cover. And that was lofted beautifully past that mid-on fielder. Worked away off the pad, backward a square for 4. Again down the track, the lofted shot towards long on for 4. Just a chip shot on the onside that raced away past the bowler, and he got to his 50 with that boundary. And there's the wagon wheel of Santosh Gundeleka, 59 of 70 deliveries. Shots round the wicket.
Kalana, the wicket taker for Sebastian College, taking both those wickets. 2 for 23 in his 8 overs.
Yes, Cullen is his first 11 match, in fact, for St. Sebastian's. He's played in the second 11 a few games, and the 3 games he has played, he has picked up something like 18 wickets and forced his way into the first 11 side. But I'm very impressed with the young man. Bowled with a lot of control. Oh, that's a bit of misfielding. Recovered well. So Karnataka too will learn as it goes along. It's now coming round the wicket. That's interesting. Bowled over the wicket and now round the wicket to the right-hander.
I think these two batsmen have identified Kalna as the main threat in this bowling attack, and you can see in their shot selection, they're not looking to force it against Kalna. They're just trying to get those singles, push into gaps, and somehow get those singles going.
So going for the sweep shot, didn't make contact, collected by the wicketkeeper. Now this is what Kalna keeps doing, varying his flight, his pace. Look at that, nicely flighted. Would have taken a glove on the way to the keeper. Too wide, far too wide outside the line of off stump. So ends the over, and St. Peter's are 154 for 2.
So yes, St. Peter's have progressed well since the lunch break. They were 114 for 2, have put on another 40 runs in quick time here. 154 for 2 now. Run with Jason, the captain, on 21. Santosh Gunatilaka once again into his stride. 60 of just 71 deliveries. Has played some beautiful shots, especially on the offside. His cover driving off the fast bowlers have been immaculate. Good footwork. A double 100 versus Anand, the 100 versus Lumbini. Now on 60, unbeaten versus St. Sebastian's. There's been some pure classy batting by Santosh Gunatilaka in the last couple of weeks. He's in excellent form for St. Peter's. We have a change of bowling. Nadira, the off spinner, back into the attack after bowling 7 overs earlier on, and none for 21. And St. Sebastian's now pushing for spin, hoping to get a breakthrough. Their fielding, their catching hasn't been up to mark before the lunch break. Can they do better in this second session? Joining me after the lunch break is Megan.
Good afternoon, Ricky. And
this is the partnership, Ricky. This is the key partnership for St. Peter's College. This has been the story for a long while this season, and once the platform is set by the openers, these two has carried away the innings to heights previously also, and we've seen that clearly in the Anand game when Ranmeet and Santosh put on a marathon partnership. So Sebastians are got to get this wicket. Sooner the better.
Yes, so they need a breakthrough, isn't it? It's going to be looking very dangerous, looking ominous. 300 plus is on the cards at the moment. And remember, St. Sebastian's won the toss and they decided to bowl first. So far it hasn't gone their way as predicted.
So ThePapare.com bringing to you live, and you can post your advertisements at ThePapare.com. Contact Dinuk at 0777 333 228 for all your advertisement needs, and join hands with Sri Lanka's leading sports hub.
Yes, definitely. It's a wonderful opportunity for all those sponsors as well. The game's going live on the web, which with a very big viewing as well. Some matches on Dialogue TV as well. So there is certainly a lot of opportunities for the sponsors, for their brand to be promoted. And cricket, of course, the most popular game here in the country. And credit to ThePapare.com, Batsman.com for once again this cricket season bringing these live games.
And in a mission for 10 years now.
Yes, it has been a wonderful journey. Started slowly, but gradually came up. And it has been tough, not been easy, but a lot of hard work behind the scenes.
And what a milestone to reach 10 years of reporting with fueled with passion to report this bunch here at ThePapare.com.
Certainly, covering all sports, not only cricket, around the country, each and every corner.
Tough job it is. Got a lot of hard work going behind the scenes, and
certainly as that comes to an end, a dot ball to end the over though. 46 overs completed, 157 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So 157 for 2. Kalana, who picked up 2 wickets before lunch, will continue to bowl. He's been the best bowler so far. Change of ends for him. Before lunch he bowled from the opposite end. What end can we call that? The Dickman Road end?
The canal end.
Sorry?
The canal end.
Yeah, maybe the canal end. Now he's coming in from the opposite end.
Actually, now he is bowling from the canal end.
Yes, you're right, Megan. The canal end or the Vellavat end. He was from the opposite end, the Dickman Road end.
The left arm had looked very impressive, and what a shot.
Fantastic, isn't it? Just down on one knee, Santosh Gunatilaka, Megan, taking it on the full. He knew where the gap was. There was a player at square leg, nobody behind, and no stopping that. Another boundary to Santosh Gunatilaka.
And the matter has been with this man is that he's not trying to hit it too hard at all whatsoever. He's just trying to place it into the caps and pick up whatever is on offer.
Yes.
Never been greedy.
And he's a very intelligent cricketer, you could see it. He knows where the field is. He's not just trying to take on the field, he's just picking the gaps easily. He knows there is a deep mid wicket, there is a deep square leg, nobody fine. And he's producing the shots. Earlier on we saw him driving on the offside. He's just playing the bowlers on its merit. If it's there, I'll put it away. If not, I'll just pinch the single and keep rotating the strike.
And it's been the case, Ricky. A couple of full tosses were also not hit very hard. He just maneuvered it into the cap and made sure he's on strike. Even this was a full toss. That is what good batsmen do in two-day cricket.
Yes, because he's already got the boundary of that over. So the runs are coming. He's going at almost a runner ball. Just keep playing it as it comes. And Ranmit Jayasena is giving him that valuable support at the other end.
These Sebastian bowlers have been bowling a little wide of the wicket throughout this day, since the morning. The fast bowlers, they were a little wayward, so I think they should get their lines in line with the stump.
Comes down the track. This time using his feet, left-handed Ranmit Jayasena, pass mid off, no chance of stopping that. Speeds away to the boundary for 4 more to end the over. 46 completed. It's 166 for 2.
Tall lad, Ranmit got to the pitch very early, and the loop from Kalana allowing him to do the rest.
Yes, Megan, I mentioned earlier on.
Here we are, and with Nadira Fernando continuing from the Dickman roundhead.
Yes, like I was saying, Megan, earlier I mentioned that I'm sure they are going to see these two batsmen use their feet a lot. They're very tall and a good reach.
A very good reach, and anything, and a normal full length, good length delivery would be a full length delivery.
Yes, it's a half volley for them, and they know the conditions. It's their home ground. They know the size of the boundaries, and they like to play straight a lot. And they will take on the spinners. There is no turn for the spinners. Not much purchase off this wicket, so you don't have to really fear that one will turn across the bat.
No demons whatsoever on that surface. I had a look at it. It's pure concrete.
Yes. Once again, just easing it away. Santosh Gunatilka, not easy for the bowlers, left and right hand combination. They have to keep changing, and these two players are keep rotating the strike. So almost every ball the field has to be changing.
And also the bowler has to think of his line, and in this case, Nadira has to switch his ends. I mean, he has to come around the wicket and over the wicket, and. Ranmit Jayasena is on strike. There you see, it was.
Yes, so 48th over in progress, so and singles are easily coming at the moment.
And it was another. I wouldn't say it's a full length delivery. It's that reach from Ranmit Jayasena was able to push it down to mid off. I mean long off.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's certainly well bowled. Trying to just roll his wrist over that, played on the onside. He was beaten that time.
And we have FAR director Trevor Martin with us, and over to Ranjika down in the ground.
Thank you, Megan. And I have here with me the rector of St. Peter's College, Father Trevor Martin. Good afternoon to you, Father. Good afternoon. Father, I would like to ask you, a lot of things are going behind our back. You can see a lot of buildings coming up. What's going on here?
Actually, since the time I joined St. Peter's College as a rector, I was focusing on full education. And I was trying to give a lot of facilities for education, and I've been mentioning time and time again that we should be known in the whole country for education. And we have been giving them facilities in terms of giving them smart classrooms, IT lecture rooms, and also we also built up, we did a hall and named that hall as Father Maurice Legault Memorial Hall. He is the founder. Father Maurice Legault is the founder of St. Peter's College. And also we have done modernized the laboratories, and we have spent about 35 million rupees for the labs. We have everything, all the chemicals, all the equipment came from London. And old boy named Temia Dimel, he alone sent me 20 million for this whole project. And also the Petrite 93-94 batch gave me 2 million, and also from the school development fund, I spent about another 10 million or more. So having done that, we also have done the medical unit, and probably that is one of the best medical units in schools. Some say that it's like another mini ICU. Every day we get a parent doctor or a old boy doctor. They are attending to the needs of our boys and also the teachers, and it's full AC, it's more comfortable, and I see a lot of, as I mentioned, teachers and also people who work in this site here. They are also told when they have their injuries, they go there for treatment. And having done that, we have come to talk about, I would like to speak about sports. We have been doing well in sports, and we have about 19 sports at St. Peter's College. And one of the sports that we keep talking is cricket these days, because the big match is around the corner, and the matches are on, the tournament matches are on, and today we are playing St. Sebastian's College. Overall, we have been doing well. Rugby, we did extremely well. We won the knockout. And as you see, the pavilion that we are doing now it will cost me about 150 million. And we are trying to open this pavilion maybe end of the month. And this pavilion will be named as one of the revered directors of St. Peter's College, Reverend Father I forget his name. Father Joe Vikramasinghe, sorry about it. Father Joe Vikramasinghe, and also we have two wings on either side, and one stand will be named as Archibald Pereira stand, and on the other side we have another wing, and we are still to name that, and we are looking for a name that probably will everybody will know. And we'll have a lot of facilities in terms of, we are also trying to provide accommodation for sportsmen who come to St. Peter's College. We have about 30 sportsmen can be on any given date, can be accommodated, all dormitories, full AC, washrooms, all brand new, and also team discussion rooms, a small gymnasium, and we also have 3 IT lecture rooms, 3 indoor nets. And we also have for visitors the same facility, and I believe we can provide accommodation, or we can host about 3,000 spectators for any rugby match or any event that takes place here at St. Peter's College.
Yes, so a lot of stats there from our rector, and I would like to ask you about the involvement of the old boys, how the support it has been for sports, for this construction, for all these projects that you've been doing in the last 5 years. How has it been, the support from our Old Boys Union?
I'm extremely happy to mention the support that I get from the old boys. Even yesterday I had the monthly meeting with the old boys, and there too I said overall I get a lot of support from the batch groups for my development projects, and also the old boys get involved in the foundations, and we have the cricket foundation, the rugby foundation, tennis foundation, we have a basketball foundation, athletic foundation. All these old boys are heavily involved, and they spend their time, a lot of time here, more than home. They spend at St. Peter's College here, and actually for this project also I had discussions with them. I got their advice. I went for expert advice, and all these old Peterites were in different fields, in the marketing field, in the advertising field, and also in other fields. They came to help me for my discussions, and also whenever I used to have problems or challenges, I always discuss with them, and they come as consultants and help me in a big way.
Yes, thank you very much, Father, for spending a few minutes with us with your busy schedule. It's nice to see you coming to watch the match, and thank you very much for joining us. It's back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Ranjika. And that was Father Rector Trevor Martin from St. Peter's College. And meanwhile, Santosh Gunatilaka is excelling his form. And again, worked it fine into the gap, and that should run down. That's 4 more for Santosh Gunatilaka. Blind form is in this youngster, and with that, over number 50 gone, 178 for 2 St. Peter's College.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට.
Yes, Jayasena on strike against Nuanidu Fernando. This game has a lot of experience in it, isn't it, Ricky? Nuanidu Fernando, Santosh Gunatilaka, Janishka Pereira, a lot of Sri Lanka caps.
Yes, certainly a lot of highly talented players, and also while we were at discussion with the Father Rector down there with Ranjika, there was a couple of boundaries. It was happening. Santosh Gunatilaka hit a couple of boundaries. There probably would have been a chance for a stumping down the leg side as well, which the keeper didn't gather of a run with Jayasena. It was all happening out there. And in the process, St. Peter's have progressed to 178 for 2 quite quickly in just 50.3 overs.
And another troublesome partnership building up. And was that a chance? But that was a very tough one, it was, if it was.
Yes,
went through the legs.
Certainly down the leg side, the keeper, even if he gathered it, I wonder if he had time to break the bails off. But that was a tough one, down the leg side, fired in by Fernando.
And have a look at it. I believe it went in between his legs. There you see it went in between Jayasena's legs, and those are always tough, and you have zero vision.
Yes, buys extras to the total. St. Peter's won't mind how they come. And it is, of course, as Father Rector said, it's great to see the development here at St. Peter's College. A massive pavilion coming up for rugby fans in particular. The ground will be done up for rugby matches, for the not for this season, probably for the next season. A lot of facilities and a lot of time, money spent to develop sport at St. Peter's, and that is great to see indeed. 51 hours completed. It's 180 for 2.
So it will be Nadira Fernando continuing with his right arm off spin. Ball 10 overs already, 36 for no loss for Nadira.
Yes, he's gone for a few runs. His last 3 overs, in fact, gone for about 15 runs. Been a bit expensive. Both batsmen have had a liking to him, Megan.
And he's unable to purchase as much as turn he would like. And look how much in control Santosh Gunatilaka is in over these shots.
Yes, so once again just using the pace of the bowler. Just running it down towards third man. They'll pick up a comfortable 2 runs. Oh, coming back for 3. The fielder had to do some work on the boundary to drag it in. So another 3 runs to the total. Yes, Megan. And what is good about the innings is look to play straight. You haven't really seen him hit a lock sweep or anything across the line, just a traditional sweep earlier on. But most of his runs have come in the way, long off, long on, and through that extra cover region. He's been really good today, Santosh Gunatilaka.
And everything in control.
They have to keep changing the fielders.
A continuous headache to Nuaniddu Fernando, this left and right hand combination, and they keep putting runs pretty quickly. And long legs means more runs.
Yes, and also because of the change of angle, it's not been easy for Nadira. You could see him bowling down the leg side to Jayasena. In the last couple of overs, most of the deliveries to the left hand have been down the leg side. He's coming around the wicket, he's trying to dart it in. He's trying to bring that bat pad into play. It hasn't really worked. Amit Jayasena has been very comfortable. There you go again, just using his feet, knocking it down towards mid-on to pick up another run.
These two are lightning quick between wickets. And the ball came up to the fielder in the bounce, and if he was a little quick, that would have been a chance.
This time he takes it from outside off stump and hits it towards the square leg. That's probably the first real cross-batted shot he's played today, Santosh Gunatilaka. So another over completed, 185 for 2.
So Nuaniddu Fernando will continue, and Santosh Gunatilaka slowly and steadily to 80 with not much of a noise around him, but he scored these runs in a pretty much fierce manner, I should say. He's just a runner ball, just 10 balls, and but no one ever felt he was scoring that quick.
Yes, that's the game he plays. I think he just you could see if he hits a boundary, the next ball he just taps it and gets a single, crosses over. So he's not just hitting boundaries, but he runs hard, picks up the ones, picks up the twos, and the experience Jayasena has given him the support. I think that's what has happened. You sometimes tend the batsman at the other end tries to waste a lot of balls, keep blocking it out, so that puts a frustration on the set batsman. But run with Jayasena, you could see almost every ball is picking up a single and is giving a strike back to Santosh Gunatilaka.
As you were saying, Ricky, straight as a dice, and one more to Santosh.
So he's now moved up to 83, 17 short of yet another 100.
He'll make it as a hat-trick of centuries.
3 in a row for him, and all will be hoping he will get a big one here, 150 probably.
It's all set for him there for that.
The platform is set, isn't it? Platform is set for St. Peter's to go over 300 runs today quite easily.
And in a pretty funny manner, right after I saw Mr. Malinda Varnapura, the coach, in the morning, I asked with this track, is it another 100 or another 200 for Santosh today, because the track was flat and it's all set for him.
This time he plays a bit fancy. A fancy looking shot, paddling it away on the offside. You can't call it a river sweep as such. It's sort of a river paddle or whatever you call it. He's picked up 4 runs. He's just toying with the ball in at the moment, Santosh Gunatilaka.
What a shot. Cheeky.
Yeah, very, very cheeky indeed.
And that shows his form, his control right now. It's on top of his game, Santosh Gunatilaka.
Yes, and even in that shot, look at the power. I mean, it went to the boundary quite quickly. He's has a lot of power. We saw that in the last couple of innings he's played, and certainly he's continuing. 53 completed, 193 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So the tall lads at the center are doing it at ease and at their will. Santosh Gunatilaka and Ranmit Chasena. So it's a change in the bowling, is it? No, it's yes, it's a change in the bowling. It's Vinuja Ranasinghe from what end is it, Ricky?
Dickman's Road end, probably.
Dickman's Road
Probably
end.
Ranjika can tell us. He's more known to this ground. Probably once the pavilion come up, you can say the pavilion end. It's still not there. Yes, Vinuja Ranasinghe. He's the leading wicket taker this season. 18 wickets, if I'm correct. He's bowled well, but today he hasn't been able to get that breakthrough they are looking for. It's 23 wickets in 9 matches. So good going for Vinuja Ranasinghe. 4 for 12 is best.
And the wicket has slowed down, Ricky, dramatically. It was quick, it was bouncy in the morning, but just as Eric pointed it out earlier, the wicket slows the ball down. Once it hits the wicket, it sticks and then only takes off.
Yes, I think that early morning bounce was a bit of the moisture, overnight moisture as well. The wicket was covered, and that helped to bind the wicket together, get that bit of carry and a bit of grass. But now as it has dried out, it's slowly playing good. Lots of time for the batsman.
But a thick covering of grass, isn't it? Juicy full toss for someone in that form is asking for trouble, and up and over she sails for a 6 from Santosh Gunatilaka and moves on to 90s. The nervous 90s, is it?
Yes, he didn't try to hit it too hard. If you take a look, he just sort of paddled it away and ensured all he did was get it into the gap. I think that was his main idea. But it's clear the ropes quite easily at the end.
A huge lad he is, Santosh Gunatilaka. Big made, and that slap out of the off stump. So inching to that century. And 200 up for St. Peter's College with that. Good going for St. Peter's. And
well. 53, just 54th over. Megan 4 runs per over at the moment. It's looking very easy for St. Peter's.
It's quite like the repeat of Ananda College match.
Yes, and they have a good bowling attack as well. Decent bowling attack, St. Peter's. Excellent batting. Ranmit Jayasena doing the correct thing, just rotating the strike, giving it back to Santosh Gunatilaka. But that's the last ball of the over now. The umpire has signaled drinks. 54 completed. It's 202 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
As it comes back to St. Peter's College grounds here, St. Peter's 202 for 2. Here you see the betting card. Dinata Angela out for 23, Bhanuka De Silva for 41. Santosh Gunatalaka, the man in form, 94 not out of 99 deliveries, and Ramnit Jasena, the skipper, on 35 of 89 deliveries. I have with me Oshada. Good afternoon, Oshada.
Yes, good afternoon, Paulinus. First, let's have a look at the bowling performances. Kalana, the only successful bowler for Sebastian College, 2 wickets for 34 runs, and rest of the bowlers were taken on for cleaners by these batsmen from St. Peter's College, especially Santosh Gunatilka. But before that, let's have a look at the wagon wheel, the team wagon wheel of St. Peter's College in 54 overs, 202 for the loss of 2 wickets, and in fact, shots all around the ground.
Yes, there are 1, 6 and 21 boundaries. That's a good bit of hitting also. Just 56 overs, 202, and the man in form, Santosh Gunatilaka, on 94.
Is the last wicket fell down at the scoreboard was in 83. But, it's been a long time ago for Sebastian College since they got some success from the bowling. So I think they haven't been able to make a good impression on the first few overs with the new ball in hand. And just as the pitch report mentioned, if he didn't get that first few wickets in the first few overs, then it's going to be a paradise for these batsmen to play out strokes, and these batsmen proving that theory.
Yes, remember Sebastian's won the toss and put St. Peter's into bat. So 202 for 2, Santosh Gunatilaka on 94, Ramnit Jasena on 35, and these two have been there since 83.
Yes, Sebastian College lost some chances out there in the field too. 2 or 3 drop catches out there in the slip cordon really cost them this game. Could have been easy 2 or 3 more wickets. But nevertheless, at the moment, 202 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in 54.3 overs.
And that's a single to Jasena.
Santosh Gunatilaka on 94 of 99 deliveries, and first stage was 252 not out against Ananda College, and then 103 against Lumbini College, and here he is verge on another century.
That's nice. He played towards the sweeper cover area. He gets a single, moves on to 95. Getting closer and inching towards his 100. Well, if he gets 100, that would be the 3rd consecutive 100 made by him during the season. He started off with 252, as you said, Oshada against Ananda, then repeated that against Lumbini just a couple of days ago. He got 103 and now 95 not out. Definitely stroking the ball beautifully and nicely played this time by Ramnit Jasena. That goes into the boundary for 4. Pass mid-on, 4 more to Jasena, takes him on to 40.
Ranmit really taking on the charge now. He was giving support for Santosh Gunatilaka to carry on with his proceedings, but right now he cut the pitch of the ball and a full length delivery and whacked away towards the boundary. So he moves up to 40, and the score moves up to 208 for the loss of 2 wickets now. And that's the end of the over. 55 overs done. Peters College 208 for the loss of 2 wickets.
අසනීපව සිට සුවය ලැබීමට අත්‍යවශ්‍ය ආජනීන් වලින් සපිරි මැලිබන් විටාජන් හොඳ ආරමුණකට සුවෙන් සිටින්නට.
55 overs done, 208 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Santush Gunatilaka is the stand-in performer, and the partnership between Santush and Ranmit is now 125, a valiant partnership for Peters College. They lost their last wicket in when they were at 83 runs, but since then they move along nicely now, 208 runs on board in 55.1 overs, and Santush Gunatilaka on 95 of 101 deliveries. And the interesting thing about his innings is he's been very busy player, always try to get the middle of the bat and try to get that singles, and that proves 95 in only 102 deliveries.
Definitely, Oshada been really on command from the first delivery. Been playing some beautiful shots all around the wicket, and now Ranasinghe trying his best to dislodge this pair, who put on 125 runs between them. Jayasena, on the other hand, playing a sedate role. He's got 40 from 94 deliveries. And these two players really, within a couple of deliveries, they came together. You see Gunatilaka has faced 104 deliveries. There you see the partnership. And that one cut away, pass slip.
Now, was that a chance once again? Interesting to see the replay now. Let's see what happened there. Good ball by Vinuj, a good loop, and maybe a chance.
Got his hand there to it. These type of catches, you must hold on for a batsman of this caliber. You need to get that wicket. That is what is needed for St. Sebastian's at the moment to get this breakthrough. Vinuj Ranasinghe. That's the end of that over. 208 for 2 after 56 overs.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
56 overs done, 208 for the loss of 2 wickets. Ranmit on strike, and he'll get off the strike with that back foot push towards the cover region, and that puts Santush on strike. He's on 95 of 106 deliveries, and Nuanidu, the captain, will continue his 6th over. Another youth player represented Sri Lanka team, under 19 team. And
nice one, pushed on the leg side and takes a quick single. Takes Santosh on to 96. Ramnath on 41. Yes, Nuanidu Fernando bowling his 6th over, giving away 20 runs without getting a wicket. St. Peter's really in command at this stage.
Here's a decent run rate as well, almost 4 runs per over, and they've been doing really well since the start. Had a 50-odd run partner, first wicket, beg your pardon, the opening partnership, and they lost a wicket, and then at 83 they lost their 2nd wicket. But since then, these two batsmen, Santush and Ranmit, has been doing very well to get their team to a respectable total. Came down the pitch once again, but straight to the fielder. Ranmit and Santush using the feet well against the spin attack. Hitting against the spin, and Santush been doing that really well.
This time Jasin off the back foot and pushes it towards mid-on. Get a single, a quick single. And that is the end of the 57th over. St. Peter's 211 for 2. 211 for 2 St. Peter's after 57 overs. Definitely in command. But Oshada, I think had the Sebastianite boys taken on to those catches, then the story would have been different.
Yes, definitely. A few catches in the first few overs, and then as we saw in the last 2-3 overs as well, a drop catch in the slip cordon. So they got to be very concentrated about these fielding settings, and we've seen a few catches just bouncing before the fielder. So
time Santos Gunatalaka sweeps it towards fine leg, then that's fielded there, and he gets a single. He's slowly inching towards his century. That takes him on to 97.
Yes, earlier in the day, I thought that bringing that slip cordon of food or something maybe greater towards the batsman would have made such a change in this game.
Definitely, there would have been an additional 1 or 2 more chances, because the ball was not carrying into the slip cordon. It was dropping short. But that is a thing that the captain should have realized and got the slip fielders up. As Eric pointed out, the ball was slowing down off the wicket.
Yes, now at the moment, 57.3 overs done, 214 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Santush on strike. He's on 97 of 108 deliveries. Once again sweeps away, and a single, another single for Santush to carry him on to 98 now of 109 deliveries, and 2 more balls remaining in this over. Ranmit on strike, 44 of 101 deliveries, giving the perfect support for Santush to go for that big score, a big total.
Chasena drives this time to mid-on, no run. A left-hander, a tall left-hander. Both these 2 batsmen are quite tall.
His Ranmit especially. Very tall batsman, and that's heaved. Will it go all the way for a boundary? Yes, it does. Ranmit moves up to 48 and he joins the party. That was a short-pitched delivery from Vinuja, and Ranmit was quick enough. And 58 overs done, 219 for the loss of 2 wickets.
219 for 2 St. Peter's after 58. Telaka on 98. There you see that last delivery where Chasena was off the back foot, pulled it nicely, wide of mid-on, towards the boundary for 4. So Chasena with that shot went on to 48.
Bowling short pitch deliveries against these highly settled batsmen isn't going to help for Sebastian College. Well, nevertheless, Kalana is brought back into the action. 10 overs, picked up 2 wickets for 34 runs. The only successful bowler for Sebastian College in this match. And Santush pushed down the ground for a single. He moves up to 99 now. 110 deliveries is wasted to get that 99 runs.
Santosh on 99. Ramni Jasin on 48. He's on strike now.
There's both of these batsmen doing really well, and I think the key for St. Peter's College at the moment is back through the innings and back through the day until the end of the day. So that would give them a good chance. And will it go all the way for a boundary? Through the gap, yes, it's gone for a boundary, and what a way to bring up his 50. Ranmit, the captain, brings up his 50. Half century in style. 52 of 105 deliveries for him. I think he's done his role for the team. There we go. I beg your pardon, Ranmit, 4 boundaries in it. 52 of 105 deliveries. Giving the support for Santush to get these innings go through. But right now, He's in the party too. 52 of 105.
Well, so you see the body language of the Sebastianites. They are waiting for things to happen. They're not trying to make things happen. You cannot do like this because these two batsmen are really dominating the show. So you have to work hard and try to get them out. So Santosh Gunatilaka now on strike. He's on 99, waiting for his third consecutive 100. Or will he be able to do it?
This time a much fuller length delivery and returned back to the bowler. Santosh showing no kind of hurry to get that century. But this ball cut away and cut away nicely, and yes, that'll be it. Century for Santosh Gunatilaka, number 3 in this tournament, and what a way to bring it up. 3 consecutive centuries for this man Santosh Gunatilaka. What a player he's turning out to be. There we go, 12 boundaries, 1-6 in his innings. Man, he's done his part. He's dominating this tournament right now, almost close to that 1,000-run mark in this tournament.
He has started off with 252 against Ananda College, and then had 103 against Lumbini, and now 100 not out at the moment against St. Sebastian's. There you see the highlights of the century of Santosh Gunatilaka, getting off the back foot and cutting it beautifully between cover and extra. And there you are, over mid-on. That's a lovely boundary. Yes, he's perfectly off the back foot, working off his press. And there again, that's a wonderful shot over long on, and that's driven beautifully between cover and extra. That's Jaisena, the left-hander, driving it well. And there you are, Santosh Gunatilaka off the back foot, cutting it.
The interesting thing about his innings is that he's been able to measure things in a perfect manner, whether to hit that ball or whether to leave it alone. So he's been very good in measuring those deliveries, and there we go, a well-deserved century for this young man Santosh Gunatilaka. What a player he's turning out to be.
Definitely played shots all around the wicket. 100 not out, 112 deliveries.
Now at the moment, there we go, the wagon wheel, as you can see, all around the ground, especially down the ground and through that mid-on and mid-off area. He's been very strong throughout the gap, throughout the ground, and 100, the third consecutive 100 for Santosh Gunatilaka. There were 1-6 and 12 boundaries in it.
There's no doubt wonderful batting here by the former Beatrice skipper, last year skipper, I would say. Ramlit Jasena, the present captain, is partnering him well, and this pair has put on more than 130 runs between them.
His run with Santosh was dropped on 96 by the slip fielder, but that didn't stop him. He's gone all the way for his boundary, the third consecutive boundary, and there
you see Santosh Gunatilaka just again, starting again, just pushing for the singles the same way he started his innings. He's not going to throw it away. He's going to make this a big inning, a big 100. So that's what St. Peter's will put St. Peter's right on top of this game.
And I think from the other end, Ranmit is giving him the ideal support, rotating the strike, and he's been doing really well for St. Peter's College in this game as the captain. Is fulfilling his responsibilities. Short pitch deliveries, and will it go all the way for a ZX? And is it a 6? We'll wait for the umpire's decision. There we go. Ranmit moves up to 59, a short pitch delivery, and it was too good for Ranmit and worked away towards the square area for a 6.
There you see the replay of that shot of the back foot, hitting it very hard over mid wicket. Jaisena moves on to 59.
Last ball of the over, 7 runs from it. Once again a short pitch delivery, but hurried into the batsman. A single to end the over. 60 overs done, 234 for the loss of 2 wickets. Well, while all the parties are about Santosh Gunatilaka, from the other end, Ranmit has played some extraordinary shots down the ground and all throughout the ground.
You see Ramit Jasena putting it past mid-wicket. That's off the back foot and again pulling it nicely. That's Jasena's 50, the highlights of that 50. Beautiful shot past mid-wicket again. And now see the wagon wheel of Ramit Jasena. More on the leg side, but still on the offside. Also, he has some boundaries. A boundary there, past mid-off. He has 4 fours and 6 in this 50. He's 60 not out at the moment of 109 deliveries. St. Peter's 234 for 2 after 60 overs. It's Vinuja Ranasinghe to continue. And he'll be bowling to Jasena, who's on 60.
He's Ranmit on 60 of 109 deliveries, as you mentioned, Paulinus, and Santosh on 101. Once again came down the pitch and good foot movements from Ranmit. Worked that down the ground for a single. He moves up to 61 and that puts Santosh Gunatilaka back on strike.
You see, Ranmit Jasena is now taking the attack to the bowlers, whereas Santosh is starting off again, most probably for a bigger inning. So this is a good partnership that's developing, already developed, but they are going to strengthen this partnership definitely.
Yes, another important thing about this partnership that these two batsmen had was they identified their roles right from the very start. Santosh, first he was in charge of the partnership and Ranmit was to give him the support, but right now, wow, that's down the ground. Santosh Gunatilaka, well, he's not letting Ranmit to take control of this partnership. He moves up to 107 with that glorious shot down the ground. Cullen is straight away under pressure. There we go, let's have a look at them once again down the ground, and for a batsman with this kind of form, those are easy pickings. He moves up to 107 over 117 deliveries, and Ranmit on the other end 61.
This Don Gunatilaka drives it down towards mid-on, deep mid-on, gets a single. He moves on to 108. It's a partnership of 159 partnership of 210 deliveries between these two batsmen.
Another single for Ranmit. And one more ball remaining in this over. Ranmit on 62 now of 111 deliveries, and earlier today St. Sebastian College won the toss and they've elected to field first, and all things are going wrong for the visitors, Sebastian College. Once again work towards a quick work from the fielder, but Santosh and Ranmit very quick. And that's the end of the over. 61 overs done, 244 for the loss of 2 wickets.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
St. Peter's 244 for 2 after 61 overs. Santosh Gunatilaka on 109 and Ranmit Jasena on 62. These two players have really dominated the Sebastianite bowling attack. St. Sebastian's won the toss and put St. Peter's into bat. They were 83 for 2 at one stage, and from there on, these two players have been batting 244 for 2.
His Vinuja Ranasinghe is back onto the action, bowling his 13th over, now for 49. Let's see if he can break this partnership in this over. A partnership going very strong for St. Peter's College and not going in the way of Sebastian College players. Sweeps away but straight to the fielder. Fine leg fielder was up in the circle to protect that single. .109 for Santosh. What a player he's turning out to be for St. Peter's College. This time down the leg side. Once again, Santosh trying to work that towards the fine leg area, much more finer than where the fielder is placed, but missed that ball completely.
Definitely, he has been the mainstay of the Pete Red batting this season, scoring more than 700 runs. And this time off the back foot, nicely pushed away towards mid-wicket.
Very stylish player, Santosh Gunatilaka. All his shots revealing his confidence with the bat in hand. All those shots came down the ground, and an impressive batsman, a very stylish batsman as well. Not afraid to go for shots, and whenever necessary, he can adapt to the situation, and that is very important for a schoolboy cricketer. You got to adapt to the situation and bat through the innings, get that long innings in place as a batsman.
This time Jayasena drives it down towards deep mid-off, gets a single. He moves on to 63. Once again, you see the change in the style of batting between these two players. Jayasena pushing the singles and giving Gunatilaka to really attack the bowling.
But they've turned their roles opposite at the moment, and Ranmit is the one who's going after the bowling now. But Santosh in the last over, he proved that he's also giving no chance for the bowlers if they bowled on a misline or length. The message is now sent for the bowlers. If you just make a slight mistake with the ball in hand, then these two batsmen didn't hesitate to go for that big shot. This time much more finer from Santosh. He practiced that shot in the last few balls, but it was going straight to the fielder at the fine leg, but this time much more finer, and he knew exactly where the fielder was placed. There we go. A boundary for Santosh Gunatilaka.
It is more pitched on the leg stump, wide away, and he had plenty of time to really push it more towards the inner side of the
882 runs in the tournament with 5 centuries and 2 half centuries in 10 matches for Santosh Gunatilaka.
Just 118 runs away of making that 1,000 run mark. He had plenty of matches in his hand to do that.
Well, guys, he's going to be the first player to get that 1,000 run mark. We all hope so. This is a young man, Santosh. He's on 114, bringing up his 30 consecutive century.
It's beautifully over mid-wicket. That's going towards the boundary. That's a 6 over the boundary. So 6 more to Santosh Gunatilaka. Takes him on to 120. And that with that 6, St. Peter's 256 for 2 after 62 overs. Finish?
Welcome back, everyone. If you've just joined in this rather pre-tea session, apologies for that, post-lunch session, should we call it. Welcome back. If you're just joining us on this coverage of this game, St. Peter's College versus St. Sebastian's Motor Tour. St. Peter's College put into bat first after having lost the toss. Going along with a dream start, 256 for 2, St. Peter's. Santosh Gunathilaka, the man of the moment. We've been repeating his name here on ThePapare.com and Batsman.com most often than any other names when it comes to schoolboy cricketers. Him and his captain for St. Peter's have gone along very well. 83 for 2 they were when these two joined together, and since then onwards it's just been one-way traffic. I say good afternoon to a very famous commentator, at least among us in the ThePapare.com arena, Eric Gowder.
Thank you so much for the kind compliment as well. I don't think I'm famous.
At least among us, Eric, you are.
Yes, looking at this game, the way it's being drifting along, St. Sebastian's, in fact, they'll rue the fact they won the toss and invited St. Peter's to bat first. Super batting track. Absolute beauty, a belt of a track.
That's right. We spoke about it earlier, didn't we, Eric, that St. Sebastian's captain made a really bold call there, wanting to field first. In fact, that one also just trickles past the field. A teaser of a chase that was for the field at deep square, deep extra cover. Couldn't really cut it off in the end. A gentle push, in fact, just by Ranmith. Goes over the boundary. That shows how well he's seeing the ball.
Yes, definitely, because look at that. I mean, nicely flighted, got back to ball, just eased into the shot, and didn't try to hit it too hard. But the timing was good, and just raced away on this very fast outfield to the extra cover boundary for 4. So Ranmith 2 into the act. He's on 67. Not had the best of seasons with the bat is Ranmith Jayasena, but this will be the opportunity.
Absolutely. He scored 251 runs in this tournament just before this innings, and I think this innings, along with the one that he played in at Ananda, would really help him propel up there and get amongst the top scorers of this tournament. This is much fuller by Kalana, who's bowled well. He started off well, at least, got the 2 wickets that Peters have lost right now. But after that, it's been, as I said earlier, one-way traffic, and St. Peter's have really dominated the show. And was expected, wasn't it, playing at home on a belter of a batting track? These two batsmen, very much experienced, especially that Santosh Gunathilaka, and another century under his name.
St. Sebastian's also had their chances. Nicely worked away off the pads again. A couple of catches were dropped. One the slips in fact, another one at deep mid-off. Not the easiest catches, but still catchable. When you don't take those catches, this is what really happens.
There you go. Jenny was just talking about it, right, Goda, and here we see all the drop catches that were, I wouldn't say half chances, those were full chances, weren't they? I mean, they were just a lapse in concentration, perhaps, or simple mistakes, you could call them.
There we are. So again, those catches, the slips are standing far too down. They should have been up. And looking at that one again, well, straightforward catch, that one in the slips. And there are a couple of outfielding catches as well. Another one.
You don't give chances like that to batsmen like Santosh and Ranmith. They will punish you. And St. Sebastian's now really paying the price of having dropped those catches. And St. Peter's College, 262 for 2. I mean, that's a dream scorecard for any team that's put into bat first. Batsman number 3 and 4. 120 for Santosh, and Ranmith moving along nicely, 68. He too will want to get a century under his name. St. Peter's College, had you given them this morning this score, Eric, they would have taken it.
Oh yes, of course, definitely they would have taken it. And perhaps they look to bat after tea as well. Look at that bowling card. 7 bowlers tried, only the one successful bowler, Kalana Pereira, 2 for 57, the others wicketless. Some of them bowled some absolute rubbish, I would say.
Yes, they haven't been up to the mark, have they? On a good batting track against good batsmen, your bowlers have to be top of your mark. Cannot err in line, have to be absolutely disciplined. What do you say, Eric, is the kind of strategy that bowlers have to adopt on a batting paradise like this? Keep bowling good lines and lengths, be disciplined, weave together dot balls as many as possible, and then wait for a mistake from the batsman?
Well, they got to also, yes, not only keep it on a good line and length, they must keep concentrating, vary their flight. That will be very important. You've got to put pressure on the batsman. You've got to make the batsman think all the time, because what's happening right now is the bowlers are thinking. The batsmen don't have to think, because they're getting such freebies at the moment and such easy runs coming in all the time. So that is the advantage for the Peter batsman. And look at Ranmith as well as Santosh. They really made the bowlers pay for all the mistakes they made. Of course, don't forget, backed up by some poor fielding.
Absolutely. I remember when we came into the commentary box first time, Eric, I remember Santosh had just started his innings. He was very slow, watching the ball very carefully. I think it was like 3 off some 12 balls. And I think he was really taking his time to get off his feet, if I were to use those words. But right now, when you look at his score, 121 of 125, that's almost like a T20 century, isn't it? I mean, that's the good thing about him. He watches the balls in the first few deliveries that he faces. He takes his time, he settles in, and then when he's in there, he can play shots like that to maneuver the field and get those runs.
That's right. I mean, when you're in there and you're batting well, and you've got confidence levels so high as Santosh Guntilaka, well, whatever you do, I mean, turns to goal more or less. And you have those little chances that go begging, and that's what luck is all about. And when you're on this dream run and a purple patch in your batting, make full use of it, because you don't know when suddenly all that will be lost.
Absolutely. Fortune favors the brave, they say. And Santosh, of late this season, has been very brave. We saw a couple of catches dropped off him, but he has taken full advantage. And that's what makes a good batsman, doesn't it? We've seen so many batsmen full of talent, full of potential. But do they have the awareness in their minds? Do they have the cricketing ability to be able to think for themselves and make those decisions? One would doubt that. But standout cricketers like the likes of Santosh and many others, obviously we don't have the time to name each and every one of them. These are the kind of batsmen that take advantage of dropped catches and gone chances, and the bowlers really have to pay for it after that.
Well, there we are. So again, outside the line of off stump, too far outside the line of off stump. And there's no need for Ranmit Jayasena to put back to ball on that one. And we're talking about being about maybe 20 minutes away from tea on this first day. Well, I'm pretty sure this pair will want to go for tea as well, without any more stutters, losing any wickets. And talking about Santosh Guntilaka, his dream is to go to New Zealand.
Oh, they can do with a batsman with him right now, the way our Sri Lankan team has played over there. But he's a young boy. Santosh has a lot to learn. And I think it's important that these kind of cricketers are protected, taken care of, not exposed too early in their careers. I mean, I always wondered why someone like Kamindu Mendis, full of passion and talent for the game, he should have been selected for the ODI squad as far as I was concerned. Put him in there while he's in red hot form. But I guess, I mean, the selectors have their own strategies. And I hope the same happens with Santosh. He's given the right protection, given the right backup by the board and those around who are making those important decisions. And let him ease him into the squads, if at all.
Well, there we are. So these two batsmen not troubled by any of the bowlers so far. And that's the good thing about St. Peter's batting. But the batting revolves on this pair more or less. Santosh and Ranmit. They are the pillars of this Peterite batting card. Now, if one of them did fall, the rest of the batting of the Peterite order doesn't look so hot as we could call them.
Absolutely. You and I recognize that, Eric, but I think the people who have to recognize this are out there in the field, the bowler and the fielders. And right now, to me, Eric, these fielders seem to have, I don't want to use the word given up, but they seem frustrated, they seem tired, and they seem to be lacking answers.
Do you know there are 3 types of people in this world?
Tell me about them, Eric. You are the more experienced one out of us, so the wiser the better.
The first type is people who make things happen.
Right.
The second type is people who watch things happen.
Right.
And the third type who have no idea how it happened.
So we are in the second category, so we're watching things happening as a commentator. There you go. Wise words from Eric. Learn from the legends, they say, and that's exactly what's happening here in the com box. Single to finish off the over. St. Peter's College move on to 264 for 2.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Well, coming back to those people who make things happen and watch things happen, in fact, right now I think St. Sebastian's bowlers just watching things happen, not making things happen. That's what you got to do, make things happen, think differently, different strategies. You got to start moving your fielders around, start doing those bowling chains. The bowlers must also think some strategies to try and get batsmen out, get wickets, not let the batsman have any freebies.
Just as you say that, Eric, I think they've heard you, and Nuwanidu, the captain himself, brings him on, has bowled 6 overs, given away only 21 runs. Nuwanidu, the younger brother of Vishwa Fernando, who's in the squad for Sri Lanka cricket. He's been around the arena for a long time. Don't think he's been given an ample opportunity to prove himself. Cuts it away at the point fielder. Do they cross over for a single? No, they don't. So Nuwanidu Fernando brings himself on. Eric, would you have liked to seen maybe a quick spell from a fast bowler just before tea? We've got about 15 minutes to go. Maybe just try things around, have some bouncers and have some close fielders. Just rattle up the batsman a bit.
Well, I think the fast bowlers, I mean, they're going to be deadpan on this track. Don't forget the ball is old. It's taken a pounding at the moment. And the cricket balls being used at the moment in these games are not really conducive for quick bowlers.
As Ranmit has tapped that behind to the third man fielder, have they crossed over for a quick single? No, they haven't, so Ranmit stays on strike. He's moved on to 69 very slowly. In fact, he's moved on to 70 of 125 deliveries. Very well supported. His best batsman in the team, if at all, Santosh, who even here is looking like he's not satisfied with just a century. Seems like he wants to go on to get a much bigger one.
Yes, he got a double 100, in fact, a couple of weeks ago. So why not try the same strategy?
Yes, Eric, I was there watching that in the comm box. It was absolute entertainment watching him bat. He started off slowly, just like here. Very watchful, very cautious, but towards the end, as the ball got older and as he settled in, spent some time in the middle, started hitting some big shots, slog sweeps, pulls, sixes over extra cover, some beautiful shots in there. I was privileged to be able to watch that. Loose ball once again. Ranmit has no problem in guiding that back to the deep fine leg boundary. Fielder has no choice. Another 4 for St. Peter's College. Poor bowling from the captain.
Absolutely. Very poor bowling. And the captain himself should set an example. That was very poor. Down the leg side was so short. And I'm pretty sure that any batsman would have got a boundary out of that. Look at that. So poor.
Absolutely, Eric. On point there. Easy runs being given to St. Peter's College. You were right when you said that St. Sebastian's seem to be clueless right now when it comes to their plans and strategies. But I think they will be the most satisfied going into tea right now because they need a break and they need to regroup and maybe get an earful from their coach on what they need to be doing post-tea.
One thing's for sure, the coach is going to give them a earful on their catching. Catching has been poor.
End of the over, 270 for 2.
So 270 for 2, St. Peter's, put into bat by St. Sebastian. This is day 1 of this 2-day under-19 clash at St. Peter's College grounds in Bambalapitia. Santosh Guntalaka, 123 not out of 127 balls. What a dream run with the bat. And Ramit Jayasena on 74, the captain, faced 127 balls. And Janishka coming on to bowl his 9th over, none for 18 his figures.
Eric, I asked you about bringing on a fast bowler and here we are. Nuwanidu seems to have heard us.
Yes, about 12 minutes to tea on this first day.
Let's see what he brings to the table. I mean, like you said, he must be fatigued, must be tired on this hot day on a pitch that is offering him nothing. There you go. The wish has been granted. Eric Garder, what was I just telling you? The fast bowler comes on, does something different, and Santosh chases this one outside the off stump, picks up a thick edge, straight catch to the first fielder, and this time, more importantly, the fielder holds on to the catch.
Well, that's a poor shot from Santosh Guntalaka. It's not a wicket-taking delivery, I can tell you. But he'll be disappointed with that. There we are. Look at that. Way outside the line of off stump. Got the edge. Of course, the most important thing, Sebastian, the catch was taken. And Santosh Guntalaka acknowledged the applause from the dressing room, his teammates and the others. 123. What a hand he's played.
Absolutely. The first ever poor shot he played, and that resulted in his wicket. But nevertheless, a fantastic innings from Santosh Guntalaka. Once again, entertained us with some quality batting, good strokes all around the wicket. We were just looking at the wagon wheel in the previous commentary, and I happened to have a look at it, and he's scored pretty much all around the park, and especially down the ground where he's the most strongest. And any coach, when he sees that the batsman has scored as many runs as possible on the V, that's a sign of a very good batsman. Nipunika, the new left-hand batsman, comes in. He will be joining his captain Ranmit Jayasena, and the instructions will be very clear from Ranmit. Hang around for the next few minutes until tea kicks in, and let's go discuss our strategies over a cup of tea.
Right, so Sebastian's finally get some reward. There we are. That's that edge way outside the line of off stump. And that left foot not moving across enough, playing from the crease more or less. And that was a straightforward regulation catch, in fact, the slip cord. And that couldn't be dropped for sure.
Where credit is due, Eric. I think we were talking about St. Sebastian's captain not being proactive, but I am happy with the fact that while bringing on the fast bowler, he opted to have a slip. Most captains at this time of the day, when batsmen are on form, on top, and the team and the innings is going along well, the runs are coming along, most captains wouldn't have opted for a slip fielder. But here, Nuwanidu has maybe just decided that perhaps the batsman might play a loose shot and it might carry to slip, and it did. So credit where credit is due. Good move by the captain in bringing that slip fielder for the bowler and giving him that much needed confidence.
So Fonseca, the new man in, Nipunika Fonseca joins his captain Ranmit Jayasena. St. Peters on 270 for 3. So just that one wicket so far between lunch and tea so far. We've got 10 minutes to go for tea on this first day. And the only success in this afternoon session so far has been the wicket of Santosh Guntilaka.
Yes, Santosh, despite that awesome innings of 123, might have a small regret. He must have thought, okay, let me at least go on until tea and stay not out so that I can bat the rest of the day. But unfortunately, it wasn't for his being. Either way, he's got his century, third one, consecutive, I should say, 252 and then 103 against Lumbini, and now 123 against St. Sebastian's. The boys from the south, Moratuwa, made a long journey up here to the north of Colombo in Bambalapitiya on a hot day, but the St. Peter's batsmen standing as tall as the buildings around their school, giving a tough time to the St. Sebastian bowlers.
Full toss. There we are. So going back for the second run, that's good running wickets. You need to put the fielders under pressure. We didn't see that being done by the feet-right batsman in the morning session.
There's a good shot there by the new batsman Nipunaka, straight away tucked towards the leg side and got the quick two. There you go. That's a replay of that of the wicket that Santosh got out. Nipunaka, as soon as he came in, didn't have trouble getting off the mark. Just tucked it away to the leg side. There's no fielder in the inner circle, so the fielder from deep square leg had to run in and collect that. So Nipunaka had enough time to come back for that second run. Very wide that one from Janishka. He won't want to bowl there. If you want to get wickets, make the batsman play. That's what his captain must be telling him.
Well, it's a hot afternoon, and don't forget tough conditions for the fielding side as well. They had no success in that afternoon session until they picked up that one wicket of Guntilaka. Sometimes your shoulders are down.
You can always see it, can you? When he's running in, you can sort of see that he's sort of relaxed his run up compared to how it was in the morning. It was steaming in the morning, but here it's more of a very relaxed run up to the crease. But I like his action, very upfront and straight. As long as he can keep pitching it on the right areas, he can ask questions from the batsman, especially to the new batsman. They should apply pressure on him. I'm happy to see there are 3 slips, or rather 2 slips and a gully, and fielders on the offside. Last ball of the over. Well left there by Nipunaka. Brings us to the end of the 66th over. St. Peter's College going along nicely. Just lost a 1 wicket in this session. 272 for 3.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Captain Nuwanidu will continue to the St. Peter's captain to captain here. Good battle going on. St. Peter's College having the upper hand right now. 74 of 127. Ranmit Jayasena. Nipunaka has just gotten off the mark in the previous over. St. Peter's College sitting comfortable with 272 at a healthy run rate of 4.11.
Yes, we're talking about quick bowlers coming on and trying getting wickets. We're talking about the ball, in fact, the type of ball they're using for this tournament. There's hardly any seam on it, and there's only a varnish, a coat of varnish, so there's no real reason or no real requirement to polish the ball because you can't keep a shine of the ball on one side. So it's not the best of balls to be used in school cricket. That I must say. I took a look at one of the new balls, in fact, during lunchtime.
Right.
And it's a heartbreaking ball for any quick bowler, or for a spinner for that matter, but there's no real seam on that ball. So I think they've got to get better balls for these school boys to start to learn to seam the ball and to spin the ball.
That perhaps explains one reason why fast bowlers haven't been so successful on Sri Lankan pitches, especially in these school grounds. Generally, pitches have always been batsman friendly here in Sri Lanka, but as you said, I mean, if the ball is not of the top quality, I guess it's difficult for the spinners and the fast bowlers to sort of get any assistance from it unless you're an extremely talented, extraordinary kind of a bowler that batsmen find it difficult to read. They're not going to get much assistance of the seam itself, as you very rightly pointed out. Cut away this time. Won't go past the point fielder. Ranmit Jayasena has played that shot a lot. He's waited on his back foot and sort of shifted his balance at the back and tried to guide that towards third man and point, and collected quite a few runs from that area. Be interesting to see his wagon wheel, what it'll look like, and how many runs he scored off that area. This time much fuller, pushed it down to the fielder long on, crosses over for a single.
Yes, you've got to have somebody like a Muthai, Muralidharan to start to bowl with these type of balls, because taking a look at that ball, I know that for sure, once the first 7-8 overs are completed, the quick bowlers are going to complain there's no seam. And how do you grip the ball? How do you hold that ball to for a seam bowler, spinner? How do you grip the ball to bowl spin? Well, these are the questions that should be answered.
Well, there you go then. Eric Gowda has quite a few questions from you, whoever who is responsible for this. I hope you're listening and taking notes. St. Peter's College end the 67 overs, 275 for 3. I think last over. Yes, Eric Gowda has been talking to us about the quality of the ball that is being used in these school cricket matches. And he's of the opinion that the balls are not up to the standard as they should be, which is why we are probably seeing that the spinners and the fast bowlers are sort of struggling to make inroads into the batting lineups of the opposition. And you think that's the only reason, Eric, that batsmen have it their way in most of these matches? Or is it got to do with the pitch and the conditions and all of that put together?
Oh, ball is one part of it. I mean, there's so many different aspects to playing cricket. You talk about the pitchers, you talk about then the ball, you talk about the fielding sides, how well they field, the batsmen as well. So there's so many components to a cricket match. But then one of the components is also the pitch and then the ball. They talk so much about the ball. Now, for instance, they use the Duke or the Kokobura at most times. But having said that, these balls are only used for tournament matches. Now, there are schools that play non-tournament matches. They could use any ball they want for those games.
Wide outside the off stump, cut away. Tries to go for a fast, quick single, but Ranmit shows no interest in that one. He wants to occupy the crease for as long as possible. Captain of St. Peter's.
Very short. Should have been worked away through the gap, in fact. Straight to the field at that time, so there we are. Ranmit Jayasena on 76. He'll want to get to 3 figures, no doubt.
Janishka opting to come round the wicket to the left-hand batsman. Oh, that has stayed low. Ranmit sort of searching for that delivery. to try and guide that once again towards the third man reach. And I think this line is very interesting from Janishka. He's keeping it there on the 5th and 6th up line, trying to get Ranmit to somehow fend that one. Now, there's two things that can happen here. There can be an inside edge towards onto the stumps, or an outside edge to the slip field. So good thinking by the bowler, but for how long can he persist with that line is a question that needs to be answered. This time short and at the hips of the batsman, but there is a fielder down at fine leg who cuts it off very quickly. So Ranmit just gets a single off that shot, which brings Nipunaka, the new batsman, on strike. And I think this is what they'll have to do. They'll have to get the new batsman to face as many deliveries as possible and apply pressure on him, because he's just walked in. Ranmit is seeing the ball like a football. I'm sure he spent a lot of time in the middle. But Nipunaka, the new batsman, he's the one that the bowler should be targeting and trying to put pressure on him.
When we look at the 3 deliveries bowled so far in this over, they've been so different. 2 outside the line of off stump, then the one very short delivery.
Exactly what you said, Eric. Once again, 2 wide outside the off stump. Any batsman will have no problem in leaving a ball like that. Ideally, to a new batsman, you'd want him to play off his bat as much as possible. And Janishka here will be doing himself a favour if he bowls wicket to wicket as straight as possible.
I call that negative bowling.
I wonder if it's got to do with the fatigue and the fitness levels of the bowlers. Like you said, it's a hot day. Fast bowlers don't have their work easy. Much shorter this time, slightly uncomfortable. Nipunaka had to go to the back foot and fend that off almost. I think it may have hit his fingers, but luckily for himself, hasn't done any damage to himself.
Well, I like that from Janishka. He's handed the ball over to one of his fielders to polish it up. And, well, there's nothing you can polish on that ball. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, if you're listening in, Eric has been on and on about this ball, and I think rightly so. Someone who knows the game so well has every right to talk about the quality of the equipment that is used, and the ball itself plays a very important part in a cricket match. And therefore, as you said, as you can see, no bounce, nothing absolutely on that pitch. Nipunaka has no problem in watching that go past him. End of the 68th over. Has it been called T by the umpires? Yes, it has. There you go. So end of the second session of play here on day 1 of this 2-day encounter between St. Peter's and St. Sebastian's. St. Peter's College been put into bat first after having lost the toss. Have gone along very nicely, 276 for 3. Santosh Gunathilaka once again with yet another fine century, 123 of just 125 balls, and ably assisted by his captain Ranmit Jasana, who stays not out on 76. St. Sebastian bowlers, well, what can we say about them? Been rather lackluster in their disciplines, and thanks to a few drop catches, haven't had the best of days.
Well, I think the one good thing or the positive sign in that is that their over rate has been pretty good. They bowled 36 over the first session, 32 in the second session. So I think the over rate has been good. Look at the scorecard, 276 for 3 out of 68 overs. And of course, Santosh Gunathilaka was the man of the moment, 123 over 128. Ranmit Jayasen 77 and Nipunaka Fonseca's on 3. The batsman out in the morning session. And there was Dinith for 23 and Bhanuka for 41. 9 extras. The extras column has stayed steady right throughout the second session. So 276 for 3 at St. Peter's College in their first innings.
Yes, there you go. Let's take a look at the bowling card then. St. Sebastian's College, well, rather meager looking one. Nothing much to talk about really, except that Janishka, the fast bowler, has bowled very economically, picked up the 1 wicket of the prized wicket of Santosh Gunathilaka. And of course, the left-arm spinner Kalana, who started off very well. He was the one to pick up the 2 wickets of Bhanuka and Dinith, the 2 opening batsmen. They were well set at one stage, 80 odd for 1. And then Kalana, he's the one who came up and picked up those 2 wickets. 1 slip catch and another caught and bowled straight by himself. Okay, so here we look at the highlights of what happened after the lunch session. Ranmit Jasena and Santosh Gunathilaka. It was all about these two, especially Santosh. Played some wonderful aggressive strokes right down the ground, straight past the bowler, just like this one. For some good, entertaining cricket, especially from St. Peter's College.
That's right, and those drives past the bowler, the timing was so good. And look at that off the back foot, just played it very gently on the offside. And going for a direct hit, but the ball ricocheted towards the boundary, in fact, 4 extra runs. And this one driven past extra cover. And there's a lovely shot again, beautiful timing, just lent into that. And went for the sweep shot. Got 4 runs for it, and then there we are, flipped away on the offside, past the mid-off, towards the boundary. And Gunathilaka, he just spent his time in the middle, drafted those runs, played round the shots round the wicket, and what delightful cricket has been from Gunjareka's bat. This one playing that reverse sweep, pretty late, got 4. That's a full toss, well flighted, but made full use of that, hit it down towards mid-wicket for 4. And there's Jatisha once again hitting away on the onside for 4. And this one pulled away from outside the line of off stump. So the bowler is dropping it short, and Jatisha making full use of that, got to 50. And this one is pulled away again on the onside down towards the mid-wicket for 4. And this time down the track, lost that one on the onside. Really struck. And then for that little sweep down towards spine leg. And this one pulled away on the onside, down towards deep mid-wicket.
I think what I like about these two batsmen is that they're not afraid to go for their shots. They've showed aggressive intent, and I think full points to the St. Peter's coaching staff that they've allowed the batsmen to play with the freedom that they want to. I mean, if you see shots like that, especially that reverse sweep, Eric, a few years ago had a batsman played a shot like that, the coaches would have been screaming at him. But the game has evolved, modern ODI cricket has evolved, and I think the coaches are keeping up to that and allowing their batsmen to play freely.
Right there we are, so it's a T on day 1 in this game between St. Peter's College, Bambalapitiya and St. Sebastian's Moratua, and a T. St. Peter's put it to bat 276 for 3 after 68 overs, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes from now for all the action from Bambalapitiya.
We'll conquer. Some days I can't move forward. I'm not gonna let it push me over.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugaddas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
You spoke about scoring Sri Lanka's first 100 and the 150 as well. Could have gone on to score Sri Lanka's first double 100 as well, and of all places at the home of cricket, Lords, you made 190 against a very strong England side. You can recall that memory?
Rex, in our time when we went to play a test match, it was like getting married. I think every time there was a match there was utter excitement because the games were few and far between. So in those days, when that was our first tour, official tour to England. When you play the county circuit, you can have a really good run, and if you had a bad test match, you feel as if the whole tour was a waste. So there was a lot of pressure on us, I think, to perform, and England, I think, underestimated us. So, I'll never forget some of the things that I went through there. I remember padding up to go to bat, and you know, I could feel the pressure building and my heart was pounding, and somebody came and gave me a card from a friend of mine, and the card basically said, I don't think I should mention names, but the card said, you know, this is only a game, just go out and enjoy it. And it actually made me relax a bit. So then when we went onto the field, you know, we had that incident where we had some guys protesting. That protest, I always say, helped me, because during that protest, you know, I was with the fielders and they were asking me questions about what this was about. And those few minutes together with the players, you know, made you calm your nerves. And then when I actually started batting, I was fairly relaxed. I remember against Pakistan, that's a match we should have won. And I blame myself as well, because I was batting pretty well. I got a 50 and I think I threw my wicket. And then we had a collapse and we lost by a few runs to Pakistan. That was maybe inexperience showing.
Sri Lanka lost by 12 runs to Pakistan in a game where Imran Khan got 100.
Yeah, and we shouldn't have lost that match. We were cruising.
Is that the game where you hit your only 6 in your international career?
No, I think that was the game before against England.
And what's the story behind that?
The story behind that is my wife, who was my girlfriend then, was coming for that match. And I told her, when you come, I'm going to make sure I hit a 6. So she came and I saw her at the mid-wicket range. I raised my cap and then I hit both of them there for 6. So that was for her.
Happy memories.
Happy memories, yes.
We were determined to make amends for our debacle in Manchester, and fortunately for us that day it was bright and sunny, and also the wicket was a good batting wicket, and Australia I think won the toss and elected to bat first, and those were 60 over games. The first ever World Cup was 60 over games. In the 60 over games they posted 320 runs I think for the loss of 6 wickets or so. And in our turn, we got off to a fairly good start against that hostile pace attack. I think it was Ranjit Fernando and Sunil Vettumuni who opened the batting. They gave us a fair start of about 40-50 runs, and it was followed by Bandula Varnapura, who also got some runs. Dulip Mendis followed, and he too got into the act and was getting runs at a considerable pace when unfortunately he was struck by a bouncer from trying to hook a bouncer from Jeff Thompson right on the forehead, and he just couldn't bat thereafter. Fortunately it wasn't a very bad injury, although the ball struck him very hard. He had to be carried off the field.
Then you walked in?
I had to walk in after that. It took me some time to see that Dulip was all right after he returned to the dressing room, and it took me some time to get to the centre, and people would have been wondering whether I was coming in to bat or not after that. But managed to get in there and stick it out, and I must say that the first over I faced off Jeff Thompson, he had this slinging action which really didn't give the batsman much of a chance of picking the ball off his hand. And the first over I faced him, I only saw the ball whizzing past my head. Fortunately, nothing caught the head. I was able to survive that first over, and thereafter started getting used to the pace and the wicket, and managed to accumulate something like 46 runs, and was associated with a fairly good partnership with Michael Teixeira.
අනුර රණසිංහ පාසලෙන් පිටත් වෙනකොට බොහෝ දේවල් බලාපොරොත්තු වුණා ඔහු කරයි කියලා. අවසනාවකට වැඩි කාලයක් ඔහුට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඔහුගේ ක්‍රීඩා ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ ඔහු වැඩිදුර දක්නට නොලැබීම කොතරම් අභාග්‍ය සම්පන්නද?
එහෙම අනුර මං කිව්වා වගේ සහජ හැකියාව උප්පත්තියෙන්ම හැකියාවක් ඇති ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් අනුරන්සිංහ. අනුරන්සිංහට පුළුවන්කම ඇති වුණා මම අවුරුදු 19 පහළ නායකත්වයේ දාන කාලේ පාකිස්තානයේ නායකත්වයේ ගත්තේ ජවාද් මියන්ඩර්. ඒ තරගේ ජයග්‍රහණය කළා. ඉතින් එවැනි ඉදිරියෙන් හිටපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඒ කාලේ මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු 5ක් විතර යනකම් මම හිතන්නේ ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ ඉහළම ඉදිරියෙන් හිටපු ප්‍රතිකාරුවෙක් පන්දු යවන්නෙක් සහ පන්දු රකින්නේ. ඔහුගේ දක්ෂතා මම කිව්වා සංසන්දනය කිරීමේදී ජවත් මියන්ඩර් වගේම උප්පත්තියෙන්ම හැකියාවක් ඇති ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේ නිසා නමුත් මම හිතන්නේ අවසානයේදී 78 විතර වෙනකොට ඔහුගේ උහේසි ආබාධයක් ඇති වුණා. මේක ටිකක් පසුවෙම සිද්ධ වුණේ. අනිත් එක පළවෙනි ටෙස්ට් තරගයට සහභාගී වෙන්නට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණේ නැති නිසා කලකිරීමෙන් හිටියේ. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් උඩින් තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ඔහු කැමති වුණේ දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවට යන්නට. මම දන්නවා දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවට යන්න අත්සන් කරලා මම සම්බන්ධ වෙනකොට මම යෝජනා කළා අනුව ඇයි යන්නේ? යන්නේ ඇයි මොකද නවතින්නේ? එතකොට චුනා කරුණා අයි අපි කීයක් හරි හොයාගත්තට එක එක්කෙනා අකමැතිද කියන එක. යන්නේ වෙන තත්ත්වයක උඩ ඊට වඩා අවවාද කරන්නට බෑ. මම ආඩම්බරෙන් කියනවා මම අර්ජුන ගන්තුංග නවත්තගත්තා. අර්ජුන්ට යන්න ඕන වෙලා තිබුණා නමුත් මම දැන් යන්න එපා. මොකද ඒ ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩකයන් උන්ට අනාගතයක් තියෙනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා අනාගතයට උන් ගෙනියන්නට ඕනේ. ඉතින් එවැනි දේවල් කරන්නටත් හැකියාවක් තිබුණා. නමුත් මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ අනුගන්සියම ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ආපහු ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න තිබුණා අවුරුදු දෙක තුනක තහනමක් වැටෙනවා.
The Oval's got one of the finest wickets in the world, and it's got everything for everyone, fast bowlers, spinners and the batsmen. Nowadays we tend to see that the spinners coming into the equation in the first session of a test match as well before lunch. How do you see this trend developing leading into the future?
See, the thing is that in the old days, the groundsman prepared the wicket, and nobody else had a say in how the wicket was prepared. Even speaking for the Tamil Union, Mr. K.C. Rasaya was the ground secretary. He prepared the wicket, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone coming and telling him what to do. But today things have changed because the home side says what type of a wicket they want. Then someone from the board tells the groundsman, and they prepare the wicket in that way. So when you are in that situation, things like what you say are bound to happen, because if they are strong with spinners, they will make a wicket which will suit the spinners. And when they have fast bowlers, as they do in Australia, in Perth, you will have a very fast wicket. So now the situation has changed, and wickets are made to suit the home side.
it's almost over. Ain't gonna let it pull me under.
Set comes back to St. Peter's College grounds here after the game between St. Peter's College and Sebastian College in Maratua. To start off with the morning, St. Sebastian's won the toss and sent St. Peter's into bat. And the beat-right batsman, especially Santosh Punathanaka, is getting his third consecutive 100. There's a cloud covering this sky, but still St. Peter's 276 for 3 after 68 overs. Ranvir Jasena, the beat-right skipper, not out on 77. And Nipunaka Fonseca is on 3. Welcome to Ranjika. Ranjika St. Peter's doing well at the moment.
Yes, welcome back to you, Paulinus, and all the viewers around the world. Just logged on to www.ThePapare.com, the #1 sports hub. It's live coverage coming to you from Bumble PTA. And yes, St. Peter's dominating 2 sessions in this match after being asked to bat first. A wonderful century from Santosh Punathanaka. His third on the trot. Prime form at the moment. Closing in on the 1,000-run mark as well. And skipper Ranvir Jasena facing the first ball in the 3rd session. He's kind of 77. Unbeaten on 77. He too have found some good form in this first matches, which is a good sign moving forward for St. Peter's College.
For 3. 78. Strike. Replacing to Nuanito Fernando, St. Sebastian captain. Santosh Punathanaka and Ranvir Jasena put on 187 between them. Really took the game away from St. Sebastian's.
Yes, both of them have been building up those partnerships in the last few matches. And speaking of the new batsman, Nipunaka Fonseca, it's also batsman who is highly regarded in this St. Peter's lineup. Yet to prove himself. He's got some cameos during the season. He was there last season as well, but he failed to contribute in a big way. His father is also a proud Peterite who played cricket for first 11 side.
Time Fernando to Fonseca outside the off stump. So that is the end of the 69th over. St. Peter's 277 for 3.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහෙ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So St. Peter's 277 for 3. Janis Caprera to continue. And that was the shortest delivery. Run by Jasina, pushing it past extra cover, gets a single. He moves on to 79. 187 run partnership between Jasina and Gunathalaga. At one stage, St. Sebastian got the breakthrough. They had St. Peter's at 80 for 2, 83 for 2. But from there onwards, it was Gunathalaga and Jasina dominating. Janik Cabrera this time to Fonseca, who pushes it on the offside, gets a single.
Both these batsmen looking very confident out there in the middle. It's batting friendly conditions here at the St. Peter's College grounds, and I'm sure that's whacked. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Shot on the hips of Ranmit Jasena, and it just lifts it all the way for a maximum. Easy pickings. Sits up. The ball sits up perfectly. Janishka not really getting the desired height. That short delivery, and Ranmit using those long hands and just lifting it over the square leg boundary for the maximum.
He moves on to 85. It's the Jasina 2 started off very slowly, Ranjika, and been batting really, building up his confidence and getting closer to his century too. So he moves on to 86 with that single. St. Peter's 286 for 3. Janik Cabrera has bowled 10 overs up to now. This is 11th over. He got 1 for 30. Repeat right skipper also getting close to his century, Ranjika.
Yes, and Nipunak also understanding that Ranmit is middling the ball well, so he's just making sure that he gives the majority of the strike to Ranmit, his keeper. And Ranmit is nearing triple figures.
That's a nice drive past cover point. It goes deep down into the boundary, going for the second. He does it easily. So 2 more to Jasina. Takes him on to 88. And St. Peter's 289 for 3. That's the end of the 70th over. .289 for 3 after 70, St. Peter's. After being put into bat by St. Sebastian's College. Skipper Nuwani Fernando is going to continue from the canal end. And bowling to Nipunaka Fonseca. Well, St. Peter's might look to bat till the close of play and might get about 350. 360 somewhere.
Ideally, I think they would love to put the Sebastians on at least for 10 or 15 overs before the close of play. If they can clear Ranmit once he reaches the triple figures, he'll probably loosen up, go for some strokes, and look to get that 350 Smart again from Nipunaka Fonseca. Just nudging the ball to the gap and running.
Well, St. Peter, St. Sebastian batting also have been quite strong, Ranjika. So St. Peter's might try to get about to 325, 350, I would say. One game they got 505, 2 centurions there. So the batting looks good. But St. Peters might want to at least win this game in the first innings.
Yes, given the pitch conditions as well, they'll be aware of what they will come against. Anyways, it's the end of the over, 71 gone. St. Peter's College 190 for 3.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
290 for 3. St. Peter's been put into bat after 71 overs. Ranmit Jasena, the captain, is on 89. Santosh Kunatalaka was out for 123. And these two batsmen put on 187 runs for the third wicket. From there on, Ranmit Jasena, the captain, has taken over. He's on 88. And Nipunaka Fonseca on 6. Well, I would think St. Sebastian's will be given about 45 minutes of batting today, or half an hour's batting. Tired certain batsmen will find it difficult in the last half an hour.
And Sebastian skipper Nipunaka Fonseca, what he must be going through at the moment is he'll probably be kicking himself for making decision to bowl first, looking at how easy the proceedings are. And at the other side of it, I think he'll be disappointed with his bowling effort as well. The bowlers have been ill-disciplined, and the fielding also have been very disappointing from the Sebastianites.
Well, it's true. Ashik Pereira got that wicket of Jasena. There you see the delivery, that's a bit of movement there. Nearly took the outside edge. Good bowling. St. Peter's 291 for 4. Outside the off stump, Shimon Pereira lets it go.
It's a good over from Tashik, his first wicket. Have been pretty expensive today. But we feel much confident after that wicket of Ranmit Jasena. Loose stroke from Ranmit, would be really disappointed getting out in that fashion after scoring 88 runs.
Well, at this stage, I would say that's the end of that over. Let's come to that later. After 72 overs, St. Peter's 291 for 4.
For the Peter, as it's that this tail, the late middle order, have not got much of a chance to bat out there in the middle. Mainly due to because of the form in which Ranmit Jayasena, Bhanuka and Santosh Gunatilaka have shown in the last couple of matches. So I think the coaching staff and even the skipper would like these players to get some match time under their belt.
Fernando this time driven nicely by Fonseca. Gets a sing. This one driven back to the bowler. St. Peter's 293 for 4. Shivan Pereira on 1. Punaka Fonseca on 8. And that is the end of the 73rd over. St. Peter's 293 for 4.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Tashik to continue running in hard in this final session of the day for the St. Sebastians. We saw Janishka bowling a good spell before the tea break, and now it's Tashik who is into his 13th over. Fairly quite a bit of workload for the seamers in this match, both Janishka and Tashik.
That's nicely played by Shivan Pereira towards mid-wicket boundary. That's going into the boundary for 4. 4 to Shivan Pereira. He moves on to 5, and St. Peter's moves on to 297. 297 for 4 St. Peter's.
Shivan Pereira there doing the flamingo. Back leg up. Reminds me of Kevin Peace. Used to play the flamingo shot.
That's a beautiful shot there by Shivan Pereira. He moves on to 5. Tashik Pereira bowling his 13th over. As you said, he's got the wicket and 1 for 60. One short. Shivan Pereira gets underneath it. One bounce over the over signaled by the umpire. You see the replay of that. Outside the Ostam shortish. St. Peter's 297 for 4 after putting to bat by St. Sebastian's. Definitely poor fielding helped them to get up to the score.
Yes, Sebastianites got themselves to blame for the place they are at the moment. Another wonderful stroke there from Shivan, right on top of that bounce, and easily scampers through for 2 runs.
So St. Peter's 299 for 4. Shivan Pereira is on 7. Nipunaka Fonseca on 8. So the Austrian will let it go.
Bit expensive this over from Tasik. Still getting that away movement from the batsman. Seaming the ball away.
St. Peter's were 83 for 2 at one stage, and from there onwards it was Santosh Gunatilaka and Ranmit Jayasena who won a 187 run partnership. And now St. Peter's are 299 for 4. Gunatilaka was out for 123 and Jayasena was out for 88.
Awkward stroke there, but safely maneuvered at the end for a single. 300 comes up for St. Peter's College as that over comes to an end. 74 gone. St. Peter's 300 for 4.
Supplement enriched with essential micronutrients that restore energy. Maliban Vitagen. Stay healthy for a good reason.
St. Peter's 300 for 4 after 74 overs. There you see the wicket wheel of St. Peter's College. There are 5 sixes and 28 fours. Batted beautifully. Strokes all around the wicket. And you can see the cloud cover over St. Peter's College grounds here. But I don't think there'll be any kind of rain today. But St. Peter's 300 for 4, really in a commanding position. Nualedu Fernando, the Sebastian's captain, is continuing from the canal end. None for 34 his bowling figures. His bowling is 12th over.
Still wicketless the skipper. Shivan pretty quick in his run scoring compared to Nipunaka. Already gone past Nipunaka. 9 Shivan at the moment. The sun has gone away, and now there's a big cloud cover which is coming from the canal side. There you go. Looks gloomy, but I hope the rain stays away until we get through the 90 overs, 95 overs rather. 20 more to go after this.
A lot of cricket remaining. St. Peter's 302 for 4. It will be interesting to see whether St. Peter's will declare or bat the whole day through. Fernando this time to Shivan Pereira, who pushes it on the onside. That's the end of the 75th over. St. Peter's 302 for 4.
Strong breeze flowing across the grounds. You can see the players' jerseys. The background, the pitch covers as well.
This time Tashik Pereira to continue. He's continuing his figures 1 for 63 after 13 overs. St. Peter's 302 for 4 after 75 overs. We're in the 76th over. Fonseca is on 9 after facing 29 deliveries. And Shivan Pereira on 9 after 14 deliveries. This time it is sharply. Couldn't get hold to it. The wicketkeeper running further away to try for it.
Got to a awkward position there, Nipunaka Fonseca. It was Nonidu Fernando who ran to that ball. Luckily for Nipunaka, landing in no man's land. He's not looked confident out there so far in his 30 ball inning. But Shivan on the other hand looked very confident. Played some wonderful strokes.
That one well pitched up, pushed away nicely towards the cover region. St. Peter's 303 for 4 after being put into bat by St. Sebastian's College. Goes poor fielding by the Sebastianites. Got to blame themselves. They dropped about 5 catches.
65 runs. Touch expensive for my liking, but he got the price figure of Ranmit Jayasena. Once again wavered. I think that has been the story of the day for St. Sebastian's College. They've been unable to keep it tight, contain the Pete Wrights, and that's what helped St. Peter's College get to this strong position that they're in at the moment.
St. Peter's 304 for 4. Nice delivery, pushed away nicely. Short mid wicket, short fine leg, gets a single. 305 for 4 after 76 overs. Shivan Pereira on 10 and Nipunaka Fonseca on 11.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහෙ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Yes, as we come back, 77th over in progress for the day. St. Peter's have moved to 305 for 4. Excellent batting performance after being put into bat, led by Santosh, who made a fantastic 123. Captain Ranmit Jayasena making 87. It's now down to Nipunaka and Shivan, the two batsmen in the centre. Knowing Fernando, the captain, holding his off spinners, coming round the wicket. Samir, it has been a very good performance with the bat, isn't it, by the Peterites?
Yes, of course, it has been. St. Peter's College well and truly on top on this first day against St. Sebastian's. Once again, it was the man in form, Santosh Gunatilaka, who provided all the fireworks for St. Peter's, assisted by his captain, Ranmit Jayasena, who once again would have felt a bit sad that he couldn't get to his century, just falling short by a few runs. But all in all, it has been a good day for St. Peter's, and the only downside, if at all, that be ringing is the fact that there was a wicket just before lunch and after lunch, and both of them were set batsmen. But these two so far, Shivan and Nipunaka, have done a decent job in putting together another partnership that may hurt St. Sebastian.
Yes, definitely. They're batting well. This is a good opportunity for them. They haven't batted a lot in the last two games because of the big score in by Ranit Jayasena and Santosh Guntilaka. So this is an opportunity certainly to get some form, to get some runs under their name, get that confidence. And St. Sebastian's now really just going through the motions, looking for a wicket or two. That's a good hit. Down on one knee, but straight down the throat of the man at mid-wicket. Poor shot selection. He just took on the field, hoping he would clear the field, but didn't have the legs to take it over the boundary, and a simple catch on the boundary line, and another wicket against the run of play, Samir.
Just when we were talking about how well these two batsmen have done to sort of repair this innings from St. Peter's, but unfortunately Shivan decides to get down on that one knee, dragged it from outside the off stump, tried to go for a big shot over deep mid wicket for a boundary, but ends up hitting it straight to the fielder, who makes no mistake this time in taking an easy catch. Kalana, the catcher there, and Nuwanidu, the captain, gets one wicket under his belt. Shivan has to go, and that leaves St. Peter's down with 5 wickets. So, Ricky, I'm wondering what strategy the captain might be thinking about. I mean, they've got a few runs under their belt, 300 plus, decent score on a first day, on a good batting track. Perhaps they might be looking to bat another hour at least, and then put in the St. Sebastian batsmen for about an hour and see what they can extract from them.
Yes, definitely Shannon Fernando, the wicket keeper, is the new batsman for St. Peter's. Yes, that was a wasted opportunity, I think, by Shivan. Needless shot. He should have just hung in there, got runs. This is ideal opportunity, good batting track, but he's wasted it and held out to deep mid wicket. It's interesting to see. You mentioned probably another 1 hour, but the light has faded gradually, Samir. I just wonder if the light will hang in there. Maybe there will be no rain, but the light certainly, will it hang in there for another 1 hour or so?
Yes, we see some dark clouds at the back of the cricket ground. I mean, there's buildings behind the grounds, and from there we're seeing some grey and dark clouds coming this way. Well, for the sake of the cricket, that we hope that the rain stays away, but most people won't mind it, considering how hot it has been over the last few days. But yeah, you're right, there's quite a big breeze blowing across the ground, and that might assist the bowlers a little bit, if at all.
Yes, and 19 overs remaining after this. That's a dot ball, a good over. He'll take that, and Nuwanidu Fernando wicket. 77 overs completed, 308 for 5. So 78th over to commence. Tashik, the fast bowler, is going to bowl. Now this is very interesting. We were talking about the light fading gradually as one is eased onto the offside, and the St. Sebastian's gone to their fast bowler Tashik, who opened the bowling. He's picked up 1 wicket.
Not surprised at all, Ricky. I think the captain might believe that the clouds around might provide some assistance to the fast bowlers here. I mean, if at all, some reverse swing at least with the old ball, and Tashik might just be looking to do that.
Yes, hoping to get a few more wickets here now. Try to get among the wickets quickly as possible. Not let another partnership start. Shannon Fernando, the new batsman. Oh, appeal for a caught behind. That hit something. Certainly hit something. Probably the bat touching the pad. Maybe that was the noise.
There you go, look at the replay. I think that may have brushed the pad. No, I think it missed everything, didn't it, Ricky? I mean, it's way past the leg stump. But I think credit is where credit is due, which I always say. St. Sebastian have come back much better after the tea session. I think they would have had a nice, refreshing cup of tea, and also an earful from their coach, as I said earlier, for all the drop catches and some lackluster bowling against the two set batsmen. But after they come back from tea, I think they've bowled really well. stuck to their lines and lengths, and they've been rewarded equally. It's just like that one. Pressure on the new batsman. That's exactly what they'll need to do. Keep applying that pressure. Weave together some dot balls. Frustrate the batsman for as long as possible, and then prize out a wicket. That's pretty much the only way you can go about on a turf like this. That is so helpful to the batsman.
So no assistance at all for the spinners. They have to strive hard. And it has been very hot and humid out there. A lot of sun. But now gradually the sun has moved out. That will be helpful for the field inside. They'll be relieved. A bit of a cool breeze flowing across the ground as well. Once again down the leg side though, is not got his line right to the left hand. Fernando. Shannon Fernando in fact batted up the order last year, if I remember, for St. Peter's. Probably batted in the top 4. And this time he's batting down the order. And if I remember right, St. Peter's last year had 3 or 4 Fernandos in their lineup.
Well, Sri Lanka is not short of Fernandos, is it? I mean, we've got so many Fernandos thanks to the Portuguese who came here and made that name a very common name.
That was in the air for a while, but the fielder was a touch too deep. He'll pick up a single. He's off the mark, but that was not convincing. He could not control the bounce, Shannon Fernando.
Yes, very tentative, and credit to the bowler. He's bowled well that delivery. Good short ball, well directed, straight at the batsman, and he had no choice but to put his bat out there. Took the edge, didn't carry to the fielder, luckily for him. As you see the replay there you go. Had no choice but to play it. That could have left it, I thought. But good bowling at the end of the day. Well bounced and well directed to the new batsman. Nipunaka has played 34 deliveries. Played some good shots, but he'll want to stay around and talk to his partner, the new partner, Shannon. Both of them must be thinking about batting for as long as they can as Nipunika leaves that. 78 overs completed, 310 for 5 St. Peter's.
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුමදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අත විශිෂ්ට
So no one knew Fernando will continue. 1 for 39. He's been very accurate. Just 3 runs per over. So he's done a good job holding up one end. As we see the background, the buildings and the sky, of course, greyish.
Well driven there, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. Interesting, Nuwanidu Fernando, left-arm spinner, captain of St. Sebastian. His elder brother is a left-arm fast bowler.
Right arm spinner, in fact, yes.
I'm sorry, I think I've looked at the wrong name. Nuwanidu Fernando is the younger brother of Vishnu Fernando, the left-arm fast bowler for Sri Lanka. He's played, I think, a couple of test matches. Sorry, apologies for that. Read that completely wrong there. Right-arm spinner, Nuwanidu the captain.
It's totally 2 different sort of players, isn't it?
Yes.
And Nuwanidu Fernando, known for his batting.
Must have practiced a lot as kids. Vishwa would have been doing all the bowling, and Nuwanidu must have done all the batting, all the bowling, and all the batting, in fact. So interesting. We see a lot of family relationships in these cricketing arenas. We've seen sons of past cricketers play in the even up to now.
Yeah.
So lots of blood ties on
yes,
these.
It runs in the family definitely, and certainly good to see. The other day we saw Ranatunga playing for Anand, isn't it?
Yes.
Again coming down from the family.
Modita Ranatunga, the son of Sanjeev Ranatunga, former Test cricketer. You do see, I mean, Malinda Warnapura, the coach of St. Peter's, also played for Sri Lanka. Son of Bandula Warnapura, famous old Test cricketer. In fact, it's his nephew. Apologies once again for that. So, yes, as we say, cricket running in the family and coming down generations.
So we have Madhava Varnapura as well, involved in cricket a lot, playing a lot of club cricket for Sri Lanka A as well. That's the end of the over. 79 completed, 311 for 5.
ටීම් වලින් සපිරි ක්‍රියාශීලී දිවියකට අත්‍යවශ්‍ය සියලු පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ වලින් පිරිපුන් මැලිබන් විටාජන් හොඳ ආරමුණකට සුවෙන් සිටින්නට.
There you see pictures of some of the St. Peter's boys rugby team, I think, getting ready for their upcoming tournament. I'm not sure if that is rugby, unless they're practicing for wrestling or something like that, Ricky.
There's one or two who look like wrestlers out there, isn't it, Samir? And of course, the parents with their young kids watching this game. There's been a lot of parents, families watching this game. That's good to see. I mean, the support for St. Peter's cricket. Some schools you don't get that at all.
Absolutely, and that must be encouraged. Cricketers with getting their parents to come and watch their games. It's always good to perform in front of your family members. You feel confident, you feel backed up, supported.
And the second 11 match is also going on at the St. Sebastian's grounds between these two schools. So certainly a lot of cricket happening around.
Right, so focus back on the cricket. Nadira, the other spinner who bowled alongside Karanav, when Karanav got those wickets, the first 2 wickets. He comes into the attack, has bowled decently well, I would say, 41 runs in the context of the game. The way Santosh and Ranmit were going along, I think his run rate speaks a lot in terms of how those two batted. But otherwise, he's bowled pretty decently. He will come back into the attack and see what he can bring to the table. Shannon is the new batsman. I think the idea would be now to apply as much pressure as possible on him, try and wrap up this St. Peter's innings before the end of the day.
Yes, so they need to try to bowl out St. Peter's as quickly as possible. It has been a long day. And St. Peter's using the opportunity to give their players a bit of batting, some time in the centre. Takes it from middle and leg, sweeps it well. Good connection. Running down to the boundary. That will be 4. That's well, right throughout. Good bowling. This is much better line. Give it a bit of Nothing much in the wicket right throughout for the spinners. No turn. They just have to be probing, hoping the batsman will make a mistake. And is that the mistake they were looking for? No. Shannon Fernando has cleared the infield quite easily, up and over, down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Ricky, you said he used to bat much on top of the order than this in the previous seasons. And now when he plays shots like this, I can see why.
Yes, a lot of talent out there. You could see the way he used his feet. He knew where the field was.
Inside out shot to the spinner. Always a nice sight to see. The thing is, he got to the pitch of the ball, didn't fall short. Thanks to the flight from Nadira, he had ample time to jump forward and meet the ball at its pitch. Once again, well flighted, pushed to the field at cover. Will they run away for a single? Yes, they take a quick single. Unfortunately, the throw isn't that great. Had it been a better throw, could have been a tight call.
Definitely. A touch disappointing. 80 overs completed, 320 for 5. So 80 overs been bowled. Another 15 approximately remain in today. Wonder if you could get that in. Spinners are in bowling in tandem, so that makes the over rate quicker.
There's ample time to be bowled out, to bowl 15 overs out. And so 3:45 now. I think play usually goes on till 5:30, if I'm not wrong. So more than 1.5 hours to play. I think if at all we'll finish much earlier, Ricky. So spinners in tandem, as long as they keep bowling together, I think these 15 overs are going to be bowled very soon. And I'm quite interested in seeing what the St. Peter's captain must be thinking. Is he going to bat the entire day, ask his batsmen to keep pushing, or maybe just about a half an hour before the end of play, he might just want the Sebastian batsman to come out and see if they can prize out a couple of wickets.
Yes, definitely. That was not a good looking shot by Nipunaka. Just trying to turn it around the corner there. Missed it completely. And we would like to remind you, if you want all the photographs of these games, please contact the ThePapare.com. You could purchase whatever photographs you're looking for of this under-19 cricket schools season. And ThePapare.com photos, visit the hub.
Yes, they've got great quality photos, and if you want your sports event to be covered as well, wherever you're watching from in Sri Lanka, just get in touch with ThePapare.com and they'll do all the needful for you to cover your event in terms of photographs, and your digital memory will be etched forever.
Yes, to all those who want to watch, you could watch the match once you go home today as well. The entire match will be on ThePapare.com. If you want the scores, you could visit thebatsman.com, the number one stats provider, we would call it, in Sri Lanka when it comes to stats and scores. Thebatsman.com doing a wonderful job. So these two joining together have ensured and definitely done a great job for schools cricket.
Well, I guess it's partnerships on and off the field that propel cricket forward. End of the over, 322 for 5.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
82nd over, Vinuj back into the attack, the left arm spinner. He hasn't picked up a wicket today. He's the highest wicket taker so far this season for St. Sebastian's. Unfortunately, he's not been able to deliver. Economy rate to 4.68, slightly on the expensive side. And he'll be hoping that he could make some impact in this latter part of today's play.
There's quite a few left-arm spinners in this season school cricket. We've seen many of them. Vinuj Ranasinghe this time. Like you said, 4.68 is not a healthy economy rate to be going at in a two-day encounter. Ideally, you try to keep it at 3 and less than 3, thereabouts. That's when you are counted as an economical bowler. Flighting it well there. Gets Nipunaka to come forward and fend it to the leg side.
Yes, looking at Nipunaka bat, I think he's a strong side. There seems somewhere to be the on side. You could see even against the off spinner, he was trying to just play it towards that mid-wicket, mid-on region. And you could see he plants his front leg, his right leg, right across on the off stump and trying to just turn it around his pad. And sometimes tends to fall in a bit of a tangle. It restricts his options on the offside as well.
Yes, I was going to make a remark about his stance, especially his right leg is way outside on the leg stump. I think you get some left hand as well, very strong on the leg side. You take the likes of Thisara Pereira, for example, Kusal Pereira. Kusal Pereira is obviously strong on both sides, but obviously if you ask him which side he favors, it's definitely the leg side. And left-handers generally have that try to slog over the leg side, and once they have the ball in their arc, they want to hammer it.
Yes, he's hammered this one though, but there's a sweeper cover out there, just a single.
And it's always tempting when a left armer is bowled into you. If you're a left-hander batsman, you want to take that from outside the off stump and slog it over deep mid-wicket. We've seen that happen a lot. This time both batsmen, left-handers. Interesting to see the kind of approach they'll have. They're going to go for those big shots. But Vinuj, I think, is really teasing them with those flighted deliveries. He's bowling it way outside the off. And I'm seeing some turn, Ricky. First time on the day, seeing a lot of turn balls turning square. It's pitching way outside the leg stump, way outside the off stump. We'll come back on that. 324 for 5 at the end of 82 overs.
Fernando to continue bowling. Just changing his field around. a lot of the younger players, the fellow sportsmen outside the boundary lines doing their practice, rugby warm-ups. St. Peter's, of course, very strong side when it comes to rugby, and certainly will be preparing for the upcoming season.
There's lots of rugby being played, especially the club season is on, it's up and running. Lots of excitement there. Team Candy SC, unbeaten so far, doing very well. But right now our focus is on the cricket, and I was making the point about spinners getting some turn. What I'm seeing on this track is the ball is coming very slowly once it pitches. Even though they're pitching it up front, the batsmen have enough time to rock onto the back foot and push them to wherever they want to. So that really shows the nature of the pitch. A lot of time for the batsmen to adjust, even if they have got a wrong shot going. So really it's hard work for the spinners. And I think so far, especially after the tea session, the spinners have done quite well.
So they managed to control things. A bit of a misfield there. Slight misfield gives away a single. That should not happen. Keep the batsman as long as possible on strike. Nipunaka is back. He's on 15. Shannon Fernando. He's looked the more aggressor. He's on 14.
Just as I was saying that the spinners have bowled well, they have to be backed up by their fielders, which is very important. And misfields like the one we saw in the previous ball do not help any spinner. Because as a spinner, you're always looking at creating some momentum. You're weaving together a few dot balls. You're planning your over, and then when there's suddenly a single that has been given away cheaply, your entire plan falls off, and that really dents your rhythm. So the fielders really have to back it up, back up their bowlers, and give it their all while they're out there.
Yes, doing a good holding job here, knowing the Fernando. He's pulled 16 overs including this one, so he's had a long day. He'll be looking to bat on this wicket probably tomorrow. Goes for that paddle sweep, makes good contact. It's running down to the fine leg boundary. Will it reach the boundary? Stopped just inside probably, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. It's 2 more. So Shannon Fernando being cheeky, picking his gap early and picking up 283 overs completed, 328 for 5.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So we have the left arm spinner Vinuja to continue into his 15th over. The fielder dropping a bit back. The long off fielder pushed back onto the boundary line. Shannon Fernando on strike. We saw him dance down the track in the last over, hit 1 over extra cover. So that's the reason probably they have pushed that long off fielder down.
As Vinuja has come back well in this spell, I think is bowling much better than he did earlier, flighting the ball and inviting the batsman to come forward and try to hit him off. They go lots of flight, but this time the batsman is comfortable, has no problem in defending that, takes the edge and trickles away towards backward point, crosses over for a single. Shannon, who was struggling in the beginning, had a couple of edges, has now settled in quite well alongside Nipunaka. St. Sebastians don't want to lose the steam that they had started after tea. I think a couple of wickets here will really help them to try and come back into this game.
This once again very well bowled. Giving it a lot of flight, tempting the batsman, come down the track, hit me. Hoping that the batsman will hit one in the air like they picked up the last wicket to fall of Shivan.
He's
That's
looking,
too
for
short,
he's looking for the turn from outside the off stump. That's probably why he's bowling a little too short. But I don't think that's the way of going about it. In the previous over, he tried to do that, and Nipunaka had no problem in cutting him on the on square of the wicket and getting easy runs. So ideally, should be pitching it much higher up front, closer to the batsman.
Yes, and you mentioned there is a bit of turn. Whatever turn there is, it's very slow turn, isn't it, Samir? So there's lots of time for the batsman to adjust either on the front foot or go onto the back foot.
As I said, yes, the ample time for the batsman to make adjustments, maneuver the ball to whichever part of the ground they like to. And the only way on a pitch like this for the bowlers is dot balls. And I think those kind of dot balls are very, very important. They need a few more of those, St. Sebastian's. St. Peter's College going around comfortably, 330 for 5.
St. Peter's 330 for 5. It looks like St. Peter's have declared their innings. 330 for 5.
Is St. Peter's College final declaring their innings 330 for the loss of 5 wickets after 84 overs. And comfortable position. St. Peter's College are at a comfortable position in this first day. 330 runs on board. And once again the standout performer was Santosh Gunatilaka. There we go, the batting lineup.
There is the 23, 41, Santosh Gunatilaka 123, Ranmit Jasana 88, Ipunak Fonseca not out on 16, Shivan Pereira was out for 12, and Shannon Fernando on 18. St. Peter's 330 for 5 declared after 84 overs. They had 9 extras.
Well, there's comprehensive performances from the batsmen of St. Peter's College, and let's have a look at the bowling performances from Sebastian College. Kalana picked up 2 wickets for 57. Janishka, the opening bowler, picked up 1 wicket for 33, and Tashik from the other end picked up another wicket for 68 runs. But it's been a batsman day from the St. Peter's batsmen. They've been very good in manoeuvring the ball, and it's been a very good day to bat on, and I think they got the full potential, the full advantage of the conditions here in the St. Peter's College grounds. There you go, they lost 3 wickets when they were on 83. I beg your pardon, 1 wicket. 2 wickets, yes, 2 wickets, and just right after that Santosh Gunatilaka came in alongside with captain Ranmit Jayasena, and then they got on to a flying partnership to put their team to a respectable first innings total. There we go, shots all around the ground in courtesy of some good batting performances from Santosh Gunatilaka, 123, and Ranmit Jayasena, the captain, giving the ideal support, 88 of 144 deliveries, 30 boundaries in it with 5 sixes. So a comprehensive performance from St. Peter's College in this first innings, 330 for the loss of 5 wickets. And there we go, the chances that they got.
The wicket fall, first wicket to fall was Panika, and there's the second wicket, very nicely taken there by the bowler.
Kalana caught and bowling Dinit Anjula for 23, and then that was Santosh Gunatilaka's dismissal, 123 runs. He was really troubling the Sebastian bowlers, but Janishka was able to give the team the breakthrough that they needed. And then
Jayasena being forwarded deep mid off, up his drive, and then this one is Shivan Pereira, who pulled it towards the mid wicket. Taken there, well taken there now.
There we go, those are where the wickets fell on this day 1 of this traditional encounter between St. Peter's College and St. Sebastian College. And yes, we'll be back with the St. Sebastian College innings. Until then, stay tuned with
pull me under, but I will conquer.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
ආරම්භක ප්‍රතිකාරකයට යන්න පුළුවන්, මැද පෙළේ ප්‍රතිකාරකයට යන්න පුළුවන්, දකුණතින් දඟපන් දෙවන්න පුළුවන්, වමතින් දඟපන් දෙවන්න පුළුවන්. ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඔබට කරන්න බැරි දෙයක් තියෙනවද?
මෙහෙමයි තමන්ගේ රටට ක්‍රීඩා කරනකොට තමන්ට ඕනම අවස්ථාවක රට වෙනුවෙන් ඒ ස්ථානවල ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න තමන්ගේ නායකයා තමන්ට දෙන ඒ රෙස්පොන්සිබිලිටි එක තමන්ට කරන්න තමන් පුරුදු වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක සඳහා අඩියක් පස්සට ගන්න බෑ රෙක්ස්. ඉතින් මම ඇත්තටම මේ හැම රෝල් එකකටම මම සතුටු වුණා. සමහරවිට මම ඕපන් කරලා තිනවා කිව්වා වගේ මැද පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා නම්බර 9ක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා, වන් ඩේස් වල 10ක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා, ලාස්ට් මෑනුත් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් හරි සන්තෝෂයි. මොකද ඇරලා බලනකොට ක්‍රිකට් ගහලා ඉවරනකොට ඔයා මේ හැම දෙයක්ම කරලා තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ වම තිනුත් විකට්ස් දෙකක් දකුණේ තියෙනවා, දකුණේ 4ක් දකුණේ තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ ඇත්තටම මේ සන්තෝෂ වෙනවා මේ ඒදියා හැරලා බලනකොට. මට එකම දුක තියෙන මට ටෙස්ට් ටිකට් එකක් ගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච එකයි.
නමුත් ඔබ ටෙස්ට් තරඟයේදී අත් දෙකෙන්ම පන්දු යවනවා.
ඔව් පන්දු යවනවා. මට විකට් එකක් ගන්න තිබ්බා කියලා මට හිතුණා. මට ලොකුම කනගාටුව අද බලනකොට මට ටෙස්ට් ටිකට් එකක් නැති එක.
But it's almost over.
As we come back, St. Peter's College grounds, you're watching pictures from ThePapare.com and Batsman.com, and a joint collaboration done by them, a very fine performance. And St. Peter's College at the same time got 350 for 5 declared, and now St. Sebastian's about to take their turn at the wickets.
Yes, comprehensive performances from the batsmen of St. Peter's College after they've been put to bat first by the Sebastian captain after winning the toss, and they replied in a very good manner.
So I think it's a good move by St. Peter's to declare at this stage and try to give St. Sebastian to bat about 40 to 50 minutes and then get a couple of wickets so that they will be in a very attacking position by the end of the first day.
Well, yes, good tactics all round from these St. Peter's College captain and the team. So yes, as you mentioned, getting up that 2 or 3 early wickets just before the day ends will definitely give the St. Peter's College a very fresh start tomorrow morning. And as you mentioned, he has a strong position at the end of the day one. So let's hope that it all goes according to the plan of these players.
But at the same time, let's not forget that St. Sebastians also have a good batting lineup, and they have their captain Nuwanitha Fernando, who played for the Sri Lanka under-19 team as number 3 or 4 batsman. So they have a good batting lineup, and it's going to be a game on our hands.
Yes, don't forget Dunit Jayatunga, very stylish batsman. Dunit Jayatunga and then Dunit Jayatunga and Nitish Abhilash will open the bat for Nishit Abhilash will open the bat for Sebastian College. There we go. That is Nishit Abhilash, a left-handed batsman. Very strong batsman, and on the other end is Dunit Jayatunga.
Dunit Jayatunga is a centurion for them. He's got 100. And so St. Sebastian batting looks a bit strong. Got 143 against the Dance.
Well, yes, I remember him playing in that under-17 finals against St. Joseph's College Colombo in that under-17 finals. And yes, Sebastian College lost that match, but with the bat, Dunit Jayatunga was exceptional. Throughout that tournament, he was staggering with plenty of runs, and in that final too. But all his efforts went in vain. But here he is on the under-19 level, trying to impress this tournament with his batting performances.
Interesting to see how St. Peter's is going to start on. Tariq Sabur being one of the bowlers with wickets among the wickets of St. Peter's. Outside the off stump, lets it go. Bowling left arm over the wicket. And bowling to Nishita Abhilash. Nishita Abhilash too, Oshada, has been quite consistent for St. Sebastian, a couple of 50s. And you see the replay of the first delivery.
Yes, both these batsmen very capable of getting a good start for Sebastian College, and that's going to be the key. Not losing any wickets in this remaining 50 or maybe maximum of 1 hour. It's going to be the key for Sebastian College for this success in this day one.
Yes, exactly. Back towards the end, that's the most important thing. Bat the day out and then come back tomorrow quite fresh and get some runs. This is what St. Sebastian batsmen should try to do. They got to bet on, bat till the end of the day and come back tomorrow morning to do the necessary.
Yes, St. Peter's College made 330 for the loss of 5 wickets before they declared their innings, and the batsmen got the maximum use of this turf, and let's hope that Sebastian batsmen will also get the maximum use. And Dunit Jayatunga so far in this tournament, 9 matches, not far behind, 639 runs for him, 2 centuries and 2 half centuries for his name. And on the other end,
Abhilash has got 410 also of 9 matches. So these two batters have got a lot of runs, and so St. Peter's is not going to have it easy. It's Sabur again running, pulls at 1 to Abhilash, who pushes it back.
This time much aimed delivery from Tariq right into the stumps, aimed for the stumps, but Nishit Abhilash defends that ball quite comprehensively. Let's have a look at that ball again. There we go. This time Abhilash quickly defending that ball. 2 more balls remaining in this over. Sebastian College yet to get off the mark.
One outside the all-star man lets it go. Abhilash has got 2 50s and his 410 runs which he has scored this season. And Jayatunga, as he said, 639 runs of 9 matches. So these two batters have scored jointly about 1,300 runs. So they are a good batting side, St. Sebastian's College.
Yes, a very capable batting side that can make some good turnarounds in this tournament, and lots of batting to come as Sukit Prasanna and those who were comprehensive in the tournament so far. So that's the end of the first over. Sebastian College yet to get off the mark.
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුමදන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
පවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහෙ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
So it's Santosh Gunatilaka who's going to bowl from the canal end.
Had an impressive day with the bat, and right now he's got a job to do with the ball in hand.
St. Peter's definitely will be looking for some wickets, whereas the Sebastianites will be looking to bat the entire day. So that's what the situation now. So we'll wait and see what Santosh Gunatilaka can do for St. Peter's.
Yes, Santosh Gunatilaka. 8 matches, 22 wickets in this tournament so far, with 1 5 wickets all. So a defining all-rounder. Here we go, the first ball of his spell. Right into the batsman, Tony Chatunga stylishly defends that ball with the back foot.
Yes, when you look at the Pete Wright bowling side, you have Kanishka Madhwanta getting 26 wickets, Ruin Saniviratna getting 25 wickets, Santosh Gunatilaka 22. So these three bowlers have been really dominating the Pete Wright bowling. They definitely will try to do a lot of work among the Sebastianite batsmen too.
Dhanucha Tunga on strike, a very stylish batsman. Always try to make the perfect technique for any of the shots that he play.
Got to concentrate at this stage. Light also fading a bit. That's what is important for the Sebastianite batsman. Not to throw it away. There you see that delivery. Nicely pushed away towards cover point.
Well, in fact, there's no hurry at all for the Sebastian College. The important thing is to hold their nerve and get through this day. That's the important thing, and that's the main role of these two openers at this stage of the game.
There is off the mark, pushing it on the onside, getting a single. That sets in Sebastian's score also off the mark, 1 without loss. Then Jayatunga gets off the mark.
3 more balls remaining in this over with Nishita yet to get off the mark. Because that was a single. Tony Chatunga angling that ball towards that mid-wicket area for a single. Nishita yet to get off the mark, faced the first over from Tariq.
Santosh Gunatilaka definitely the leading all-rounder among the schools today. That one pushed it to Abhilash, who pushes it back. No run.
2 more balls remaining in this over. An ideal start for these two fast bowlers. Tariq from the other end and From this end, Santosh, 4 deliveries, just a single run conceded.
But it did not matter very much with Sebastian batsmen. They got to stick around there till the end of the day, as we were talking earlier. So that is their main concern, to bat without losing many wickets. That's a risky run and could be a run out. Yes, it is.
That's gone. Well, Santosh Gunatilaka is having the day of his life out there in the middle. He waited for a little bit to get a good measure of the wickets and then throw it at the wicket. Spot on, directed. Let's have a look at that again. There we go. Nishita trying to get off the mark, but the directed is always compiling. And there we go, the first wicket down. Sebastian College lost their first wicket.
I thought that was a bad call, definitely a bad call. There was no run there. Pushed it on the onside where the bowler was coming into his follow through, picked it up and having a bang at the bowling end. There was not much of a difficulty for him. So that's the end of Abhilash. He was run out for naught. That's a bad loss for St. Sebastian's, definitely.
Yes, this is not what they needed at the moment. There we go, the captain comes out there in the middle, doing it for Fernando. So this is not the start that they wanted, Sebastian College. They lost their first wicket, the opener, and Nuanidu is out there in the middle. There we go, a back foot punch, and Nishita trying to get off the mark. But Santosh Gunatilaka very quickly onto the ball, and he measured everything, and it was spot on.
Yes, Gunatilaka was just on his follow throw, just completed his follow through, and just had to pick that ball up and throw it at the wicket. So that's a delivery, good delivery by Gunatilaka, a bouncer.
Santosh having the day, an impressive day, but that's the end of the second over. 1 wicket for 1 run.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිප්තදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
කිලක්කු මාහාල
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට. Final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Two overs done. The Sebastian College lost their opening batsman. Nishita Abhilash was dismissed for a duck. And at the moment, 1 run for 1 wicket, and Tariq will continue his second over. Nuanidu on strike. The captain who represented Sri Lanka under-19 team, wearing that national flag up in his chest, representing that he's a representative of this country.
So that's Tariq Sabur. There's that delivery left outside the off stump. This one again outside the off stump, let alone by Nuanidu Fernando.
Yes, I think this is what they must do. At this moment, they lost their opening batsman, so leave as much as possible and try not to get any kind of unnecessary risks.
That was quite unfortunate and unwanted for that single, which was nowhere there.
Nuanidu on strike, faced 2 deliveries, leave it alone both the deliveries, so this time a good contact but straight to the fielder.
St. Peter's also knowing that this is the batsman they want to get out, get the wicket off. Nuanidu Fernando.
This Nuanidu Fernando also had an impressive tournament with the bat. And an impressive amount of runs for his school in this tournament. Just 9 matches he played. The team played only 9 matches in this tournament so far, so he's been able to make a good impression in that 9 matches. A strong appeal, but not given out by the umpire.
Just a look, it should be somewhere down the leg side. Might have the replay there for that LPW appeal.
Nuanez straight away trying to go for that onside shot, a cross-batted shot. Got to be very careful. There we go. Probably an inside edge. That will
definitely an inside edge.
Caught the attention of the umpire. Nuanez yet to get off the mark. Faced 4 deliveries and 2 more balls remaining in this over. Once again, leaved alone outside the off stump. Good measurements all round from Nuanez. Trying to leave that ball alone. Tariq bowling his second over. No wicket for no runs. 1 more ball remaining in this over.
St. Peter's sent into bat, got 330 for 5. And in reply, St. Sebastian's a 1 wicket for 1 run.
Yes, as we saw in the pitch also, getting that early breakthroughs was the vital part of this game. But that was in the morning, yes. But we'll get back to it in a moment, and that's the end of the over. 3 overs done. Sebastian College, 1 wicket for 1 run.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිඟ අද විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
3 overs done, 1 wicket for 1 run, and Santush, the star of today's play, will continue his second over. So we were talking about the pitch conditions. Yes, it's been a very good pitch for the batsmen throughout this day, as we have witnessed from the batsmen of St. Peter's College. But getting that early wickets was the vital thing for Sebastian College, but they not be able to get that early breakthroughs.
Yeah, because definitely they did miss their chances. They had the opportunities of getting the P-Tribes out for a lower score, but it was definitely bad fielding. They dropped a couple of, say, about 5 catches, and now they're struggling here with 1 for 1.
Well, yes, now this pitch has been hampered by bowlers, fast bowlers and spinners from the both ends, and now it's a stable pitch for batsmen to get some runs, and at the moment Sebastian College lost their opening batsman, so it's going to be a loss for not for today but for tomorrow.
Definitely when the P-Tribes spinners come into action, we'll have to wait and see. 2 very good spinners they have in Madhuanta and Seniviratna. So that's a single there down towards fine leg. Takes St. Sebastian's on to 2, and Dinut got both the runs.
Well, yes, at the moment runs aren't the concern for Sebastian College. The important thing for them is to stay out there in the middle until the day ends without losing any more wickets. And Tunil Chaithunga and Nuanez Fernando need to understand that simple theory. And when they come out to bat tomorrow, then they need to take that action. So step by step, they need to make things happen for the team.
They got to bat today till the close of play. That's the most important thing. What they got to think right now. Bet on till the end of the day, not to lose any more wickets. Whereas Peters will be trying to get much as possible, trying to push it through and get much as possible before the close of play.
Yes, another 1 wicket or 2 may be very important and very interesting for St. Peter's College at the moment. That short pitch delivery whacked away, and yes, it will go all the way for a boundary. That's the first boundary for Sebastian College. It comes off from Nuanidu's bat, and Santush had some good bouncers, but this time a misjudged delivery and an easy picking for Nuanidu Fernando.
It's a shortish, and Nuanidu Fernando had plenty of time to pull it past mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and mid-on. That's a nice shot there. He gets 4 and he's off the mark.
Nuanidu Fernando, a very capable batsman of getting big runs, and it's time for him to stand up for his team, the captain of the Sebastian team. A strong appeal, well, probably sliding down the leg side, and the umpire seems not interested, but that's the end of the over. 4 overs done, 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. Four overs done, 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. Dunit Chaitunga on strike, 2 of 7 deliveries. This was the last ball of the last over. A huge appeal from Santush, but probably sliding down the leg side, and
Yes, definitely it was sliding down the leg side, and the umpire had no hesitation in saying not out. So St. Sebastian 6 for 1. We're in the 5th over. Fernando is on 4 and Chaitunga on 2.
they're still trailing by 324 runs, so that 330 runs that they made, St. Peter's College made in the first innings, is going to be vital for St. Peter's College in this match. Ideal start. The first innings score always matter in this kind of two-day matches. This time angled into the batsman. Dunit Chaitunga trying to leave that ball alone, but straight into his body. Well, he's smiling, having some troubles.
But definitely that's a bad strike. Very close to his knee. Inside on the thigh.
Well, it came back into the batsman. Dunit Chaitunga anticipated that it will go straight to the wicket keeper, but it came right into him. He's kind of having some trouble, but yeah, he's fine. A very fit batsman, Dunit Chaitunga. A blow like that won't get him out of this match. Dunit Chaitunga, 2 of 9 deliveries.
There you see the replay again. Oh, that's a good delivery.
As it hits the ground, it straightened up and
might be going over the wicket. That's why the umpire said not out. That's a good bit of bowling there by Tariq Sabor. St. Sebastian 6 for 1 at this stage.
This time leaved away quite comfortably from Dunit. Very stylish player, as I mentioned earlier. Had an impressive under-17 tournament last year, the last season. And in this, yeah, he's playing for under-19 and he's proven himself with the bat in this under-19 season with the 141 against St. Anne's. So he's a very capable batsman, an ideal opening batsman for Sebastian College. But at the moment, the roles are different. They got to stay out there in the middle. Try not to lose any more wickets in this day one.
Yes, St. Sebastian 6 for 1. Trying to bat through the day. In reply to St. Peter's 330 for 5 declared. In the morning, St. Sebastian won the toss and sent St. Peter's into bat. They did not capitalize on that because they dropped a couple of catches, which allowed St. Peter's, the free-scoring batsmen like Santosh Kunatalaka and Ranmit Sena to bat extremely well. Kunatalaka scoring 123 and Jasena got 88. They put on 187 for the third wicket.
His impressive batting performances all round from St. Peter's College, but in reply Sebastian College lost their opening batsman Nishita Bilash, and at the moment 4.5 overs with one more ball to go, 6 runs on board for the loss of 1 wicket. And it's been a very hot day out here in Colombo, in Bambalapitiya, in this St. Peter's College grounds, with the sea coming up not far away. The strong breeze will be at strike for the fielding team, but that's the end of the over. 5 overs done, 6 for the loss of 1 wicket.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහෙ බෙදන නම
සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අති විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය.
Santosh Kunatilaka to continue. It's been a good start from St. Peter's College after declaring the innings for 330. Joining me in the commentary box is Eric Gowda. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you, and thank you. So long road ahead for St. Sebastian's. And perhaps at stumps today they'll not want to lose any more wickets.
Very testing times for both skipper Nuanidu and Dunit. These two bowlers have managed to keep it tight, and I think that will make the difference between the two teams in this match. Sebastian College were able to keep the run flow at bay. They were leaking runs, they were missing opportunities, but St. Peter's on the other hand so far have done a fairly good job with the ball.
Nuanidu Fernando playing from outside the line of off stump, the captain, experienced player, seasoned campaigner in fact for Sri Lanka under 19 as well. A lot will depend on Fernando as to how he settles in, how will he bat, will the others bat round him. That's going to be important. In fact, Santosh Kunatilaka and Fernando were teammates in the Sri Lanka under 19. Again a play and a miss. Well, that's good bowling. Just outside the line of off stump.
Santosh at the moment can't do any wrong, Eric. Whatever he touches turns to goal at the moment. We saw that earlier in his first over. Got that run out, direct hit. And now he's testing the star batsman in the Sebastian side. Nuanidu Fernando is looking very troubled outside the off stump. This time he gets some bat to it. Good bit of fielding there by Nipunaka Fonseca on the cover region.
Now, these are the problems that batsmen have sometimes when you're trying to play for stumps. You're trying to just block one end up, see the day through. That's when trouble can set in, because you'll place a false shot or play something outside the line of off stump, get a nick to it. So these are testing times for batsmen as well. When you come to the end of a day's play, that's well played. Pick up 2 runs for that.
Another 6 over, St. Sebastian's College 8 for 1.
Because at the moment I've got the ball that was used when St. Peters were batting. Got it right now, taking a look at it. It hasn't lost its shape, even though 330 runs were scored of it. But the only problem I have on this is on the seam, that the seam is not so pronounced.
Once again, Ibrahim Fonseca on the act. Very sharp fielder, especially on those tight positions, covers and square leg. Nevertheless, single taken by Dunit. Tariq Sabur. That's the first run he conceded in his 4th over. 3 maidens on the trot for him.
Yes, he kept it nice and tight, I think, the first 3 overs. Didn't allow the batsmen any room to play shots, free their arms and play shots. That's the key when you're bowling, particularly with the new ball. Because the moment you give the batsman any width or you bowl too short, you get punished. That's one of the keys, that not to give the ball too much of width. So the batsman could free their arms, play shots, take the gaps in the field, because when the new ball is in operation, when you know that the slip cord is in place, so lots of gaps on the off and the on side. Accuracy, that's the name of the game for new ball bowlers as well, and also for all bowlers.
Yes, compared to the Sebastian new ball bowlers, both Santosh and Tariq have pitched the ball right up to the batsman, letting the ball swing. And I think that's one reason why Sebastians haven't been able to get a quick start.
Yes, the only problem I have about Tariq is that his first couple of overs, he didn't make the batsman play too many deliveries. It was too far outside the line of the stump, so all they had to do was shoulder arms. If he had made the batsman play, well, it could have been different. Talk about that delivery as well, outside the line of off stump. And batsmen, when they open the innings, they're quite prepared to shoulder arms, anything that's outside the line of off stump. And of course, the wicket that fell, absolute tragedy, the run out. It was played straight back to the bowler, decided to take a single, directed from Gunathilaka, had that first wicket, a run out.
It's not the ideal start for St. Sebastian's College. That's a wonderful stroke down the ground. Yes, misfield there by Shivan Pereira. And Lonnie Fernando scamper through for a double. Confident stroke there from Noridu, right at the pitch of the ball. Not trying to hit it too hard, just punching it back past the bowler. And a misfield there from Shivan, helping him to get those 2 runs.
Yes, nobody will look to play through the line. I don't think he'll want to play any cross-batted shots. He'll want to play through the line as he can get some runs, in fact, past the bowler. Too wide again, way too wide. You don't make the batsman play. That ends the over as well. So at the end of the over, St. Sebastian's 11 for 1.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සැනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම
මිහිර මවන නම
අවස නිවන නම
සෙනෙහ බෙදන නම
එය සිංහ නම මුළු පවුලට සතුට සදන සිංහ අත විශිෂ්ට විශ්වාසය
The light is slowly dimming at the moment. Most probably we'll be able to cover the allocated overs for the day. That's the wicket, first wicket of St. Sebastian's College. Direct hit by Santosh Gunatilaka.
That was a suicidal run, in fact. Played on the offside.
Very well done there by Dunit, nicely guiding it through that wicket gully region. Nipunaka keeps it for just 2 runs.
In these games, 95 overs to be bowled in a day. That's why they have that 9:40 in the morning start. And that's the last stroke. Playing away from the body. Made good contact and picked up a couple of runs there. Yes, the light is dipping, no doubt. But what happens is that these days, the call for bad light is from the umpires. The batsman cannot appeal for the light. It's the umpires who could offer the light to the batsman. In the good old days, the batsman asked the umpires for bad light, and look at the background there. Those clouds looming in on the background. Oh, those high-rise buildings.
This cloud cover has been around for a while. Even when St. Peter's were batting, it was there, but no danger of rain. Even though the light is dimming at the moment, but I'm sure it's not that bad at the moment. We'll be able to finish the quota for today.
He's played with soft hands on the offside to pick up a single for that. So in the 8th over of St. Sebastian's innings. So a total of 92 overs have been bowled so far today at the completion of this over. Then the 2 overs are deducted for the change over of innings. It makes it 94. So technically just 1 over left of the day, but if play goes on till 5 o'clock this evening, we'll have more than 1 over.
That's punched on the up through the cover region by Nuanidu. Stopped just in front of the boundary line. 2 more runs for Sebastians, and that's the end of another over. 8 overs gone. St. Sebastian College 16 for 1.
So 16 for 1 St. Sebastians in their first innings in reply to St. Peter's 330 for 5 declared. St. Peter's are put into bat today by St. Sebastians, and they went on to make 330 for 5. And Gunzalaka chipped in 123.
What a beauty there. It had to be a brilliant bit of bowling to get rid of this player Dunit. And that's exactly what Tariq Sabur produced. That's a dream delivery for any left armer. And the killer blow before they sent by the Pete Wrights.
Yes, bowled round his legs, in fact. Expose that leg stump. The cardinal rule is that you don't expose your stumps, and that's what Dunit did. Expose his leg stump, just went through and knocked the leg stump over. So St. Sebastians lose their second wicket. They did not want to lose another wicket before stumps today. And St. Peter's are certainly on top. They've taken the honours on day one, for sure. We look at the replay of that last delivery and the dismissal of Dunit. How he's bowled round his legs. Just walked across the offside and exposed his leg stump. So Yashan, the new man in.
Right hand batsman, all-rounder. Fast bowler himself. And we will go another look at that. The ball pitching and seaming in to the left, to the right hander. And clearly Dunit misreading where his stumps were and opening up that leg stump. Tariq Sabur already on the wickets, have been taking some wickets in the last couple of matches. He's found some good rhythm, and even in this match he's bowled well so far. 1 for 3 in his fifth over. That's close and gone. Back-to-back strikes from Tariq Sabur. What's going on now? St. Sebastian's College in a deep trouble at the moment. A wonderful follow-up delivery from Tariq Sabur. Pitching and seaming in. You can see. There you go. It's a bit too high in the replay. But the decision stays. Yashan goes for a first ball duck. Tariq Sabur on a hat-trick.
Yes, that's right. It's on a hat-trick at the moment. And that last wicket, well, in fact, wrapped on the pad. Was it a bit too high? Well, the umpire saw it differently and thought it was plumb, no problems at all. The finger came up straight away. So Sukita, the new man in, he said that these are testing times in these last few minutes of a day's play. You lose a wicket, then you lose 2. And now it's 16 for 3. And we look at the replay of that last dismissal. There we go. It's clearly over the knee roll. So perhaps height was a problem. But the umpire didn't think so. And he was straight away through with his decision of raising that finger.
So hat-trick ball. Here we go. Tariq Sabur bowling to Prasanna. He almost pushes at it, but withdraws at the last moment. Brilliant seam bowling we are witnessing at the moment by Tariq Sabur.
So it's 16 for 3 St. Sebastian's. A lot of repair work to be done. And Nuino Fernando is the man, he's the captain, the experienced campaigner. Again, outside the line of stumps, so there's no problem for the batsman on that. Look at those figures, 2 for 3. Tariq of 4.4 overs. So St. Peter's are really coming back very strongly after making 330 for 5 declared. when they were put into bat today and picking up these 3 wickets quickly. Puts them in the box seat for day 2. That's tomorrow. I'd like to see Tariq attack the stumps a bit more. Bowling outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't really play. The moment you start to hit those correct spots and test the batsman between those 3 wickets, that's going to be key at the moment, because the light is also dipping. It's not the best of light out there. And this is where these quick bowlers must take advantage of the situation, the conditions out in the middle.
Yes, he has to make the batsman play. Once again outside the off stump. A wicket maiden for Tariq Saboor. 9 overs gone. Sebastian College 16 for 3.
සතුට බෙදන නම
ඔබ ළඟ රැඳි නම
සනසුම දෙන නම
එය සිංහ නම.
So the light meters come out and they're checking on the light at the moment, the umpires. That's what it looks like over St. Peter's College grounds, those dark clouds looming around. But the umpires say, well, play can go on. The light is good enough for play to continue. So change the bowling coming up as well. Shivan is coming on. A left armer, so it could be a left arm spinner. Perhaps you've got an over or 2 on day 1. The clock reads about 3 minutes to 5 o'clock on day 1. Scheduled closing time is 5 o'clock or 95 overs. They've completed the 95 overs. Here's spin.
This is a new bowler, Wanuja, for
so first ball too short. Numenez Fernando, well, he won't miss out on those opportunities. Short and had width as well. Waits for that on the back foot. Picks the gap beautifully between point and extra cover.
Vanuja playing in his second match, I believe. 15-year-old, fresher.
So straight away pressure being released on the St. Sebastian's batsman. 5 runs coming on the first 2 deliveries of this over. So left-handed Sukita on the back foot, playing defensively. Umpires checking his watch as well.
Not afraid to give the ball, yeah. Young Vanuja. But Sukita Prasanna has set his mind on blocking this out, seeing the day off. (21 for 3). St. Sebastian still trailing by 309 runs. 7 wickets in hand. Again, that the end of the over. 10 overs gone. St. Sebastian College 21 for 3.
Right, so the umpires take his position. If the clock is not at 5 o'clock, they could play another over. That's what it could be. Right, so perhaps the last over coming up. St. Sebastian's 21 for 3. Another change in the bowling. The leg spinner coming on, Kanishka.
Kanishka Madhuwanta, that is the highest wicket taker this season so far for St. Peter's College. Left arm leg spin. Very accurate bowler. Does not give anything away.
Yes, that's the key, to be accurate. Even if you don't get turn on that ball, the ball is pretty new still, but you've got to be accurate, make the batsman play.
There you go, very tight. Both wicket to wicket. Not a big turner of the ball, but keeps it very tight. And that's the secret for his success in this arena.
Thickish edge but along the ground towards backward point. So he's made the batsman play at every single delivery. That's the key. He's bowled 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls, and made the batsman play all 4 of them. And that's the 5th delivery. Fernando on the back foot, this time playing it on the onside. So possibly the last ball of the day coming up. There we are, so played out and over called a maiden over. Bails come off, so that's the end of the first day's play in this 2-day encounter in the under-19 game between St. Sebastian's College, Moratuwa and St. Peter's. And St. Peter's College, Bambalapitiya put into bat today. Made 330 for 5 in 84 overs, and that stumps St. Sebastian's 21 for 3. So the honours remain with St. Peter's on day 1.
Yes, a brilliant all-round performance from the hosts. Batting brilliantly after being put to bat by Nonil Fernando. 330 runs. And then following it up with 3 wickets before day's end. There he goes, St. Sebastian batting card. Golden duck for Yashan and Nishita, who was run out. Gullit also missing out 6. Skivanuri is unbeaten on the 15 and Sukita Prasanna on 0 at the moment. We take a look at the bowling card. 2 wickets to Sarik Sabur and the run out by Santosh Gunatilaka. 11 overs were bowled. Sebastian only we were able to score 21 runs.
Right, so the players retired to the dressing room.
And this is the highlights of the 3rd session. Ranmit Jayasena took it on upon himself after the loss of Sachin, but he was unable to get the triple figures. He was dismissed for 88. And then Shivan Pereira and Nipunaka Fonseca were batting there for a quite while. Shivan was caught in the boundary trying to get some quick runs. Nipunaka kept going. And they finally declared the innings at 330. And so Sebastians came on to bat. It was a good tight bowling from the repeat rights. And this was a run out, the first wicket to fall. Santosh Gunatilaka getting that. There are some Good bowling from both seamers, especially Tariq. Fernando in the middle of those overs played some wonderful strokes, losing it height. There were some close calls as well. Here we go. Another close call by Tariq Sabur, and this is a wicket. Dunit missing it completely, and that was it for the day. 21 for 3 at the moment, still trailing by 309 runs in Sebastian College, and that will be the session summary. First session 114 runs, 2 wickets. Second session pure domination by St. Peter's College, 162 runs scored for just 1 wicket. Then third session, a lot of 5 wickets falling for just 75 runs. And here's the match summary as of now. St. Peter's College scoring 330 thanks to a century by Santosh Gunatilaka, 123. Third century on the trot for him, 5th of the season in prime form. Ranvir Jayasena 88 and Bhanuka 41. Halana best of 2 for 57. And in reply, St. Peter's College 11 overs, 21 for 3. With Tariq Sabur taking 2 for 3, and that was stumps on day 1. And that's it for today from us, the ThePapare.com crew and the Batsman.com crew here, who brought you live coverage from Bumble Pittier in this traditional game. Do catch live action tomorrow as well, and there's also another match happening at Dali Road between Royal College and St. Joseph's College. So stay tuned for all the articles, photos and news on our website. And until tomorrow, it's good night and thank you.